good. What is good? What is good? Please go ahead and smash the like and the sub button. Totally helps me out with the algos, as you guys can see. We're looking at that SPAC that I went ahead and threw money on the warrants yesterday. She's ripping right now with a low turnover. Oh. Ah, fuck. Alright. Alright, so the FFIE ones are exercisable at 1150 as well. Playsite Interactive Ltd. Now, what do these people do? Interesting. Wow, only $600,000 for that? So they just made an acquisition for $600,000, but their market cap is like 3.5. What's that? I might buy this dip. What up, bud? What is good? They just made an acquisition. Coming towards MACD as well. SXSEC? Word, 1 second. Ah, look at that. We came right back down the, or below the 200. Going to retest it now, it looks like. Interesting. Look at the weekly RSI. Fucking 20. Alright, you said SXTC? Word. It literally says fucking China. Oh, man. I hate these. What the fuck? Did they? I didn't even fucking notice. I just woke up. Wow. It's fucking only like 57,000 off average volume. Double top though. Same kind of fucking drop off that CNXA just had when I was looking at it. They filled the gap though. Honestly, I'd be waiting to see if this handled down before I move up. It's just me though. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't even take a Chinese play. I'm trying to limit my exposure to China as much as possible. One China play per day. Oh my god. Fuck China. Fuck China. Oof. Ouch. MMT down to 136. Yeah. Very sus. You know what? Let me change this real quick while I'm thinking about it. Bear with me 1 second. They make meatballs. Wait, what? Mama Mancini's Holdings, MMMB, reportedly quarterly earnings of 3 cents a share. That's MMB. Jesus. They make fucking meatballs. Alright. The average volume. Wow. Low volume. What is up, John? How are you, man? Hopefully these warrants have like a fucking immediate reaction. Man, I'm fucking like lightheaded all the time. I don't know what the fuck it is. Let's see. Fucking more China. Look at the volume on this though. I'm not gonna take it, but I'm just, you know, pointing it out again. What are you doing, Boyle? I did not see the ear news last night, I'm sorry. Wow, they just borrowed fucking 12.5 million shares. What's the float on this? $94. It's a big borrow. $16.9. Okay, so early November. Or late November, excuse me. I mean, you're at 72, right? Or what is it now? Year. $50% of the shorts should be underwater on this. In theory. CVSA. CVSA. This was what, LSPR yesterday? LSPR. I think it was. Yeah. I figured. Any kind of 8 o'clock candles or what? DocuSign is fucking tearing after they beat. Absolutely ripping. Boyle, 9.3 up. Look at fucking Starry again. Off of the pre-market highs, still up 22%. Got you. CBT. Low utilization, 1.7. Hello. 255% on BXRX. What the fuck? Good find, dude. Good find. $2.83 days ago, so call it like the 10th. Guess we're calling it the 9th. Alright, the high was 657. So it's gonna be underwater until 657. See the holders. Definitely has backing. See, I hate how some of these companies are dropping for the estimated 2023, just because of how much the U.S. dollar has inflated. I mean, obviously, it's not a good thing, but like regardless, but it's worse being that it fucking the USD inflated so much. That's a micro cap. Oh. That's why. Okay. I didn't realize the float was so small. There's things like this that kind of scare me. Because, I mean, I don't know if you were in here yesterday and you saw the CNXA, but it was like, it was fucking like just getting lifted. It's like somebody just like took off the pressure and then it just shot up. And that has a cap a little bit higher. The cap on this is 3.57. And then this one is only like, what, 2.1? And then Rocket Girl just gave me another one. What was it? It was J something. 1 second. JZXN. JZXN. Like, some of these are just, I don't know. I think that they're trying to scalp the shit out of people. However, there may be some gems in here, though, and I don't want to miss those because, you know, I'm gun shy. You know what I mean? Here, let's look at their website and see if it has anything, any kind of merit. BXRX. Pipeline. Give me the pipeline. Ooh, okay. They already brought one to market. That's a good thing. I just like to see that they already have one to market because, like, that kind of shows that they've already been to the mountain. You know what I mean? Like, this is all good and dandy, right? But being that they brought one to market, successfully, they know what to do. Let's see what this treats. Ooh, it's pain. I don't like pain meds. Oh, it's an NSAID though. Meloxicam. Do you know if, like, they have any kind of like results coming up anytime soon or no? Yeah, I saw that. It was actually the 8th. It's like 5 days ago. And then they also just closed an offering that ended on the 6th, it said. I didn't read how much the offering was for. Let me just check that. $5 million. $1,400 patients. Interesting. So they're using a decent pool there. Yeah, it could be a good scalp. I don't think I would invest in it personally, but that float and that cap, it's a little bit intriguing. What is this? That was weird. I don't think I've ever had that happen to me before. I really like their fucking business model. So they're basically like a company that just goes ahead and fucking acquires smaller companies, and they don't take like a huge percentage of them. So then they could just like let the people run them themselves, like how they've been running. It's almost like a venture capital type deal. And then they did just acquire that one company. Oh no, that was CNXA. Sorry, I apologize. They do have a deal with cosm, COSM. Muln on the go. All right, let me go ahead and pull her up. Oh, okay. Thank you very much for telling me that. Hello. Welcome to chat, by the way, Moon Trader. And welcome back to chat, Ben. Yeah. That'd be nice. I spent so much money on fucking muln. When's the reverse split scheduled for? Do we know? Look at the RSI. It's a fucking 84 right now. It was just an 88. Muln signs first U.S. dealer partner. Ooh. 3 commercial product launches. Love it. I got to a point where I just said fuck it and I just stopped looking at it. Oh, does it really? Oh, I didn't even fucking mean to do that. My bad. Let me change that. Usually I change that like first thing. I almost forgot. There we go. Again, please like, sub, hit the bell. All that cool stuff. Got 16 of you guys in here and 8 likes. It's pretty dope. And it's absolutely free. Fucking ears up 15. CNXA, really? Let's do it. Little turnover. I kind of like it more and more the more that I look at it. What was the company that guy was the fucking CFO for, Sean? Do you remember? Because that's how we found it. Ooh, ZVSA came down. You think the shorts are turning and burning? I hope so. I think BBIG's fucking almost at high time. I'm about ready for her. Mike Bellardi, second degree connection, and second CEO at Connexo. No, that wasn't it. He was a CFO. I know you guys don't want to watch Bitcoin. I just want to see it. I really don't smoke that much. What is up, though, bro? Good morning. Chilling, man. Chilling. I took a Tylenol PM last night, and I forgot how those things fucking knocked me out. So, yeah. Just waking up, my dude. Low turnover still. Going for the intraday. Well, I guess pre-market high. Way off the highs here on ZVSA. Just tapped intraday. Wait, what? Sean, can you type that in English, please? I have no idea what you're talking about. Muln. 427,000 at 22.57. Okay, I got you. No, you're good, dude. I'm just fucking with you. She can go bang. When is the guys? I forget off the top of my head. When is the reverse split scheduled for? Honestly, I just kind of stopped paying attention to it. Well, it's gone. Word. I'm loving this fucking turnover, guys. Absolutely loving it. 0.45 for 7.5 million in volume already. Like, let's go. I'm more intrigued by the fucking turnover percent rather than, like, this price action. Move to 25.25, word. So it's being used as what, support now? RF size is 72. I wish that the fucking new update fixed this. What the hell is that about? I shouldn't have updated like 2 versions ago. $21 support, word. GWH is up 3.8. It wasn't on track that he was that CFO was involved with, right? SDIG sitting at 50 cents even. Qs are up. Well, TQQ is up 2.2 already. 401.74 on SPY. I didn't even realize VIX closed at 25 yesterday. Go ahead. Ooh, ZVSA is down now. What a flip. Year's up 15.4. I wonder if Tide got that shot in it yesterday just because crypto's moving. Like, I wonder if this is like kind of like, I don't know. I wonder if people are seeing this push being like the last one at these levels, so they're bringing up Tide. A little bit tinfoil hat theory kind of deal, but could explain that. I want to go. I have to check their website real quick, just to confirm my thoughts. So their website isn't up. The fuck is up with that? I'm saying. I don't like how that fucking website's down. Ah, there we go. Okay, I don't know what that was about. See, I don't really like Bitcoin at all, so I don't want them to get too linked to Bitcoin. That's the only issue. I mean, I guess it's good to be diverse, but shit. So no news since November 15th. Are there any filings? Ah, okay. Yeah, please like, sub, hit the bell, guys. I know this might be not, or does not, might not be as exciting as a rip and chart, but this is fucking important. Very, very important. The company launched a new website for its wholly owned subsidiary. Ooh, okay. Let's check out their site. I have to look at the chain again. Give me 1 second. So inventory management. I like IoT better for that. You said FFIE? Look at that IV, Jesus. I know it's only 3 days out, but goddamn. Look at the ones for next week. Alright, what are the monthlies at? Monthlies. These IVs are fucking jacked. I actually kind of do like these. I'd probably go a little bit longer than them though, just to give myself some extra time to be safe. I don't know, that could get jacked really, really quick. Data print in 5. Word. Thank you for the reminder. Ooh, look at that change right there. And look at the IV on these fuckers. 742 for 1.5s. 651 for 1s. And these are the ones that expire in fucking 3 days. You have December 50 cents? I'm just chilling at straight cheers right now. I'm mulling. 4 minutes? Oh, 3 minutes. Need just one. Sometimes it's all you need, man, if you're rolling the right way, right? Watch your stops. Just saying. If any of it has stops, heads up on them. Again, please like, sub, hit the bell. I'd appreciate it. What's up? We're over 4,000 what? We're over 4,000 what? I have no idea what you're talking about. BBIG just had a 30,000 share order go through. Oh, spy. Yep. Yes, sir, we are. I'm seeing 4,048. For futures, that is. Yeah. It was like 401.75 when I was looking before. 401.96. If I... Yeah. I'm early. Coming on some key levels here. Good morning, Rocket Girl. How are you today? Ooh, this is a 4-hour. Does that look familiar? $8.29, here we go. Let me flip this back to a 1. Alright, let's see how this print goes. Again, please like, sub, hit the bell. I would appreciate it. Ooh, and a miss. Kind of expected that, though. Like, they've just been feeding us fucking, like, off-the-wall data. Alright, so what's up with DXY, then? Hold on a second. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Whoa! Hello. Yo, if you YOLO'd some fucking SPY calls, congratulations. Well, you know what? I don't want to say that just yet. Don't want to count my chickens there. But goddamn. AMC's up 4%, GME's up 3.5%. SOXL's ripping. RP says SOXL. This weekend I was analyzing stocks at 6 a.m. and Rock Girl was up on the cosm chat. Oh god. Yeah. Rock Girl rips fucking webull bears. Fucking look at Bitcoin, Jesus. My god. My fucking god. Yeah, CPI looks like it missed, dude. I have AMC options, and I don't want to fucking, like, count my chickens on it. I'm liking the volatility, though. Bad for currency, probably good for stocks. Oh, I did buy TSLL yesterday. Oh, love it. Don't do me dirty, though. Don't do me dirty. Vroom's at 1042. BBIG 57.55. Muln about 14% up. I might as well just look at Coinbase. What is Coin at? Ooh. Yeah. Remember, CONL, guys, is 1.5 times Coinbase performance. AMC. $408. We gotta break this too. It's at it right now. Breaking hold of that. I don't see much resistance from about 411, we'll call it 20, to about 418. Alright, what are you guys saying? Boyle 341, love it. Thank you for that, RP. Con, what is up, dude? What is good? Snap. Fuck. I didn't get back on Snap yet. I do have calls as like a placeholder, but that's just gonna have to work, I guess. Unless I exercise, but last week you weren't putting up with no shit. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, her? Oh yeah. Middle fingers to everybody. IVs will be jacked open. Oh, yeah. IVs are going to be fucking slammed. Absolutely slammed. What's up, though, Con? You never hang out with us anymore. You never. Ape. Ape's moving, too. A little bit. TSLL is up 6%. Tops is up 6.6. Boyle. Boyle's tearing. Fucking tearing. Hello, Vana. GoCo up another fucking 2% almost. Sava 4280. Look at AI and IoT, Jesus. Very, very strong trends there. Mulling off of its eyes. Want SPY to catch itself here. Does anybody know the mullen reverse split date off the top of their head? I know that it was a proposal. I'm assuming that it passed. I haven't been fucking paying attention. I kind of just like tucked that behind and just kind of moved on. And if I lose it, I lose it. I'm just gonna look it up because that's important for me to know. I have a good amount of fucking mullen. You all right? You had some issues. That's not good. But you all right? Oh, you're in a hit and run? Are you okay? That's no bueno. Yeah, CPI was a little bit cold. A little bit cold. Right here. So core was down, as was year over year and month over month. Month over month missed by 0.2, as did year over year. And then core missed by 0.1. One second, my phone's blown up, guys. Oh, wait, hold on a second. How do you sleep? Alright. Let's see. Rock Girl, what did you share? Mullen signs first. Yeah, I saw that. Thank you very much. Sean. Okay. Very good. Yeah, we're in key zones up until about 4:19. Reverse split date is the 23rd. All right, bet. Thank you very much. 629 on AMC. $18.28 short on AMC. The short score is up to an 85. $21.97 short on GME. Short score is an 89. Might as well do mulns too. I'm here. $13.44. Ooh, 62.3% of volume has been shorted as of the 12th. 66 on the 9th. And 60.66 on the 8th. It's on AMC. GME's is fucking even worse. On the 6th, it was an 82.4. That's interesting. $61.7 on muln yesterday, and then Friday was 60.3. April really isn't that high though. I mean, yesterday it was slightly dominated by shorts, but not that bad. BBIG not being controlled by shorts right this second. SPY. AMC's ripping, 8.4 up. Let's go. Coinbase is up 7%. FIE still has 20-ish. ZVSA, talk about a fucking fall from pre-market highs. That's a drop. TSLL is looking really nice. I'm happy I grabbed that yesterday. Hi, baby. I love Carvana. I'm deep as balls in Carvana. But keep in mind, it's like, for me, it's a trade. It's not an investment. Why are you giving me that face, hon? Tops is up 7.3. Boyle. Got you, fam. 41.24 on Boyle. I don't know why. Oh, because I'm not wearing a yellow shirt. Ah, man. tblt 2.6 up. Ooh, Snap does look dirty. I might have to sell calls and then roll them. I'm gonna wait for the IVs to cool down though for me to buy more. fucking love it. Let's go, Vana. I have a pretty penny on Carvana right now. Alright, love you too. $3.2-ish up on Novavax. I could honestly see them fucking giving us like a head fake like this and dragging it sideways all day though. Just to like try and like wear us out. We might level up right here. Very good. So ETH drove right through my key levels. I'm gonna argue that ETH is a little bit more important than Bitcoin right now. Just because ETH actually does something. Other than store value. Let me be clear about that. There's also a lot of hype about XRP coming up with the SEC closed meeting. I don't even know who Henrik is. The only Henrik I know is Himmler. I mean, I could see that, but I don't think it's gonna be that bad. I don't think it's gonna be as bad as what everybody thinks it's going to be. I think that it's gonna be easily like recovered by technology. So, yeah. You don't know him, but have been following his tweets. He's been on point. I mean, we'll see. I mean, I'm just DCing the shit out of business models that I like. That's kind of my strat right now. I've been throwing a couple bucks here and there on these high momentum plays just because, I don't know, we're following them. But I'm not, like, fucking going full tilt into them. No way. No fucking way. For instance, I mean, I threw money on warrants yesterday for this. Where is it? I threw money on warrants for this. It hit a pre-market high of $75, and I was like, sweet, I can't wait for, you know, like the warrants to adjust and for the market to open. And now it's down to $16. Like, it is what it is. Like, I'm not pissed off about it. Like, I don't know. Especially with the warrants. Warrants are, like, very, very volatile. Very, very volatile. SFT? Fuck yeah, let's go. I bought this as a hedge because I have Carvana and Vroom. This kind of covers me on the whole sector. Blocks coming in on BBIG. Just get a 7,000 share order for 58 cents. Couple for 5,000, 16,000, 8,000, 98,000, 30,000. And they're coming in. Dow futures are up 1.7. S&P are up 2.14. And NASDAQ are up 3.04. Brig has $4. Nice. Alright, wait. Let me catch up to you guys. Muln mixed deal. Yeah. IWM will lead the way. I think that the small and mid caps are going to come up as well. So I agree with you. Long dated. And yeah, if I have, most of my options are long dated. Most of them. Not all of them, but some, like, a nice little chunk. I did pull a little bit from options, though. And I just started DCAing straight stock. Not everywhere, like I said, but in some places. I've also DCA'd fucking options. Like on Carvana. Carvana kept sliding, and I just kept buying fucking more options on them. And kept levering up and levering up. And I was starting to think that it was a bad idea. But, I mean, this print is feeling pretty nice. It's ballsy as fuck going into a data print. It is what it is, man. Yeah, I actually had to close my businesses down. And then I started trading full-time, like, a year ago at this point. No, longer than that. I was trading, like, longer before that, but I wasn't doing it full-time. I started doing it full-time, like, a year and a half ago. 2 years ago. But I've been trading since I was in high school, so. It's always been there, I just haven't really stuck to it. But I think I'm going to stick to it this time. QQ is up 11.4. Futures on the Qs are up 3.5. We need to sustain that. Sean's trying to get you killed? What do you mean? Ah, dude, that's sweet. Thanks, man. Thank you. MLGO, you're saying? Microalgo? What the fuck is microalgo? Sounds like something that I should have. My god. Is it a completed SPAC? Yeah, it is. Every day, all day since you found me. Yeah. I appreciate you guys for hanging out. What is up, Mike? How you doing? It's SFT, come on. Guys, low-key, SFT might be a banger. It might just be a fucking banger. So far, that's looking like a nice trade. 41.75 on Boyle. Tap 42, coming down. tblt 231. Low volume though. I'm in Boyle. I don't know how many of us are in Boyle, but I'm in it. Oh, God. Alright, I thought I did sneeze. CPI posts smallest monthly increase in more than a year. Qs are at 296.5. You missed the interview with Charles Payne. What are my thoughts? Until I see like price action go, or offers come in, or something, I'm not really. I'm trying to remain indifferent. And I don't want to go ahead and I don't want to like weigh like how I feel based off something that I can't change. I don't know if that makes sense, but I just don't want to. If I can't do anything about it, there's no reason to be upset about it, or happy about it. Like, it is what it is. You know what I mean? So like, that's old money. I think you said that yesterday, right? Like, it's old money. There's no reason to stress it. I mean, it's definitely good though that it's getting attention that like it is already. Like, it just happened on fucking Friday. You know what I mean? So that's a good thing. But I'm not gonna let it dictate how I feel. $4.13 is the C word. Fib. About to pop this. Wait until the 10-day rule is brought up to the judge. See, I'm just wondering if they're gonna go ahead and try to pull the oh, we were doing it to protect retail investors, and then have the judge get blinded by that. You know what I mean? So like, I just really don't want to count my chickens, and I don't want to get upset about it. I don't want to get happy about it. Like, I'm on to next money. It is what it is. It's chilling there. Now I focus on next money. It provided awareness to viewers that in itself can end up being a good thing. I agree. The days of all the crap being covered up need to end. The laws are the laws. I understand that, but they also have a law that says that they could go ahead and they could do whatever it takes basically to go ahead and help like protect retail investors. They might try to go ahead and like use that as an excuse as to why they did it. Now keep in mind though, like with the settlements though, in theory, completely in theory, like if you bought after like the date that you had to have it by, technically one could go ahead and say that buying that stock had no underlying value. So after you bought it, it had no underlying value because you would have bought it after that date. Now I don't really understand how they were expecting people to cover though. Going into that, that's where I'm a little bit fucked up. However, I could understand where they might try to say that they were trying to protect retail investors just because of that like the value would be like zero. And I'm not saying that the company's worth zero. I'm just saying that the shares after settlement would be extinct. Yeah, I know. But see, also the thing that I'm also like noticing though is like you would have had to buy to cover anyway. You know what I mean? So it should have been open. I do understand though why they did it, which I'm sure a lot of people don't want to hear, but I don't know. It truly is It truly is fucking out there. It was a wild one, and as I was saying, that is by far the most complicated play on Wall Street. Cup. What are we doing here? And everyone who did buy didn't sell and should all have an expert. Exactly. So I'm chilling. Issuers must provide notice at least 10 days prior. Okay. Now Alan brings up a good point though, and he has the rule fucking numbers to prove it. About a 10-day rule. I don't know. By far the most complicated play that I've seen on Wall Street. By far. What is up, Trish? How are you? Trish is a TLP whale. Look at fucking Coinbase. Jesus. The corp action was not legal, and you believe that George knew this. Maybe his slow debt X payment more. Oh. I mean, I don't know, dude. I don't want to, go on speculating like that. Dollar strength is down to 103. Motherfuck. You're gonna make me explode. Wait, what? What H this? I don't know what you mean. I'm gonna delete this at some point. Fucking DocuSign. Rig 410. Boyle just under 42. We can pull it up real quick. We still have time. I don't know if they have any like deficiencies or anything though. Oh. Yeah, I forgot about if they had deficiencies or not. So we got to look into that real quick. How long do they have? It's usually 90 days, isn't it? I think that they have 90 days to fix it, but then you have to be, it's almost like 60 days, and you have to hold $1 for 30 days, yeah? It might be 180 days, though. Okay, I don't know. Mike, you don't have to thank me, man. I mean, I appreciate, I appreciate it. But I just feel like that's how people should have done it this entire time. Vana. I just try to be basically the, like the creator that, like, I wish I was watching when I was, when I was just watching. That about sums it up, I'd like to think. CONL. If you grabbed it when we were talking about it yesterday, congratulations. One second. 3.72 up on NASDAQ futures. $23.70 on GameStop. AMC, 642. Looking froggy though. Bro, I've been fucking busy like that for like the last year and a half. Honestly, I kind of slowed down a little bit like a month ago just because like I needed to for my own health. But yeah, I'm gonna like edge back that way at some point here, but I just don't want to burn myself out. Gonna blow up, just wait. I hope so. Invite them all to live chat on Discord. Wait, I'm sorry. Invite who? You got me really confused there, Trish. Who am I inviting? Tesla's up fucking $9 almost in pre-market. Sorry, $8.50, $8.20. Dow is up fucking 730 points right now. NASDAQ is up 456 points. Wow, 121 on Facebook. Alright, Netflix is getting to my level where I might buy another put. I don't know about today, maybe like a lotto put at this pace, if it keeps ripping like this. These are going to be a lot smaller when I'd open. These are going to get like the fucking like life sucked out of them. Was just thinking about Friday and Space Call. Oh, yeah. Why not, right? You have to align your assets the best that you can. That's the way I see it. And Allen is certainly an asset. There was like 10,000 people in that space call when I did that. Oh god, that's funny. NUWE, yeah. NUWE. NUWE. $5.84 million. Low float though. 518, almost 519. 250% short. But keep in mind, like, this is like T plus 2, so the amount of shares can be off like a small amount, but it'll read a high percentage just because of how low it is. Sorry, I'm like fucking like blind right now. Only 6,000. Only 6,000. I mean, I don't know. What do they even do? I don't know about them. Newy. Healthcare supplies. Their 52-week, though, is up to fucking 185. NUWE. SPY at 410.50. NUWE. They have, oh, never mind. I didn't say they have warrants, but they don't. That was OTC. Gap up. Whoa. Was this like a reverse split or something? Or did they just fucking jump like that out of nowhere? Then there's another gap on it? Son of a bitch. I'm not seeing a split. Or a reverse split. What the fuck? Ah, they had extension on the deficiency. Alright. Fucking Jesus, what are we doing here? This market's fucking so fucked up. But I'm enjoying it anyway. Oh, man. I have a lot of mixed feelings about this market right now. Like, when shit really does hit the fan, I think it's going to be really bad, and I'm going to be grateful. And I know I'm going to miss the volatility, but at the same time, seeing some of these stocks that are just taking off that really don't make sense taking off, it's like, eh. Like, I am enjoying it, but at the same time, it's like, we'll see. Like, I'm very, very mixed about it. CONL, congrats if you took that trade. They all said, watch this, we are going to make him so busy, he has no idea. What the fuck is up with MLGO? Do they have warrants? MLGO? No, absolutely not. Okay. I'm not taking that. I'm not going to chase that. No fucking way. It might be a, you know, it might be moonbound, but I'm not going to take it. They're already well above average volume as well. $3.5 up on Novavax. FFIE, word. Now FFIE, those I don't know if you were in here when I said it, but the warrants are exercisable at 11.50 on FFIE. RSI is cooling a little bit. Absolutely insane. 282% up. 1 second. Yeah, please like, sub, hit the bell. Let me plug in my phone quick. SWN 636, nice. 410 on rig. Yeah, I saw that. Thank you. Thank you, Alan, for the shout out. I appreciate that. I might have to throw more on Momentous at these prices. Remember, Momentous has contracts with SpaceX. Throwing that out there. Let me pull up mmat in a second. On what time frame? On the 1? I wouldn't call that a cup and handle. If anything, I'd call that like an extended double bottom, but I don't even know if I'd call it that. No, I probably wouldn't even call it that. I mean, I see a cup, but we have yet to handle. That shoulder is up way too high to call that an inverse end shoulders, though, in my opinion. Jesus Christ, DocuSign. Oops. 1 second. Look at that shit. $42 to $44-ish, and then the earnings happened. Rig looking pretty healthy right now. I don't see what it does at 431 though. Boil up 14.5, love it. 42.07. Fucking Boil. Very good trade. Very, very good trade. Oops. 545 on Volana. Y'all ever realize that that fucking guy who like creeps on me is never here whenever the market's, you know, making a bullish move? Like ever. 411.35 on SPY. It depends on price action. Right now I like it because of, you know, it's winter. It's 20 degrees here in Pennsylvania. We are in a rising energy market. Right now I like it, but if the chart leads me to, you know, feel like it's getting heavy, then I'll go ahead and just, you know, unload. I just made it like I believe it was yesterday. I didn't want to go ahead like really heavy into CPI CPI. So I did go ahead and I did make it a free play. So I mean it's free at this point. Oh, there he is. Oh no, never mind, it's not him. All right, let's see. Poof, gone, all that MLT. Yeah, that's old money though, Rambo. That's old money. You know what I mean? If you can't do anything about it, why stress it? The way I see it. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, exactly. Wait for news instead of guessing. I agree. That's like the point I'm trying to make. No, I said mine. And then Rambo said that he thinks that all the haters are right about me. Yeah, exactly. It's not gone. It just changed hands. That's what I'm trying to point out. This was a good overnight trade. TSLL up to almost 11. Boyle lost 42. Like what, Boyle? NWTN, that's up $10 since I... Never mind, I'm not even... Not even a humor it. Well, thank you, Luke. CONL up 12% overnight. But yeah, I'm struggling. Yeah, please like, sub, hit the bell. I'd appreciate it. GoCo's up at another fucking 50 cents almost. AMC. Spies at 411.50. We've hit 4 100% plays in the last week. Yeah. My only issue is I can't be in every fucking trade. That's it. I mean, I probably could, but I'd have to spread my money out, and I don't want to take money off certain things, especially at these prices. Let me ask you: were you once up on MMTLP and let it go without taking profits? If so, then shut the fuck up, respectfully. Oh god, it's funny. I like it when Rambo comes in here. It's like watching. No, that was somebody else. That was somebody else. I don't see Spy it open. Thank you very much, Trish. Yeah, I don't have access to your buy and sell button at all. MLGO's at 400%. Jesus. That's wild. Wild, wild, wild. Just shy of 18,000 on Bitcoin. Microsoft's up 4%. Amazon's up 5%. Google's up 4.6%. Tesla's up 4.4-ish. Apple's up 3.3%. And IWM is up 3.5%. I just don't know if we're going to sustain this kind of fucking boom power all day, you know what I mean? And then today might be like a mixed day. 820%, or sorry, 820 points on Dow, 124 points on S&P, and up 483 points on NASDAQ. We missed by 0.2. It was 7.1. Expected was 7.3. We missed. So bad for currencies, gonna mean, you know, typically good for stocks in this current environment. DXY was down pretty good before. Like 103s, high 103s. I mean, I would say that, yeah, well, okay. We're, all right, how about this? We're off by 0.2. Yeah. We were off by 0.2, sorry. All right, about a minute left. First of all, I'm not a financial advisor, yada, yada, yada. If I say we, I mean me. I can't go ahead and I can't, you know, make your trades for you. But make sure that you guys have a fucking trading plan, please. It could be your own trading plan, but like, well, it should be your own trading plan. But make sure that you fucking follow it. Otherwise, you're making it for no reason. Last minute, let's go. Alright, Luke, chill out, bud. It's all good. It is all good. Please like, sub, hit the bell, and let's fucking get it. Good luck to all. About 20 seconds here. And we're on. Sauce 410 on SPY. You don't have to say that twice, Rambo. Like, I took care of it. This looks fucking boom worthy. What's Bitcoin doing? Hanging out at that level. Halt on MLGO, not surprised by that. ZVSA halt. Is that halt up or down? Watch out on ZWSA warrants. Bear with me. Fuck. PGY up another 7%. AGFY up 3.5-ish. AVXL still green. Wolf up 11.8. SFT off of its pre-market high. Expression is up another 8. Tops is up 7. The fuck is it? It's too busy. What do you mean it's too busy? My E-Trade is just spitting out a code that it's too busy. What the fuck is this? Hold on a second. This is important. What the fuck is up with this shit? My E-Trade isn't working right now. Let me pull up something for you to keep you guys entertained real quick. Yeah, give me 1 second. I gotta figure out what the hell's going on with this. The fuck is that? I gotta look at something real quick, guys. Error code 942 E-Trade. No bueno. What the fuck? That has me a little off my game right this second. And please like, sub, hit the bell. RSI and SPY right now is 25. We're looking for spin right here. There we go. What the fuck is up with this shit? Bear with me, guys. Refresh. Come on, SPY. Let's get a spin. 107.8 on VRM. Come on. Let's go E-Trade. What the fuck? Out of all days to do it, you're gonna do it when the fucking market's ripping? Son of a bitch. I have to try that in a couple minutes. BBIG is up to 57.50. Mullen is up 9.3. AMC chilling at 634. Mullen starting to curl. Nasdaq futures are up 4.12. S&P are up 3.15, and Dow is up 2.43. Cosm and DBGI, word. MMT's at 137. I gotta fucking shorten this list big time. $13 to the 200. Ah, oh, sweet, it logged me the fuck in. Thank God. Alright. That's fucked up there for a minute, guys. Fucked up. Let me look at this real quick. Was it Z what? ZVSA. ZVSAW. Bear with me, guys. I'm just trying to buy some warrants here. Son of a bitch, come on. Okay. Cosm. We'll go for a ride right here. SPY is sliding back a little bit, just under 408. Mullen is up 12.4. MGTA. Like the car? Or another FDA play. I'll take a look at it real quick. I don't know enough about it, and it's already up 35%. If I knew something about it, maybe, but I don't know. I feel like it'd be chasing for me. I mean, if you know something about it, you know, I mean, it's your money. Go for it, man. If you're feeling it. I just, yeah, I'm already like spread thin. I gotta like focus on my my execution. FFIE up 33%. tblt warrants up 20%. Nice. I do have some of those. SMMT is up like 7% as well. Boyle 41.32. tblt light volume. NWTN is up to 12.79. Vana is up 9.7. GoCo's up another 3.6. Nasdaq's coming to 4% up. 393 right into second. Fuck, I forgot to look at NMDM for somebody yesterday. $1 what? You got a January $1 for FFIE. All right. NCPL. 25 times average volume. Holy shit. Okay. You said NCPL. Net capital. Okay. All right. Diversified financial, it sounds like. My God. My fucking God. 250% turnover. Watch out that that's not a double top. We've been seeing a lot of double tops recently. Not saying it will be, but heads up on it. It is under the 200 though, so it could spin on a low RSI. FFIE is above average volume. Turnover isn't that bad though. Heads up on the warrants on this. You know what? Actually, the warrants might be like a longer play. Just because they're not exercisable to 1150. I mean, it doesn't have to get to 1150 before you could sell it, but it'll have like less attention on it. Comms is up almost 5%. Cosm, just under pivot. Snap to 1010. AMC about 630, GME 2329, Big 5882, muln 1166. A little yup. Where's my handle though? CNXA down to the load zone. Fuck. Do I wanna? I do like that acquisition that they just made. Halted again on ZVSA. Was that fucking 2 halts already? 2 halts on low turnover. Above average volume as well. I might throw into this. Bear with me, guys. Hurry up, come on. 410 up on NASDAQ. 103 up on S&P, and Dow's up 641 points already. Bye, thank you. Button. Oops. Yeah, I just bought some CNXA. Very small amount though. FFIE heads up. 8%. SFT is now red. I know a lot of people are in SoFi. That's up 6.5. SMMT is up 6. TSLL up 5. DXY down to 103.74. I want to see that keep sliding. Harnaz is up 9.4. I know that you took that, Mike. Good trade. Comms. Remember that comms is a preferred, though. I haven't really seen it fucking, like, moving in a way that it could hurt the underlying. But just know it's there. $12.99 on NWTN. High Dex is up 9%. Vana. Yeah, please like, sub, hit the bell. It should have been. On my screen, though, I'm seeing TLP still on E-Trade. Novavax. Let's fucking go, guys. Let's go. Oh, man. Let's fucking do it. Remember that this does have gaps as well. TE took yours. SOXL says RP. NCPL it's doing it. That was a good mention. Definitely a good mention. ZVSA is unhalted. SOXL, where are you, fucker? Arnaz, 10.8 up. tblt, 4% up. NWTN has 13. GoCo up 5.7. Sava pretty much on 21 cents up. AI and IoT hanging in there. DWAC and DWAC-W are up. I'm not playing that though. I think it got significantly harder after Elon bought Twitter, excuse me. MVST, it's a nice hit. I like that under 2. GWH is up 8.5 as well. VRM 106.5, ADN's up 6%, SPY just under 409. AMC's at 631. Nile up 7. FI has a catalyst coming from the company. What is the catalyst supposed to be? Now you have to be intrigued. Is it like a mystery? Because that's kind of what it sounds like. Bitcoin lost 17.9. MNTS up to 106.5. Tesla 174. I might be looking to buy a put here soon. Just as a hedge. I want to see if the market slows down though or not. Double bottom off the pivot on Tesla. Low turnover on muln, putting in some volume though. 59 cents on big. Global Investor Business Day on the 15th. Word. Remember, the SEC has a closed meeting on the 15th as well. That's been scheduled for a while, but it's a closed door meeting. MLG, that's ridiculous. Coinbase is up 5.6. Did I get some muln? I have a shit ton of muln. I did not right there. Halted again. This is the third halt on ZVSA. Only 12% turnover on this. Turnover on NCPL is about 350. I did buy some of this though. It's a micro cap, micro float. And they just made an acquisition. I just don't like chasing things. I like being in something before it rips. Those high momentum plays, though, I'm not throwing that much money at them. Like I'm just throwing it on and just rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. $230 on tblt. Low turnover. I bought CNXA. Yep. Now, please don't take that trade just because I said that I took it. Because it's absolutely fucking speculative. It's speculative as hell. GoCo is just under 17. GSAT 161. I believe GSAT's area was like 180, right? I feel like it held up pretty well around 180. GSAT might be a banger. I'm gonna have to get money back on that at some point. MLGO halted again. NCPL 310. What is muln doing? Ooh, yeah. We have to clear this. If we don't clear this, this might be a sideways day. And that's not coming from me. That's coming from one of the subs here. He actually used to own a hedge fund. He was telling me that he's noticed a trend that pre-market highs, if it doesn't clear pre-market high, it's kind of getting beat on for the rest of the day. And it's not just muln, it's like a couple equities he was noticing that on. So I kind of want to proof check that. Hopefully not on muln, but we'll see. Someone got fucked this morning on Express. Hold on one second. I'm not even trading Express. I have good money on muln though. What is up, Lion? How are you? Again, please like, sub, hit the bell if you've not already. Totally helps me, and it is absolutely fucking free. Bust this. Come on. Hope Biden dumps this spot. I don't. It's a little bit weak to like 381-ish. Maybe 380. I don't want to see those levels again. We certainly could. I'm not doubting that at all, but yeah. GSAT 5G. Yeah, yeah, I know. It was coming down though, so I traded out of it a little while ago, and I have to trade back into it. muln. It's right there. Trying to avoid double top. Push, 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 push. 409.85 on SPY. muln's eating walls. Beautiful. Trying to grab 410 on SPY. ETH is just off 17.9. Or, sorry, I wish it was 17.9. Bitcoin is just off 17.9. ETH is at 13.34 right now. Go ahead, muln. Alright, so we should clear his hypothesis. So I'm not really worried about that anymore. NASDAQ is up 3.86%. S&P is up 2.65%. And Dow is up 1.69%. muln. Very good. Come on. 409.60 on SPY. ZVSA is live again. Going for 23 cents. GEVO has $2. SMMT, for whoever asked before, is up 10.3-ish. DocuSign at 57.90-ish. Mike, you have RNAS up 11.5. Tops 3.6, almost 3.7. Comms up 6.4. Boyle 41.5. tblt pretty much unch. Here's my Ivana, only 522. muln's fucking doing it right now. It is putting in work. AMD's all the way up to 74.69. That was fighting for 70 the other day. Novavax 10.5 up, about 18. Goev has 17. Sava's now down. IoT and AI still up, modestly. Turnover is only 6.2. It's not bad. $627 on AMC, 23.18 on GME, 58.20 on Big, VRM 106, ADN 201, SPY 409.10. Still missing 17.9 on Bitcoin. Again, please like, sub, hit the bell if you've not already. Absolutely free to help me out. Took it SPY quick. Down to VWAP. Come on. 13.5-ish. I'm on. SPY 408.5. Bitcoin slowly retreating here. Never mind. It looks like it's consolidating on the 48. Almost 59 cents on big. 58.99. 58.18. Qs have 295. Tesla sliding. Fuck. Fuck. I'm sitting here like running that in my head if I want to do it or not. I don't know. You know what? How much are the shorter ones? What am I? Blow up in my fucking face though. Muln 16.5 up. 2305 on GME, 624 on AMC. FINRA fraud trending on Twitter. Yeah, BBIG blocks. One second, I accidentally brought that screen down when I was having an E-Trade fuck up. Yeah, blocks on BBIG at 59 cents. Someone just bought 31,600 shares at 58 cents. Yeah, in 1 hour it was trending. That was pretty funny. MLGO is halted again. Off of its highs on NCPL. CNXA coming up to 2. DBGI is up 1.5. APE is up 2.2. SMMT up 7.8. Pound still holding on to 124. And dollar strength is under 104 as well. PHVS at 4%. Com's up 8. Cosm down 6.2. Boyle has 42. Beautiful. Again, please like, sub, hit the bell. As soon as I get like enough, I'll stop saying that over and over again. So we have that to look forward to. Views up another fucking 10%. Novavax lost 18. More BBIG block. Someone just bought another 37,614 shares. Sorry, 34 shares. And another 19,136. That's all the way down at 57 cents though. Muln, 6.8% turnover. Good volume though today. Consolidating on this 48 as well as this trend line. Coming down to the 200 on SPY. This is a descending channel, it looks like. Take your time, man. 22.81 on GameStop, 6.20 on AMC. Mullen 22.43. VIX is down to 21.92. That closed yesterday at 25. BBIG, another block at 58 cents. Tesla's down almost 2%, 1.5%. Microsoft is 1% off of its high earlier. Blackstone, it's doing it. 85.5 right now. That was like 80 yesterday. Might have hit 79 actually. SPY with a candle. Tesla 52-week low, yeah. Trying to think what I want to sell. I might buy TSLL. Pound, trying to hang on to 124. Boyle 42.5. tblt is now down. Vaughn at 517. Well off its size. CONL up 4.73. Alright. 618 on AMC. SPY is getting a nice little boost here though. Ken Griffin suing the IRS. Okay. Interesting. SBF charges unsealed. They are throwing the book at him. Good. I mean, he's probably just going to end up in like a rich person's jail where it's like a fucking, you know, like a vacation. But it is what it is. Better than nothing. CNXA is up. Word. This is halted for like the third time as well. Yeah, it's still down 14%. What is up, Bitcoin? Which way are we going? Bitcoin just fucking consolidating. SOXL. SOXL. Fuck. I have it on this list here. I don't want to move it. You know, fuck it. I just will. No big deal. SOXL. You know what? I'll actually throw it on the MMTLP so I don't get it twisted. double bottom. It doesn't have to be perfect. It could just be fucking really, really close. If it's like a little bit above this, like the front one, then you call it a shortened double bottom. And if it's lower, then it's technically an extended double bottom. So yeah, that's damn close to a double bottom for sure. Carvana coming back up above the 2, trying to at least. SPY 407.90. Like, see, I'd consider that what's called an extended double bottom. I mean, or a cup and handle right here. Either way, it's bullish. $17,850 on Bitcoin. MNTS is holding a buck. Tesla went green again. If you think that this is gonna, go through the roof, TSLL might be worth looking at. Qs are 294.5. Futures on the Nasdaq are up 3.4. S&P is up 2.4, and Dow is up 1.58. So consolidating or what? Bitcoin's consolidating nice though right here. Just throwing that out there. 47.95 on SPY. A lot of you guys are probably wondering why I keep fucking talking about Bitcoin and ETH. They're the most liquid things to trade right this second. And it's kind of fucked up, but a lot of companies that have them on their balance sheets. So if the underlying that they have on their balance sheet goes up in value, then they could trade on more margin. In theory, of course. Meta is up 6.5. That's Facebook, not... Yeah, you guys get it. BlackRock's up almost $30 today. SOXL is at 14.5. I think we're going to get some juice. SPY's just moving down too slowly. I could be wrong about that, but we'll see. ZVSA is down to 11 bucks. JoJo's down 27.5. Sint is up 3.6. Remember though that Sint, they have that deficiency in like the potential for a reverse split as well coming up. So heads up on that. Cosm is down 5.5. Oil 42.5. Backed just under 170. tblt is down 5 cents. Vana 5.16. Starry 5% up off of its highs in pre-market. View is up another 12 too. Novavax is up almost 12%. 1832 on Novavax. Oh, you know what? Where are the Novavax gaps? Hold on a second. There are gaps on Novavax's chart. What the fuck is it? Where the fuck are you? Jesus. There you are. So we have gaps in front of us on Novavax. Little tiny gap right here at right around 24.5 to $5 ish. It filled on like late volume, but and it didn't all the way fill. It got most of it, I should say. Larger gap here at $43 though. 43 all the way up to what, 57? I put 55 here just as like a, you know, we'll see kind of thing. Remember, they did just get good news as well. You think Liverpool? You just looked up TLP on your charting and said it doesn't exist. Yeah, well, yeah, because it switched over to NextBridge. Now on my screen here, I'm seeing TLP. I'm just not touching it. That's it. Old money. The U.S. also indicted SBF of campaign finance violations. Oh, that's interesting. This is a nice little double bottom on the R3. Whoever called out TV yesterday, how much are they up? Now that you say that. That express call I was telling you about this morning, bid ask is going 2 to 3 cents. Someone offloaded 37 contracts for $249. God damn. Wow. That hurts. I feel bad for that person already. Yeah, FFIE about 41.5. I want to see what happens here on SPY. Like, this is the most important thing. Are we gonna fall through, or are we gonna, you know, bounce up off this? your daily P&L showed up 6,000%. Nice. With this one. FIE 43. I mean, SPY is double bottoming right now. Hopefully we could, you know, hold on to this. 43.2 on FFIE. Ape 3.16 up. Wait, what's CNXA doing? That's just chilling. I might throw more money on SFT as well. CNXA is sliding, 18.8 down. Mullen 15.7 up. Rig bounce off the 2. Word. Bitcoin just lost 17.8. And we just lost my my resistance line, or my support line, excuse me. On ETH. Still trying here on SPY. Big candles at 57 cents, 58 cents. Oh, not candles, sorry, blocks. Dow futures are up 482 points, or 1.4%. S&P is up 91.5, or 2.2. And NASDAQ is up 374, or 3.16. Mullen Form 4. Acquired 100,000 shares. I mean, that's pretty bullish. SPY just tapped below the 200. Uh-oh. Heads up. Recovery. I think we would have fucking dropped really hot right there if we were going to do it. Come on. MNTS is 7.2 up. Uh-oh. Hope I didn't speak too soon there. Bitcoin's 1777. Excuse me, 770. My bad. 1328 on ETH. VIX is 2212. UVXY is down to 713. Uh-oh. Slide. Heads up. Yep. Wait, you said pivot. Pivot's down here, bro. It's not down to pivot. $12.36 on ZVSA. The warrants are up fucking 71.3 on FFIE. Trying to put our foot in the dirt here on SPY. Yesterday's trigger, word. Yeah, you fucked me up there. No big deal. RNAS is back to 11.5 up. Comms is up 7.4. Cosm is off of its lows, 4.8 down. Boyle 42.33. NWTN 12.90. LIDAR 93 cents. Havana 507. View 10.8 up. SPY, ouch. 18.14 on Novavax. GoCo at 17. EV goes at 5.59. I might have to pull the trigger there. ADN just lost $2. 606 on AMC. GME is down 8 cents. Mullen 21.90. Give me 1 second. My phone's going off. MLGO to the 100. Word. Can I ask Alan? Well, hold on a second. Can I ask Alan if anyone he knows is in direct connection to John Berta or the best representative to speak about this. I think I got this moving with what we talked about last night, but I don't think it should be. Alan, you don't have a connection that I don't know about, right? I don't think he does, bro. I'm sure that you're in here. The U.S. also indicted SBF of campaign finance violation. Yeah, you said that. U.S. expected to announce major nuclear fusion energy breakthrough. Okay. Yeah, let's not fuck around with nuclear stuff if we don't have to. I don't know. Nuclear energy is something that I really don't want to fuck around with while Biden's in office. At the same time, though, we can't afford to, be late on that. MLGO is halted again. Coinbase is well off of its highs from earlier. SFT is pretty much onch. Boyle says 42. Just off the 200 on the 4 hour as well. All the EMAs are in line on the 30 though. The hour. On the hour, the 48's going to the 200 right now. Just under 22 cents on muln. SPY 405.40. 56 cents on big. A little cup and handle setup as well on muln. Still falling on SPY. Trying to push right here. There are rumors that XRP is going to come to a settlement, and they're going to talk about it during that closed meeting on the 15th. But that's very, very speculative. Very, very speculative. And it's just off rumors. A 30.5 RSI right now on SPY. Penny stock OpGen surges after UTI panel test meets primary goal in clinical trial work. What's their ticker? Yeah, but what's their ticker? I'll just type it in. OPGN. Holy God. Wow. 212%. Bear with me, guys. Come on, hurry up. This is 1.5 times Tesla. I wish this would fucking be quicker. 969 on TSLO. Alright, I was able to make an entry. Beautiful. BBIG reversing. Back to the 2. Word. $0.57. It'd be pretty sweet if I just fucking bottom tick that. AMC 607, GME 2245, Big 57 as mentioned, 2122 on muln, 27, excuse me, 103 on VRM, ADN still under 2, Tesla looking like she wants to spin. And we know because of the weightage, guys, usually that'll shift the entire indice if it's, you know, really, really ripping. $148, 10-ish on Apple. Microsoft still has 3, Amazon has 3, Google has 5.3, Netflix, good thing I didn't buy that put. Up to 331, 5.3 up. 5.9 up on Facebook. I have to get into fucking MindMed at some point too. We'll get back into it, I should say. OPGN off of its highs. FFIE up 32.5. SMMT is rolling. This little shot up there. All the EMAs are in line, it looks like. $133 on mmat. Rig lost 4. 42.5 on Boyle. Cup. We need a handle or no? 542 on GBTG. Vana still at 505. Snap is up to 977 though. CONL 618. Novavax lost 18, still up 8% though. AI and IoT still up. Boyle trying to hold on at 42.5. slowing down a little bit. Market is slowing down a bit. $405.67 on SPY. MLGO down to 24.48. Yeah. Trying to jump up from under this 200. Bitcoin 17,780. ETH 1326, almost 1327. BBIG blocks at 57 cents. Dow is up 0.8 off of its highs. S&P is up 1.6, and Nasdaq is up 300 points at 2.5%. BBIG 57.20. AMC sliding down to around $6. Trying to get a handle here on SPY. MNTS is back under $1. Q's 292. Maybe like a descending wedge. I'm just gonna fucking draw it. Screw it. Just under 163 on Tesla. Apple's at 147.5. IWM 182.75. Bitcoin 17,764. SPY back down to 404.50. Sub $6 on AMC again. Shanghai Special, OG. Bitcoin sliding. We need that to hold at the 2. SPY just lost 404. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Pivotal right here. Onion Global co-founding partner Mio Ho named to Fortune China's 2022 most powerful rising businesswomen. Okay. I have no idea what that business does though, so like I just gotta stay focused on buying business models. That's what I want to do. Tesla, trying to break the downtrend, it looks like. Heads up on TSLL. Heads up on Tesla. Biting on the hot mic. Oh, fuck. Let me get that up for everyone. 1 second. Oh, it's about inflation too. Started 54 minutes ago, but we're still waiting on him. Like, I understand, you know, they're busy and all that shit, but, like, is it just me, or does he take a lot longer than, you know, other presidents have? I just feel like we're always fucking waiting on him. Yo.
What's up?
What's up with you? 58 on DocuSign. Right there. Thanks. Tesla, go ahead.
Do you have Easy Pass?
I haven't used it in forever, but I have one. Why? 404.5 on SPY. VIX 22.5. SMMT, word. Word. Thank you. 17 up, yep. Ape is only 2% up. We have $6 back on AMC. SPY 404.30ish. Bitcoin 17,760. SMMT bearish engulf. Mullen 21.5. BBIG is back down to 55.7. SPY, a little bit of a push. Rig back to 4, beautiful.
Alright, I'll see you.
Alright, later, boss. You have a good one.
You too.
$164 on Tesla. Apple has 147.30ish. Ooh, Coinbase is down now. CNXA slid a little bit further. That's a micro cap and a micro float, and they just made an acquisition. You're jumping into food plays and a couple of oil. I like rig and SWN as far as oil plays go. As far as food goes, that's not really a sector that I'm like focusing on all that much. I'm trying to focus like mostly on energy and technology. And then I do have a good amount of tblt as well. tblt is more of like a consumer discretionary, I guess. I have some Novavax and some T2. I think that those are my only FDA plays that aren't like momentum plays. CNXA, nope. 405 back on SPY. 405.10 to be precise. Good biz setup and partnerships oversold as fuck. JZXN filled the gap down. Yeah, but that's a Shanghai special. I'm not really trying to fuck with that. Just shy of 56 on big. ETH, are we dropped down? Yeah, we're well below my resistance line, or support line, excuse me. SPY's looking like it's trying to spin back up. Back to the 48 on Bitcoin. Bounce up to 2. Heads up. 48's coming down on the 200 right now in SPY. Mullen still has 11.9 up. Off of its highs though, obviously. VGFC. Look at fucking OpGen. Jesus, what's the cap like on OPGN? OPGN. $6.7 for cap. Float is 48.2 million shares, approximately. About 19% for utilization. Not much short interest. MLGO halted again. FFIE off of its highs. AVXL 850. SMMT about 15% up, 14.5. MMat 136. And Matt looks like she's trying now. Low turnover. Oh, here he is.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody.
What the fuck is this?
We are very thrilled to have our
press
National Security
briefing.
Advisor,
What the
Jake
fuck?
Sullivan, with us
I must have
today.
missed that Biden thing. It went right into what's her face? The secretary, press secretary. Comms is up 6 and cosm is down 7.6. Heads up on VRM, guys. VRM and SFT. They have now. VRM has liabilities. I understand that. I just really, really like that fucking sector. AMC 602. GME is. It's almost lunch. 40440 on SPY. FLNC. What the fuck is FLNC? Moderna is up fucking 22.5. What's Labu right now? LABU. SOXL is at 1380-ish. SOXL, or excuse me, LABU is under 7. Looking for some support here. Just lost 404. Just under $6 on AMC. Oh, you said FLNC, that's right. Ow. FLNC. Ooh, energy company. All right. Did they beat on earnings? Is that why it's running? Ooh, interesting. So battery packs. They missed, though, on their earnings yesterday. So they missed, but they put out news that they're going to do battery packs. And LGO halted again. PGY, just under 70 cents. SMMT 15 up. $41.70 on Boyle. Oh wait, what's Vana at? IoT and AI staying about 1% up. Vana is at 488. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. 56 cents on Big. Back to pivot though. 48's coming back down through the 200. That's not fucking great. 485 on SPY. Agri and mmat. Let me look at mmat real quick. I'm sure more people are in mmat than Agri. That's been on my list for a while, but I'm not in it right this second. SMMT 16% up. mmat 136.5. Low turnover though. 1% turnover. 1.15 to be precise. I mean, you could call that an inverse head and shoulders. I mean, it's close enough. Or a cup and handle, whatever the hell you want to do. Let's get the 3. More like a yup and handle. Dollar strength coming back to 104. No bueno. I would really like to bounce up off this. Pound is trying to get strength off the 2. Tops 140. SWN is 620, 619, we'll call it. TBLT is back down 3%. AMC hanging out right under 6. Big under 56 now. Mullen 21.5-ish. Looking for a jump. $5 for 50-cent calls. One second, guys. Sorry. 440. Breaking the downtrend, it looks like. The Qs. I already drew that on the Qs. So busted my my descending wedge. VIX 22.6. UVXY is back up to 733. Bitcoin getting nice and tight here. I know you guys don't want to watch Bitcoin. I'm well aware. Just lost 404 on SPY. And match jumped. Word. Again, please like, sub, hit the bell. Absolutely free, and it totally helps me out. mmat, where are you at? BXRX is down 12.8. mmat 137.1. We want to pound some volume above the 2. 13's coming up on the 2 right now. $41.7 on Boyle. 89 cents on LIDAR. I really like LIDAR. 0.14% for turnover. Vana 484. 465 on SPY. SmackD's coming back up. RSI's at 47. Ooh, big chillin', guys. Big chillin'. Someone just grabbed 96,000 shares of CNXite word. Thank you. Still down, though. 22% down on CNXA. Sub 20 cents on CNXA. Good volume on her. 14.2 for turnover. AGFY is down to 83 and a half. I still have not had my contracts switched over. Like, they didn't adjust yet. SFT, above average volume, about twice the average volume, and low turnover, 0.73 for turnover on SFT. RSI on it is 25.8 as well. $470 on SPY. Pushing. BBIG down to 55.3. Mullen just lost 10% up. It still has 9.74. AMC back above 6. At 6. Bitcoin doing? Are we still tight? Yep. Getting tighter and tighter on Bitcoin. Bitcoin's trying with an up. RSI is still 48.2. Pop that. They're slapping the ass right now. $5.96 on AMC. On Sean AMC. SPY is fucking trying. Here we go. EMAs are on top of each other. And VWAP is right there in the middle, too. Mullen has 10.5 up. Heading out to lunch. Word. Enjoy. Bitcoin. Trying to push volume above the 48 here. Tesla looks ready to fucking pop. 43.7 on RSI. Can you just swing that MACD back up? Checking out for a while. Word. All right, later, man. $5.96 on Amy. 22.40-ish on GME. Hanging out at pivot here on BBIG. Consolidating on Mullen as well. A lot of consolidation going on. A lot of consolidation. Netflix 327.20. Ooh. I ignore these when they engulf. Just for anybody new. Qs. 48 is through the 200. Nasdaq futures are up 2.36. S&P is up 1.5, and Dow is up 0.72. Heads up on TSLL if this starts to go. TQQ at 23-ish. Bitcoin still consolidating at the 48. For 470 on SPY. 594 on AMC. $103.5 on VRM. It's 11:05. I expect to figure out like which way the whole market wants to go by noon. Wednesday. So tomorrow we have the year-over-year CPI for England. Crude oil tomorrow. FOMC tomorrow. England has their policy on Thursday. We have our retail sales month over month as well tomorrow, as well as Core and Empire State. Flash services PMI on Friday. We're gonna have data all fucking week here. MNTS is under $1. Remember, they have a deal with SpaceX, guys. That's why I'm into them. FTX trial getting spicy. Do you want to listen to it? We could listen to it. Give me 1 second. FTX hearing. Bear with me, guys.
The SEC or the IRS, and we're fully cooperative to them. Anything that would aid in their investigation, it would be available to them.
591 on
Do you think
AMC.
it would be pertinent for this committee to be able to receive that IRS information going back so that we would make a determination about whether proper utilization of oversight was being done?
We certainly, we want to be cooperative with the committee as well, and we can certainly work with staff to address what you might need.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver,
Big is pretty much
who's
on.
also the chair of the Subcommittee on Housing, Community Development, and Insurance, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mullen,
Mr. Ray, thank you so
2123.
kindly for being here today. Have you read the full testimony that was planned by
My screen is. Can you refresh?
guest?
I have not read his full testimony. Some pieces of it have been relayed to me, but I've not read it. I've not read one word of it, actually.
Yeah, I don't know him personally and probably don't want to, but his testimony is so
Double tap.
disrespectful. I mean, there's not a person up here who would like to show this to their children in line 2 of this.
Is it still blurry, Jimbo? Have you refreshed or no?
He says, and I quote, "I would like to start out by formally stating under oath." And I can't even say it publicly. The next 2 words, absolutely insulting. This
138.2 on
happens in the
mmat.
United States. And
Well
I'd
above
like to
an
submit
ACD.
this, Madam Chair, for the record.
Without objection, if you're inserting that into the record.
That mat looks
Without
jumpy.
objection, such is the order.
I want to follow up on what Mr. Sessions, on the discussion Mr. Sessions was having with you on this, the issue. And if you are required, we have one requirement that you are supposed to submit to each customer and the IRS the form 109B.
Rig
Right.
401.
Yes,
What else are you required to do?
Oil, just under 42.
I'd have to defer to the tax folks. They're experts in that field, and I'm sure they'll do a thorough review of what should have been submitted.
Will you up and handle maybe?
No, I'm what do you know now that you are supposed to submit other than the 109B
Oh, shit.
to every customer and to the Internal Revenue Service?
I don't know personally at this point, what was required to be submitted. That's part of our review with our independent accountants.
Well, could you expand
Ape
or
sideways.
maybe even update us on the extent of the poor controls in the
CNXA,
areas
you're saying?
previously identified in your November 17th declaration?
Whew.
It's it's an extensive list. It really crosses the entire.
2 times average volume on CNXA. Remember, they
lack of
did just go ahead and make an
bank
acquisition
accounts.
as well.
Hundreds of bank accounts.
PGY, super trend
all
up.
over the world. Lack of just a complete list of employees and their functions by group or name. extensive use of, independent contractors as opposed to employees.
There's nothing wrong with that part.
Lack of insurance that you normally would see in certain businesses, either inadequate insurance or complete gaps in insurance. For example, the Alameda silo had no insurance whatsoever.
Isn't what their job? I'm sorry.
So those are, the list goes on and on. We could spend all day on that.
482 on Vana.
Yeah, we have time, but
Novavax 1719.
I wonder if you would support a resolution that I've been thinking about.
Your Agri that you called out before is up 7.7.
Changing the name of cryptocurrency to creepy dough currency. I'm
4480 on SPY.
I think it's an appropriate name. I just wanted to know whether you would support changing it to creepy dough.
I'll leave that skill set to the committee.
All right.
SPY looks like she wants to go. Off the bottoms.
Thank you. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
MACD coming up as well.
Mr.
RSI
Ray,
is
it's been reported
52.8.
that FTX couldn't get a bank account for some time. As a result, FTX used Alameda Research's bank accounts. Does this raise any red flags for you? The fact they couldn't find a way
Q's
to
trying to
bank
twist up
account?
right now. Through
Well,
the
there's a few
48.
red flags,
Coming up to
obviously.
2.
The bank situation should have been a real
Snap is
flag,
popping.
for
Word.
someone being
I have
asked to
calls on
deposit
Snap. Hold
money
on.
into an account that was not the exchange account. Certainly should have been a red flag for customers.
Is Alameda a U.S. chartered bank or is it offshore?
I have January calls on
Or the
Snap.
bank that they were using?
January
I should say.
23
It's really not a bank per se. It's just most of the entities.
Q shot up to the 2s.
in the structure are they're just unregulated entities.
So it's just an entity that passes through money. It's a hedge fund that does things. It doesn't have a bank account per se
Oh, it has bank accounts, absolutely.
in the U.S.
Ooh.
Yes.
Okay, so
Well, shit.
here we have a company that's offshore. It can't get a bank account offshore. It has to come into the U.S. to be able to do its banking business. In other words, and the important part of this
Go ahead.
comment is that in order
Remember,
for
they
these
have
companies
news
to
with,
exist, they've got to be
was it
able to
Amazon?
change their digital
They came
assets
to
into
fucking
hard
deal with?
U.S. dollars at some point. So they need a bank account.
For
So
smart
they
glasses?
needed Alameda to be able to do that. Is that roughly correct?
Any of the silos had in bank accounts. That certainly is
5784 on big.
Separate bank accounts do exist.
405.5 on
The
SPY.
issue here for us is that money was transferred
Here we
from
go.
one account to the other,
Pushing VWAP right now.
seemingly without limit. That is the issue.
Okay, you talked about the accounting
AMC
issues.
trying.
It's interesting from the standpoint that we're talking today about a problem with these cryptocurrency firms, with securities firms, and we can't have an accounting
17.8 on
system that
Bitcoin.
actually works. This should be a really
13's
big
through
red
the
flag for
48.
all of us.
24 is coming through the 48 right now.
Services world with regards to the Chinese investments that we're making, and we're not able to get accounting information on those firms. What
Getting
else is going
rejected
with
on
those
SPY
firms?
at the 2.
Similar to what the debacle is that we have here with FTX.
In between the
Just a
2 and the
sideline
VWAP.
comment. One of the questions I've got is with regards to the Farmington State Bank. This is an investment that Alameda made into, and it's a little bitty bank according
Go
to
ahead.
the New York Times article. State of Washington, 26th smallest bank out of 4,800 in the country. They bought it in 2020.
On the
Had net
VWAP in
worth of
between the 48 and the
5.7 million,
2.
and they dropped 11.5 million in for a percentage of the ownership. Do you know off the top of your head what the percentage of ownership was in that bank that they purchased?
I believe that
VIX is at
ownership is
22.6.
10%, but I can
Okay, that's what I've heard too. So therefore, they paid 20 times book, which is off the charts outrageous. So it should be a
I might
red
buy
flag
some
all over the
hedges.
place. Yet they were able to purchase that, even though it's a minority interest, but 20 times book. FDIC allowed that to happen. They changed names to Moonstone Bank. And since then, they've 4 separate accounts have dropped to roughly 71 million. Again, according to FDIC data and according to this article. Have you looked at
Ooh,
this
a lot of
relationship at
BBIG
all
blocks
yet?
coming
See
through.
what's
Holy
going
shit.
on here and whether there's any
A lot of BBIG blocks. Heads up.
We are looking at it. It certainly is one of the things that came to our attention fairly quickly. We're looking at
A lot of fucking BBIG blocks, and they're slapping the ass too.
the FTX group to that bank. And we're looking
25,000
at
blocks,
connections,
10,000, 16,
to the
20,
moms.
20, 20, 17, 8, 5.
Is it, the way
5,
this all
18.
transacted here, is this common, by the way, that
Lot.
they purchase businesses and dump excessive amounts of money based on
SPY 4 or 532.
the fact they had it, whether it was a good investment or not, and all these different companies? I mean, this
Going for
looks like they're
17.8
doing
on
excessive
Bitcoin.
investment to actually go out and buy a bank to be able to do something with it, stuff it full of money. So, I don't know, is there money laundering going on here? Is there some missing dollars? Is somebody stuffing away something in their
Bitcoin,
back pocket to be able to at some
17.8.
point down the road take off with it? Is that what's going on here? I mean, it begs a lot of questions here when you see this kind of activity.
Clear
Well,
break
there's
at
a
the
lot more
bottom,
questions than
sideways,
answers,
getting strength
and
up
certainly
too.
it's highly irregular, and that's what's gotten our attention.
Chilling, chilling, chilling.
Well, I thank you for your comments this morning, and it's concerning when you see this sort of lack of accounting. You see
Qs.
somebody dealing in this
Just
sort
an
of
review up still?
level of money, and there's lots of different companies where money shifts back and forth, and you wonder by living offshore in the Bahamas if there's not some faraway bank account that's being
ETH.
stuffed with money we'll never ever find.
Also trying.
I hope you do your job and do it well, Mr. Ray. Thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you.
58.7 on
The
big.
gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Financial Institutions. You're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Big. Or excuse me,
Thanks,
GME
Madam
down to
Chair.
22,
Mr. Ray, I have
26.
so many questions, it's hard to even figure out what questions to ask. So let's just start with some easy ones. How long have you been on this job?
4 weeks.
4 weeks. Do you know when the Madoff bankruptcy was filed?
Probably circa 2008, I guess. I don't know.
So
Has that
since
been
2008.
ZVSA if it
Do
reverses?
you know they just made a distribution out of that bankruptcy last week?
That's what I understand. Yes.
More BBIG blocks?
So that's, 14 years? How
Yes.
old are you?
Is that a permitted question?
Because I want you to
CNXA.
add
Coming up to 2.
100 to whatever your age is when you finally untangle all of this. The reason I say that is we watched this FTX, but a bunch of other crypto companies start thrashing about, say, 9, 10, 12 months ago. And as the house of cards started falling down, the thrashing became more. We
15.4
had
up on
something like that in
SMMT.
Colorado back in the 80s when the savings and loans were failing, and everybody was sort of trading their funny money. We called it trading cats for
I hope so,
dogs.
dude. That'd be huge for
To
fucking
hide
TikTok. That's probably why
lousy loans,
BBIG's
to-
moving.
You know, to not show the failures of those particular banks. Here, you know,
So TikTok might
your
get banned.
job, I think, as the bankruptcy trustee
I'm
or
with that.
conservator or whatever you are,
Coming up on 4 or
is
5 on
to
SPY
go
again.
gather as many assets as you can, and that could be from some very innocent people who got paid money, to then spread it out equally among who
Trying
you
to hold
think the
4 or
real
5.
creditors are, or, I mean, is that sort of a fair statement?
It's a general statement, but it's not far off.
Well, because we on this committee, and a number of us had to deal with the Madoff stuff. You know, one of the things you're going to face is some guy say,
17.8
I'm
on
more
Bitcoin.
innocent than that guy. You know, I should
MMTS
get
still
to
under a
keep my
buck.
money, even though I got paid yesterday, but I'm an innocent guy. You're going to be dealing with so many
Tesla's coming up to the
preferences,
MACD.
so many fraudulent transfers. I mean, have you any idea what the total money in and the total money out of FTX was?
We don't have a full accounting at this early stage, no.
Do you know how much?
I think that's a
was
clear
in
break of the
tokens?
downtrend.
So let's say I have Dogecoin, or I don't even know how you say
Archie,
it,
what up?
but I have 10 Dogecoin, which a year ago, is it Dogecoin or Dogecoin? Doge. All right, Doge. I have 10 Dogecoins.
I don't listen to Goldman Sachs.
All right.
Goldman Sachs and Wells
A year
Fargo
ago,
are
10 Dogecoins,
like
for
my
the
least
sake
favorite
of
banks.
argument, was worth $1,000, so $100 a coin. I put that in there, but Dogecoin today is worth, like, I don't know what, say not nearly that much. I mean, how are you going to evaluate that
68 cents
as
on
to what I
PGY.
should get out of the bankruptcy?
Well, at first it starts with doing an accounting and a tracing of all the assets, both the ins and the outs And that's made difficult, of course, by the commingling of assets. So perhaps you may have invested in
Heads up on
a
SFT,
certain,
guys.
Coin or an altcoin. We'll have to
CNXA
trace what
word.
happened to that coin, because again, what we've explained here today and through our testimony is there's commingling of assets, so that makes it, a bit more complicated than simply how much is, my coin worth, right? So it's gonna be a painstaking process of looking for the ins and outs, what happened to your crypto. Of course, at the time of the bankruptcy, we know when that occurred. We have a very specific time.
EMAs
when
are in line
bankruptcy
except for the
occurred,
200 right here.
and we will look at customer accounts as of that date, and that will be determined essentially what
586
your
on
account
AMC.
position was. But of course, assets,
59.5 on big.
in terms of fluctuating in value. And again, because of the circumstances we find ourselves in the lack of documentation, the potential commingling between silos, and then also what happened with
Just shy of 60 cents on big.
Alameda taking funds from FTX.com, it isn't as simple as, how many coins did I have in my account?
Well, I guess
More
what I'm
blocks
saying
on
is if I
BBIG.
put $1,000 in and it's
60
gone,
cents.
and I put 10 Dogecoins in and they're gone, eventually you're going to have to figure that out. And my guess is you
someone
will
just
be back
fucking bought
here in a
300
year,
or 3 million.
You have a better handle on the numbers.
No, I'm sorry,
Talking to this
349,000
committee.
shares
And thank you
of
for doing
BBIG.
this. I yield back.
Thank you very much.
10,000,
You know by now
10,000.
that Mr. Perlmutter
Son
is
of
a
a bitch, they're
bankruptcy
flying in.
attorney. You can tell by those questions. So this would be a good time to enter into the record without objection. I would like to enter into the record the indictment of Sam Bankman-Fried by the Southern District of New York. that was unsealed this
440-ish on
morning,
SPY.
and the separate filings
Again, please like, sub,
from
hit the bell.
Securities and Exchange
Absolutely helps.
Commission and the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, both of which
Still shy of
were
60.
filed this morning. Thank you. With that, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizinga, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Ray. I'm going to get my colleague to shift a little bit or get up. Thank you. One quick question. Have you been sharing your findings with the SEC
Coinbase might twist as well.
at all as you've been going through this?
Yes,
Okay. How about the Southern District of New York?
yes.
Okay. I'm going to get to a couple
looks
of
like Tesla, right?
practical questions because I think these were the things I was going to ask you and then also ask Mr. Bankman-Fried. In your declaration, you said that the, quote, the FTX.com platform was not
Tesla.
available to U.S. users, close quote.
Tesla.
However, earlier this month, CFTC Chairman Benham suggested in testimony before the Senate Agriculture Committee that 2% of funds housed at FTX.com were from U.S. individuals. Can you confirm whether there were U.S. individuals or persons, in fact, customers of FTX.com?
Yes, we found that there's a small number
That
of
wouldn't be good.
U.S. Customers that had engaged,
More blocks on
as
BBIG?
customers at-
Is 2% small in your estimation, or is it less or more?
We just lost 404 on SPY.
We don't have those kind of numbers on
Just got her back.
investor basis. We have it on a customer basis, but you're
Okay.
talking about less than a couple hundred.
But it could amount to billions. I mean, you said earlier it is billions of dollars that was in there, or at least it could be millions or hundreds of thousands. We don't know that number, or do you know that?
I
Someone
don't
just
know, I
bought
don't know that number.
60,000 shares
billions would
of
sound
BBIG?
very, very high.
Okay, well, you had mentioned that there was
21,000
millions in
as
it.
well.
Yeah, but clearly. as
I'm
US
giving you the range,
Yeah,
so.
clearly as U.S. customers there, we don't have an accounting of what those particular customers had in the dot-com exchange.
BBIG.
Will determining this be part
Hanging out
of
just under
your
60
work
cents?
through this bankruptcy process?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Will part of your work be determining which assets belong to which customers, more specifically U.S. customers of FTX.com?
Yes, we will do a.
What's the short on
tracing analysis
BBIG?
that We'll try to identify both the sources and the use of all the funds.
So whether it's 10 customers that had a lot of money or 1,000 customers that had some money?
Absolutely.
Okay. Can you provide some indication of whether customer funds from FTX.com were in fact transferred to Alameda
18% short. Coming up on 100 utilization. Not there yet, though.
Assets of customers in the .com silo were transferred to Alameda, no question about it.
1.6 million available,
not
as per Vortex at least.
Seen this at this stage from the U.S. silo. But of course, we do have one concern, and that's the concern we're chasing
Mullen,
down,
2144,
which is whether
11% up.
Mingling between that .com silo and the U.S. less silo exchanges. And
Or
the reason
BBIG
for that
blocks.
is we know that there was sort of common control
BBBY, what is
access,
BBBY doing?
of authorized users at this most senior management level amongst all of the assets. So it's something we have to focus on. We haven't seen evidence right now of that, but certainly that's something that we need to investigate and trace.
Okay,
Whoa.
in my remaining 2 minutes, I want to turn a little bit to operations. Is there any evidence of his parents' involvement in the operations?
We're investigating that, as well as any other, players in the
Email, Slack,
it's
Signal.
it's billions of records. It's a very vibrant environment.
So I hear that
A lot more calls than puts.
you haven't discovered that. I mean,
BBBY.
it would seem interesting that,
How about here on the 3?
that they didn't either give legal advice or business advice or parental
Puts at the
advice,
3.
maybe.
Well,
see
certainly,
if they
clearly,
fucking start to lift
I think our
these.
first day papers, we indicated that Mr. Bankman had given legal advice.
Okay, had he been an employee of FTX, as has been reported?
I don't know if he actually had an employee status, but he certainly received payments from.
Heads up on
the family
BBBY
did
to the
receive
ups.
payments.
Okay, that sounds like employment
see
to
if
me.
this
You
reverses.
got a payment for, okay. Well, I raised that because on December 8 of 2021, I met with Sam Bankman-Fried in my
20%
office,
on
which I will
SMMT.
note was just immediately before he came down to the hearing. He was at least 15 minutes late, and his father accompanied him in that meeting. I asked and focused on what types of regulation he
MMat,
was under,
just under
his
138.
engagement with
Low turnover
regulators,
still.
and how that affected FTX. But it seems to me that there's a lot more to uncover here. Certainly,
Cosm
Mr.
sliding.
Bankman-Fried
Well,
has
It's not sliding. It's still down 10%.
let's say, wooed many in New York, Silicon Valley, around the world.
Boyle
Yes,
just lost
certainly
42.
here in D.C. He was, they loved, everybody loved the exciting idea of a politically progressive,
Consolidating on
smart
VWAP on
entrepreneur
Boyle.
who was going to reimagine capitalism and change the world, feeling
I
better
have
about
more.
themselves, all while making them gobs of money. And I'm glad to see it's finally unraveled. So my time is up, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Ohio, Mrs. Beatty, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on Diversity and Inclusion, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
First of all, let me just say thank you to Chairwoman Waters and our ranking member, and certainly to you, Mr. Ray. We have heard a lot. A lot of this has been difficult to digest, primarily because of what has happened to so many people and so much money involved.
4459
Mr. Ray,
on
you
SPY.
mentioned in your testimony that one of your primary goals is to limit to the greatest extent possible the harm suffered by FTX customers. Hundreds and hundreds of $1 million have
5850.
been removed from crypto wallets, and in its estimates that about
SPY,
1 million
up to 48.
people have money frozen in the exchange. Can you
She broke up.
the likely
The fuck is going on?
funds back? And if you can't answer that question, I have the information.
Mullen 12.8 up to VWAP.
Ms. Beatty, would you repeat the question? You were interrupted for a minute or so there.
Oh,
My mom's looking
am
really, really
sorry.
nice right
I
here.
am at home recovering, so I hope sorry about any connection. Basically, hundreds of dollars have been removed from crypto wallets, and it's estimated that about
Good news for
1
Boyle in
million
chat.
people have money frozen in their exchange. Can you tell us how many users have lost money, and when will they get their money back?
Well, our process is such that, we are securing our assets every day. Every day we are out looking for wallets and the keys to those wallets to maximize the recovery of value. So that's an ongoing
BBIG just under
process.
60 here.
Secured all the cash in the bank
Trying for that
accounts.
spin. I don't know what
To
the fuck is
extent
up with
that,
this
we can at
MACD.
this point. We've secured crypto assets. We're still in the process of doing that. Ultimately, that's a question of months. The litigation has been pointed out by other members.
2180 on
certainly
Mullen.
will take a longer time
VWAP.
frame. But that is our number one focus, is to is to generate value to repay those customers.
Still under
I
a
don't
buck on
have
MMTS.
a customer account for you today. We do know
Boyle,
that there's 2.7 million
One
users
second.
in the U.S. silo, which again overstates the customer relationships because people had multiple trading accounts. And in the .com silo, we had over
Fucking Boyle. There
7.6
she is.
million
4235 on Boyle.
users. Again, overstating the actual customer relationships due to the multitude of accounts by any particular customer. So we need to
take
get
this
to the
out right
bottom
here.
of those customer numbers.
4250-ish. Muln
Thanks,
signs.
Mr. Ray. Let
Yeah,
me ask
sorry.
you this.
Thank you, Greg.
Despite the fact that FTX told customers it would not trade customers' funds, we know now that FTX loaned out, I think, about $10 billion in customer assets for proprietary trading.
God, it's so bad.
Mr. Ray, do you know how it was possible for FTX to access clients' funds in violation of its own terms of service that read, without clients'
Coinbase
permission,
looks ready. Watch
and
out on CL1 now.
exposes customers to such massive loss?
Well, as I indicated, I mean, there was no corporate controls, no corporate oversight, no independent board, and the owners of the business, the senior management had, virtual control of the accounts of each of the silos and could move money or assets, as they desired, undetected by customers. To the extent there were rules, and there were very few, obviously they were made to be broken.
Heads up on coin.
So I think what I'm hearing you saying is that
Blocks
there
coming in
was,
on BBIG again.
No one personally approved this. Let me ask you a last question. Can you tell us what regulatory
4.5 million
changes
volume.
could prevent the unauthorization or the unauthorizing customer funds in the future, based on your
Got
wealth
rejected
of
a VWAP
experience?
on Mullen.
Without, speculating about what regulatory fix could there
Spy,
be,
405.5
I
almost.
said, in my earlier testimony, the
Pushing
critical
right now.
thing is
Here we go.
segregation of customer funds and transparency.
Okay, and lastly, in your 5 points that you outlined, and I'm sorry if you said it before, is there a timetable that you think you can get to that?
162.75 on Tesla?
Yes or no? I think I'm getting close to my time.
There's no particular time frame,
Spy,
but it's
above
as
the two.
quickly as possible. In my experience,
CNXA, word. I gotta watch Spy right
And
here, though.
is that months? Is that weeks? Quickly as possible.
It certainly isn't weeks. It's definitely months. And the causes of action, could take longer. But we will marshal assets on a weekly basis and on a monthly
22
basis.
cents on CNXA.
And we'll do that as quickly as possible.
Thank you so much for taking the time to try to help us out. I yield back.
Volume above the 2.
Gentleman
Trying.
from Kentucky, Mr. Barr.
Back down to the
is
2.
now recognized for 5 minutes.
13 is through
Thank
the
you, Madam
48.
Chair. Mr. Ray, in your declaration, you said that many of the companies in the FTX group did not have appropriate corporate governance and that this situation is unprecedented. You also, in your testimony today, said that the FTX collapse stems from the lack of an independent board and a complete failure of any internal controls or governance whatsoever. Can you elaborate?
Just under 60 still on
in
BBIG.
describing the
584 on
governance
AMC,
structures for
2221 on
FTX.com
GME.
that led you to make those comments?
Well, first and foremost, there's no independent board of directors. So one of the first things that
Still didn't pop it
I
on the
did was
keys.
put on an independent board of
Boyle again,
directors,
word.
led
Thank you.
by our chairperson, who's the former U.S. Attorney, and Honorable Joseph Farnan.
Ape
former US
is
District
up
Court
to
judge.
3.2.
So put in a corporate structure of
TSL
independent directors.
L9
Put in separate officers, the new officers of the company.
Boyle.
Put in a new CFO, a new chief information officer, a new head of administration, all independent, with some background and experience in these sectors. None of the employees. I mean, there's a lot of titles in the company, but no experience to back it up.
Can you explain how the FTX.com governance structure differs from
Blocks
the
on
governance
BBIG
structures
still.
of FTX US?
This looks pretty nice here on Boyle.
Virtually no difference. There was no structure.
Mr. Ray, in your work so far, have you examined the governance structure or the flow of assets to the
Snap loss 10.
FTX Foundation or its various
96.
affiliates? including
480 on
FTX
Vana.
Community, FTX Climate,
LiDAR's
or the Future
at showing
Fund?
at 91
We are
cents.
digging into that. We've not completed
1265 on NWTN.
I am curious, in your work, whether or not you will determine whether those entities were established properly as non-profits or whether or not the funds received were improperly transferred customer accounts. Do you have any visibility into
Trying
that
to get
yet?
above. Yeah, I'm trying to hold 4
We're
or 5
looking
here
at
on
that right
SPY.
now. We've asked our folks at Ernst & Young to look at the tax side.
Just
of it.
under VWAP
We're
as well.
investigating the money transfers, so you can be sure we're going to dig into those details.
Was the FTX Foundation and those other not-for-profit, ostensibly not-for-profit entities, were they completely separate from any
All
of
the
the
EMAs are
for-profit
online
entities?
or in line, excuse me, on Bitcoin.
They were owned by
Yeah, please like, sub, hit the bell if you've not already.
I can't
I
tell you
appreciate
that
it.
they were separate because they got funds from Alameda. So we know the source of their funding was from the FTX group. There was separate ownership, but not separate, funding.
So commingled assets in that case as well?
Absolutely.
Okay. At least one ESG ratings firm gave FTX a higher score for governance than ExxonMobil. Given your testimony that FTX's collapse stems from the absolute concentration of control in the hands of a very
low
small
turnover
group
here on
of grossly
BRM.
inexperienced and unsophisticated individuals who failed to implement
About
virtually
1.8 in volume now,
any
so we
of the
are
systems or controls
sub-average.
necessary for a company that is entrusted with other people's money or assets. What would you say about this ESG governance rating, which rated FTX higher than ExxonMobil?
I'd get my money back.
Can you identify which entities had audited
This call's
financial
good.
statements?
Yes, I can. So
Little cup and
there was
handle
no
action,
audit
maybe?
At Alameda, no audit at the venture silo. There was audit at the US
We were on top of the
silo,
MACD as well. That's why.
and also audit at the .com silo. I can't speak to the integrity or quality of those audits. We're
Tapping
reviewing,
VWAP.
obviously, the books and records. And as I've said earlier, much of those books and records were maintained on fairly unsophisticated ledger.
Just shy of a buck on
workbooks.
on
And
MMTS.
you testified of the lack of record.
2280 on VIX.
So there's a whole lot of financial statements that
Someone
are
just bought
either
another
not audited or
58,000
not
shares on
available. Is that
BBIG.
fair to say?
That's fair to say.
In your declaration, you stated that you did not believe that those audited financial statements were reliable. Can you elaborate on why you believe that to be the case?
Well, we've lost $8 billion, right, of customer money. So by definition, I don't trust a single piece of paper in this organization.
Oh my
Sam
God.
Bankman-Fried in his testimony to this committee on December 8th
that
of
was pretty
last year
fucking
said
wicked.
that FTX has designed and offered a platform with a market structure that is risk reducing. To be sure, there are irresponsible actors in the digital asset industry, and those actors attract the headlines. But FTX is not one of them. Was that
Moving sideways
statement
on Tesla?
incorrect?
False. Yes.
Thank you. And let me conclude by
Getting nice and tight,
describing
though.
what is going on here by a popular crypto commentator. If you set up an exchange where you're the market maker, you're the issuer, you're the prime broker, and then you trade against your own customers, you have a vested interest in creating the assets, promoting the assets, and manipulating the price of the assets. What you have is a crypto casino. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
I don't want to laugh because there's a lot of fucking
Thank you
people
very
that lost
much,
a lot of money,
Madam
but
Chair. I'd like to begin
it
by
is funny.
thanking you once again for taking the lead to hold bad actors accountable and pursue transparency
yeah.
in the cryptocurrency space. And also, Mr. Ray, I want to thank you for being here today to testify. I think I start off a little bit like Paul Krugman does in the New York Times. I don't get the point. I really don't get the point of blockchain and
Exactly, yeah.
cryptocurrency. It's like
I agree.
keeping track of how many times you chew gum. Like, who cares? There's other ways that are, I think, less fraudulent to make transactions. But anyway, that being said, how many times have we talked here about the potential for abuse, of fraud in the crypto market? Quite a bit. We've had a lot of cheerleading.
42 and a
from
half
some
ish
people,
here on Boyle.
especially
42,
on the other
45.
side of the aisle. I don't hear it today. Haven't heard it yet, but I do want to hear it like we normally hear it, how wonderful it is and how they shouldn't be
TBLT
regulated
down
by
to
the
215.
SEC, that they're too tough on them. Imagine we're not going to hear that today, especially
Snap
after what we
92.
saw with
Vana down to
FTX.
477.
But we do want to see order and transparency in this industry and throughout the financial markets. If you are an issuer of cryptocurrency or a manager of cryptocurrency exchange, and you conduct business with U.S. customers, consider this FTX collapse as your public service announcement. Come into compliance with the Securities Act of 1933, the Securities Act of 1934, and all other applicable federal and state laws.
583 on AMC, 2206 on GME, 5820 on BIG. Just shy at 22 on muln. Muln's trying to over the VWAP on muln, heads up.
The laws and companies need to comply. Now that wasn't happening, was it, Mr. Ray, under this particular company?
No, sir.
Why wasn't it?
Again, you have control on a small group of individuals. Without
Already
any
above average
oversight
volume on muln.
whatsoever, from an independent board or experienced managers. It's just a recipe for problems.
What government entity is responsible for this fiasco?
That's not for me to say.
No, it is for you to say. You're
22?
right there, and I'm asking you. If you had to opine, that's why you're there in the hot seat. Who is it? Should the SEC have been more aggressive, even though we had a lot of our friends on the other side saying they shouldn't have been? Should the SEC have been more aggressive?
I'm not experienced. I'm not a regulatory lawyer. I'm not here to express views about who should
Mine are still in here.
I've said and very clearly that we need transparency.
It still has the red
Customers need to have
the red
segregated
H here for
accounts.
halted.
They need to have ownership. It's their money. It's assets. It's really no different than a bank. You'd expect the same level of scrutiny of any funds that you have on deposit.
14.5 up.
That is a minimum.
I agree with everything you've said, but at the same time, I have to say that the product that they give is a hybrid product, is it not?
Well, it's a currency. It's an alternative currency, yes.
So then who should regulate it?
BBIG blocks. Someone just bought 15,000. Someone else just bought 6,700.
Okay. Well, that's the whole problem, I think. I don't get the point of cryptocurrency to begin with.
Maybe you should be asking the questions then.
If you're a terrorist or someone that wants to hide money, and then I get the point. But other than that,
I'm looking
I
at
don't
mine
get the
right
point
now.
myself. But if we are going to have it,
On E-Trade, I'm looking at mine
we
right
have
now.
to regulate it. Someone has to be in charge. We have to make sure that we don't continue to defraud the American people. And that's where the government comes in. Somebody's got to take charge of this. I think it's the SEC. I've always thought it was the SEC.
Maybe you should call them.
They had a lot of pushback from my friends.
That's
on
what I
the
would
other
do
side.
if they
I
weren't in
didn't
my
hear quite
account.
today, pushing back as they normally do. I'd love to see that. But again, someone has to regulate this.
Ooh, Tesla.
Don't you agree?
I certainly think there is
A little bit of a push.
more controls
2720 on the RSI.
Who should regulate it? I defer to this committee.
That, Madam Chair, I yield my
Let's say
time back.
descending channel. I'm not going to draw it, but
Thank you.
yeah, no problem.
Now, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ray, for being here. Appreciate it. There's been many comparisons that have been made as people examine what happened to FTX, and from Bernie Madoff to Enron, it looks like this will go down as one of the largest frauds in history.
You think?
Mr. Ray, you have a unique perspective on the fact that you have worked on the Enron bankruptcy. I'd be interested real quick if you talk a little bit real quick about
440.
how it compares. You got cut off in the early time, and I'd like to hear a little bit about that.
Enron was a really a different company. It was the crimes that were committed there were highly orchestrated financial machinations by highly sophisticated people.
It's the exact same thing.
To keep transactions off balance sheets.
579 on AMC, 2204 on GME.
Old-fashioned and embezzlement. This is just taking money from customers and using it for your own purpose. Not sophisticated at all.
Oh, okay.
Sophisticated perhaps in the way they were
EMAs
to
are looking nice here on Bitcoin.
Frankly, right in front of their eyes. But this isn't.
Yeah, please like, sub, hit the bell.
Sophisticated
Absolutely free to help me
whatsoever.
out.
This is just plain old embezzlement.
Old school.
Old school.
There you go. It seems like Freed has some interesting ideas on how you can stay relevant in the FTX world, and even after stealing customers' money and driving the company into bankruptcy. And I have read that he wants to be retained as an outside consultant, and been been very critical of your own appointment, quite frankly, into this position. So after his arrest last night, all of his wishes seem even more unlikely. So what role, if any, should he play in FTX moving forward?
Just the role he's currently playing. Zero.
Good.
That's tight.
You stated that FTX was a platform allowing for users to trade digital assets. Were users engaging in simple exchanges
Hard
of
down
assets,
on
or were users
OpGen.
permitted to engage in leveraged complex transactions?
Yes. I'm sorry. Can you repeat your question?
That volume is fucking ridiculous right now.
You
isn't it?
stated that FTX was a platform allowing for users to trade digital assets. Were users engaging in simple exchanges of
What
assets?
about
or were
tokenized
users
fucking
permitted to
stocks?
engage in leveraged complex transactions?
Yes.
You also stated that you have recovered over $1 billion in assets. Can you give a description of the nature and type of assets you have recovered to date?
BBIG blocks.
We've recovered over $1 billion of crypto assets. These are coins of various nature.
Ford adds
and
third
we've secured
crew at
those,
Michigan plant to boost F-150
That's been
production.
our
Word.
primary focus. We've certainly also secured, our cash in all of our bank accounts. The bank accounts were frozen. We've got control
Ooh,
over those
spy
accounts
down.
with new authorized users, which certainly includes myself.
Super trend on the daily for
But our
Mullen.
main
Word.
goal is to secure the cash and secure the crypto assets, and that is an ongoing venture.
Hard down on SPY.
Thank you for being here, and I yield my time back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Guam, Mr. San Nicolas, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ray, thank you for being with us here today. There's a lot of people following this trying to understand
VIX
what
is
happened.
on its way to 23,
For a variety of
22.75.
reasons. Of course, your primary
UVXY, this
responsibility
was
will
at
be
like
to
7:30 when I was looking at
make
it.
sure that the creditors are made whole, as well as depositors and everybody else who has a stake in
Hard down on the
varying
Qs as
degrees
well.
within the company.
How about IWM?
My first question is,
Same with
have we
IWM.
been
All right,
able-
market's
have
getting a
you been
shot.
able to pinpoint the specific cause for FTX's collapse?
I might buy TSL
I know
all the
that
way
there's
down.
all kinds of stories about loans to the owner and no internal controls, loans to Alameda, commingling. But is there a specific trigger point or a specific cause that has resulted in the FTX collapse?
I think I've described it. It's really just the unlimited ability of those in control positions to borrow customer funds or take customer funds and then deploy
Mr.
them for
Coates,
their
what
own
is up?
use.
All right, according to Yellen's
use
financial
involves,
disclosure document, the 74-year-old former Fed chair has raked in a whopping $7.3 million in speaking fees in just the last 2 years from Wall Street banks, including Citi, Goldman, Google, City National, UBS, Citadel, Barclays, Credit Suisse, Salesforce. Yeah.
On a large scale basis.
So what is the
It's kind of fucked up, but yeah.
the big picture balance
Thank you
loss
for
as
that.
a result of this bankruptcy? How much has FTX lost as a result of this?
We don't have exact numbers, but we know
Ballpark?
it's several billion dollars, in excess of $7 billion.
In excess of $7 billion. So in excess of $7 billion, we're saying that the Sam Bankman-Fried and Company basically took or misallocated $7 billion, and that's why FTX has collapsed.
Right. So
Pretty much the same move as
funds were taken
Facebook.
from customers, funds were invested, trading losses incurred in Alameda.
It's fucked up, man.
And funds were deployed.
But I don't want to
Never
sit here and think about
valued
how
at the
fucked
same
it is,
dollar
because
amount.
it
There was
doesn't
over $5
do anything
billion
for me.
of
It's all about just
investments
focusing
made.
on my next trade.
Certainly there's some value there, and we will try to get that value and sell those assets. But oftentimes, even when he made those sorts of investments, whether it was directly or
Consolidating
through
at the two.
in management, sometimes he would do that really without any pro forma or any valuation. Not really quite sure how
20
some
on the
of purchase
RSI
price
for SPY.
numbers were derived. So it gives you a sort of worry, obviously, that the purchases were overvalued. So there's a concern there as well.
So
BBIG just shy of 59
Alameda
cents.
lost $7 billion as a result of investment decisions and margin trading.
There's a multitude of reasons that cause the gap in assets between the customer balances and
Yeah, I bet
what's
you if the
there
economy
today
wasn't so fucked up, they would have let him
and
go
what we hope
and
to
keep doing it.
gain. It can't be pinpointed just on losses on trading activity.
The reason I'm asking, and I'm just
Well,
kind
advertised on
of narrowing it down
NCPL.
because my time is expiring, but it's important for us to very clearly understand what caused this collapse. You know, when we had the 2008 financial crisis and Bear Stearns collapsed and Lehman Brothers collapsed, you know, we could have gone in there and we could have pointed to all these different reasons that could potentially have contributed to it. But the underlying reasons were there was a subprime crisis and a lack of liquidity in these respective institutions. That allowed us
Losing
to have
pound
a policy
strength as well.
response, a regulatory response to prevent that kind of thing from occurring in the future. The FTX collapse right now is just FTX, but are these lack of controls and are these
Dollar strength going up.
environments that
Don't like
resulted
that.
in the FTX collapse, are those still existing today?
Still
And
down,
did the
but
same thing happen in
still don't like
similar
it.
operations such as Binance, for example? Could they also engage in the same activities under the current regulatory regime? And
Big question.
if things go wrong, have the same outcome?
Just shy of 42 on Boyle.
Sort of just 3 points I'd make. First of all, I mean, we are going to detail the sources and uses and what happened to all the funds. That will tell us exactly, how the
471 on
losses were
Vana,
incurred.
Jesus.
Some of those may be lessons learned. Some of them just, frankly, will be just
There's
payments
Novavax.
that were made, from other people's money. It's
No,
an
but
inherent.
just going back to my question though, Mr. Ray, the circumstances that led to FTX's collapse, those circumstances still exist in the crypto space, and can other companies collapse in a similar set of circumstances?
Well, certainly we've ceased trading, so it won't happen at our company. Could it happen at other companies? I can't speak to them because I don't know how each of these companies are operated.
Well, duh,
Obviously,
yes they
our
can,
company
because
operated in a
nothing was
very
fucking
distinct
changed.
way that
43 on
led
Sava.
to losses, but I think every company's different.
AI and IoT down.
My time's expired.
Gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. I appreciate you being here, Mr. Ray. Glad to have you before the committee, and I want to thank
MVSC is
Ranking Member, Mr.
below
McHenry, and the
2
Chair Waters, for working constructively in the digital asset space over the past 4 years. And I want to remind my colleagues that Mr. McHenry talked about bond ripoffs in the railroad expansion in the 1870s and 1880s. True. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac leading us down the primrose path in the early 2000s on housing ownership in the secondary market. And there were frauds.
BBIG,
And
low
fraudulent
turnover,
actors.
coming up on average
But that
volume.
didn't mean that we didn't want to invest in railroads in the United States
2 million
for the
short.
history of the country.
Looking all right, though.
And it didn't mean that we don't need a vigorous
VRM down to 101.
single-family housing market and secondary market in our country. So let's not confuse
Spy.
the malfeasance and disgusting activity of FTX with the fact that we need a proper, thoughtful regulatory oversight of
Spy trying to get it off the
digital
bottom.
assets. And so I thank Chair Waters and Ranking Member McHenry. 14 years ago this week, Bernie Madoff was arrested and charged with operating the largest Ponzi scheme in American history. Its collapse injured
Tesla lost
37,000
160.
investors and led to major reforms.
17 on the
Securities
RSI,
Exchange
1696.
Commission and their
Oh,
oversight.
1752.
And FINRA. Bankman-Fried was arrested in the Bahamas last night. In many ways, the fall of FTX dwarfs that of Bernie Madoff, with court filings suggesting that over 1 million creditors are somewhere in the lurch in the FTX silos. Americans were hurt, and I want everyone listening to know in today's hearing that this is just the first step that Congress is taking in understanding what happened and how to create the appropriate regulatory environment. We do want to understand the events and decisions that led to the collapse.
conspiracy
and the
side
impact
thinks
on
they
our
did this on
customers
purpose.
and
I think so,
other
too.
market participants, and how
I
to
think so,
prevent it
too.
from happening again. Mr. Ray, thanks for stepping up in your leadership capacity.
The
And
right
looking at
regulation
the
could have fucking,
bankruptcy
you know,
filing,
stopped this
Prager
in its
Metis
tracks.
was the audit firm for the .com silo. Their website says they're the first ever CPA firm in the metaverse. So looking at their website, they have 24 offices, 600 staff, 100 partners, principally California, New York, and New Jersey.
156.85
You
words.
stated you're not familiar with Prager Metis, is that correct?
That's
Bitcoin, trying.
Are they cooperating with your, in your role as?
Trying to slow the bleeding here.
We're reaching out to, both firms, audit firms, as well as the firm that does our taxes.
Marco Rubio unveils legislation to
Certainly
ban
have tools
TikTok. Love it.
available If they don't cooperate, but everyone seems to be cooperating at this point.
And are they, you anticipate they'll actively participate in the forensic accounting work you're doing with Ernst & Young?
Absolutely not. No, we we are taking information that we get from the prior
Coming up on 12 o'clock.
auditors and accountants and tax professionals, and then we're going to take our investigation from there on an independent basis.
MMTS still under a buck.
Can you tell us who the partner in charge is of the audit at that firm?
RSI and Tesla is now
I can't tell you,
15.
I can't tell you off the top of my head.
Is it Jerry Etel, Brian Goldblatt, Michael Williams? Those names ring a bell?
He came strapped with names. That's great.
I can get your staff.
Would you provide that to us, please?
Oh, man.
Thank you. And then the second auditing firm.
Someone just bought 18,000 BBIG shares.
You are familiar with them, and that's part of a London-based firm, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And
Tesla.
so do you feel the same way about their performance based on the books and records you've seen, that they also were inadequate in serving
Q's
as an
lost
auditor?
290.
I don't want to, I certainly don't
guys.
want to disparage that firm. We do have to look through the books and records and look at the audits themselves and see how comprehensive they were, to see if the audit would have picked up anything that we see. And certainly we're going to look at the related party disclosures that are in those audits, whether there's any footnotes or exceptions. We need to go, we need to go back and look at all those audits just from a look back perspective to determine what maybe could have been done that wasn't done.
Do you anticipate the United States being a creditor in these proceedings, either for tax purposes?
It's premature to tell. I mean, we're certainly looking at that ourselves, and to the extent that we find any irregularities in the tax area, we'll certainly be
Slamming the
notifying
brakes.
IRS, but nothing
Ram
we've seen at this
recalling
point, but again, our
1.23
investigation is
million
still
pickups for tailgate troubles.
You state that the internal controls were
That's
the
a
weakest
hiccup.
that you've seen sort of in your
Nestle
experience.
announces launch
but
of $43 million
FTX
facility in
and
Ukraine.
FTX.com, essentially there is no distinction between those. And so whether you were an international investor or a domestic investor, it's all the same pot. Is that fair to say?
I mean, that is certainly our worry. I mean, there's a limited amount of U.S. customers in the .com exchange, but we are focused on, commingling, and we're worried that the silos weren't respected for purposes of the crypto assets.
Gentlemen's time has expired.
For anybody new, this is called a
Gentleman
GAN
from
fan.
Connecticut, Mr. Himes, who is also the chair of the subcommittee on national
I
security.
don't want you to think that I'm
International
just like making up
Development,
ways to
and
fucking
monetary policy,
chart.
is not
But this is called the
recognized.
GAN fan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
OG
and
Pops?
Thank you, Mr.
Word.
Ray, for being here and for undertaking
Spy's
this
trying to form a bottom here, though.
complicated task. At the end of the day, our job here is to learn
OG's
from
at
the
Shanghai,
mistakes
isn't
that
it?
were made, who made them, and what we can do going forward. Like it or not, we're moving into a crypto assets, crypto world, and we really do
What did he
need
just
to
say?
learn. This whole thing has the feeling of a Hollywood blockbuster. That's why the cameras are here, right?
101 on
We've got a
VRM.
30-year-old gazillionaire who raised billions of dollars, living in some condo with a bunch of young people, exotic products, tokens, and crypto
onion
assets. It feels to me, though, as I look through particularly the SDNY indictment unsealed this morning, that a lot of what we're seeing here is as old as the hills. It's wire fraud. It's misleading investors. It's commingling of funds. This is as old as the hills. There is something that I really do want to ask you about, though, which is a little different here. All the good work you've done with other
Heads up on
companies, you were
BBBY.
dealing with, by and large, money in banks
I don't want to trade this.
or in
fuck.
other financial institutions. Here we've got tokens, which evidently were things of, quote,
Off the bottom on
value,
BBBY.
valued in some way or another, that were used as collateral, living in places called wallets, not in banks. So my question for you, that feels to me like what's exotic and different about this. How much more challenging is your job going
Boyle.
to be, because you're now
4213.
operating in a world of tokens and wallets as opposed to dollars
Straightening
and
out the
banks?
EMAs here.
And what might, I know you're hesitant to get into regulatory questions, but what should we be thinking about, if
Heads up on
nothing
LiDAR.
else, to help with more smooth unwindings of the inevitable bankruptcies that will occur in this industry?
Ooh,
moving
Carvana.
forward?
The principal issue that the company is facing in the crypto area, and it is from a technology perspective, it is different from the other bankruptcies, because it is it's not a plane, not a boat. It's
52.8 short on
it has
Vana.
inherently
She's feeling it, though.
Some difficulties.
Former Soviet state
the
Kazakhstan
assets
says
can
it's
be,
willing to send crude oil to Germany as the government in Berlin works to replace Russian supplies.
We have
Rig? What's up with the rig?
assets that are in what are called hot wallets, and those are in cold wallets.
4 out of 5.
Hot wallets are very vulnerable to hacking.
SLXL is
If you've
5.7
done
out.
any looking on the internet, you'll find that
41 on Coin.
hacking,
Coinbase isn't like
is
40 to
almost
42.
ordinary course in this business sector. There are lots of vulnerabilities.
CONL is the 1.5 times on Coinbase.
So this company, unfortunately, had a very, very challenging record here. For some, transfers, there was no pathway for it.
I'll do that fucking later.
Keys aren't stored in a centralized location.
569 on AMC.
We don't know where all of our wallets are. Passwords were sometimes kept in just plain
Plus 403 on
text
SPY
format.
here.
So this company was sort of uniquely positioned to fail. The lack of discipline on
Uniquely positioned to fail.
control of the
Jesus.
wallets, their storage,
BBIG blocks.
the storage of passwords, allowing multiple users to set up accounts.
Coming up on 5 million in volume on
Almost created an
BBIG.
environment where there was not a complete inventory of wallets. You can learn some lessons from that. I mean, you need to have more controls, more discipline, more centralized accounting functions, more oversight and management.
Bitcoin coming back.
That's not to say that things won't happen. The hacking might occur.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Ray. I have one more question, but I really appreciate that. We got to follow up on that because that's something for us to do. The other thing that I can't stop thinking about here is, again, 30-year-old gazillionaire, I get it, all sorts of attractive things. Some of the supposedly smartest money on the planet, venture capitalists who are paid tens of millions of dollars to invest money, and maybe I wouldn't care if it was just the money of the very wealthy, but they're investing pension money.
Why wouldn't they care about
they're
that, though?
investing university endowments.
What's wrong is wrong,
Companies
what's
like
right's fucking
Lightspeed,
right.
Sequoia, Greylock, the best of the best invested in this. And you told us, you made a statement that this was the worst governance, the worst you had ever seen. Did you see any evidence of any appreciable due diligence on the part of these entities that gave Sam Bankman-Fried hundreds of millions of dollars?
Yeah, I'm not aware of what these parties may have done in terms of their due diligence. It is surprising, obviously, in light of all the circumstances. But I don't know what they did internally to verify these investments. So obviously, only they know that.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Yield back.
Gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ray. Like
This is
everyone
advertising.
else, we're appreciative of you being here today and testifying. I'm going to start, for my part, with a series of quick questions that hopefully will assist this committee's investigation, and then I want to move on to some additional points, time permitting. Mr. Ray, there were over 100 corporate
Growing in
entities
people.
within FTX Group. Some had boards of directors and others did not. Was there a group-level board of directors overseeing the entirety of FTX?
Growing in EBITDA.
Would you agree that it's a bad decision for a complex firm like FTX to not have a top-level board of directors?
Only 20 million shares available.
Do you have
20.5.
concerns about the concentration of power in a small group of inexperienced individuals with no oversight?
Yes.
Did FTX.com have basic corporate functions like an accounting or human resource department?
No.
Was there a legal department at FTX.com?
Yes, there was.
Was there a compliance department?
Almost 403 on SPY. Fighting back. Tesla's spinning.
Fair enough. And thank you to assist the committee's investigation. Would you agree that a financial firm the size of FTX needs accounting, human resources, legal, compliance, and risk departments to help prevent something like this from happening?
Absolutely.
In early April 2022, FTX and IEX announced a strategic partnership. Last week, the Financial Times reported on Alameda's venture capital portfolio, which listed FTX Trading's
Bitcoin still
$270
trying to
million
gnaw through the fucking
investment
48 here.
into IEX as a, quote, acquisition. Did FTX Trading acquire IEX? And if not, what type of investment did FTX Trading make into IEX?
I'd have to get back to the committee on that.
Whoa, why aren't you answering that?
Can you provide us with some information on it?
Absolutely, I can get back to you on the staff on that.
We know that Chair Gensler had more meetings with FTX than
kinda
anyone
fucked.
else in the crypto industry. We understand that what was being negotiated was a framework for digital asset exchange registration and token registration with the SEC that would benefit both parties. It would expand the SEC's jurisdiction in exchange for the SEC's preferential treatment of FTX over other industry participants. We understand there was a lot of activity to move this idea forward, including the circulation of draft short-form disclosures that would enable filers to get tokens listed on this newly formed bespoke exchange. Mr. Ray, I know you're handicapped with the information you currently have obtained, but Chair Gensler refuses to answer our questions or testify before this committee. Will you commit to sharing with this committee any internal documents you come across regarding communication between FTX and Mr. Gensler or others at the SEC?
We'll fully cooperate, with the committee and the regulatory authorities with respect to our investigation.
Again, specifically, I just want copies of this committee will want copies of those communications to the extent they exist.
We can certainly work with your staff to get you what you need.
Thank you. And Mr. Ray, I appreciate you mentioning your concerns in the beginning of my questioning about the concentration of power in a small group of individuals with no oversight.
Good luck if you are taking it, but
that is the exact problem that open and permissionless technology like crypto and blockchain solve.
It's at approximately 3 times the volume,
the problems
just
of
under.
centralization.
Low turnover.
You stated in your testimony that you've never seen such a, quote, utter failure of corporate controls at every level of an organization, from the lack of financial statements to a complete failure of any internal controls or governance whatsoever, close quote. FTX had disastrous or even non-existent systems for accounting, audit, cash management, cybersecurity, human resources, risk management, and other unacceptable management practices that currently make your job to uncover the facts quite difficult. Fortunately, the immutable characteristics of public blockchains that some people would care not to understand in this committee allowed the crypto community to reveal Sam Bankman-Fried's fraud, and the on-chain public record will assist law enforcement moving forward. I encourage my colleagues to understand Sam Bankman-Fried's con for what it is: a failure of centralization, a failure of business ethics, and a
that's
crime.
good for XRP. Did you hear that?
It is not a failure of technology. I've worked across the aisle since I came to Congress, so the future of crypto reflects American values, the same way the internet does today. For the most engaged members of Congress on crypto policy, the FTX collapse reminds us of why we care so deeply about this technology. Decentralization is the point. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, who is also the vice chair of the Subcommittee on Investor Protection, Entrepreneurship, and Capital Markets, is recognized.
How small that cap is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Ray, thank you so much for this. I'm struck by a lot here.
100% utilization as well.
Mr. Perlmutter's comment that this is going to take a long time to untangle. Maybe your comment to Mr. Lucas that this is a paperless bankruptcy saves you time because you run out of paper, but I appreciate your service.
And Matt, 134.4.
A bunch of questions. One, I just want to clarify because it's all been implicit. All this bankruptcy is dollar denominated, correct? So as you go through to chase down values.
Oil, 42.40.
I asked that because we've talked about commingling, we've talked about customer losses. There's been some public reporting.
42.5 on Boyle.
Some inflation or misrepresentation of the value of
I think
FTT
Boyle's going to move.
tokens. Is that
obviously not financial advice, yada yada yada.
To the extent there is some
it's kind of a chase at this point.
Also, one of the categories of losses you're going after.
I mean, not really. I guess it still has room.
FTT, was on the balance sheet of Alameda, and it certainly served as effectively sort of collateral, and it was largely controlled by Alameda, so it was a very illiquid.
Spies dying. No bueno. 24.6 on FFIE.
With a limited float, so inherent in the
look at that growth though.
Itself was the illiquidity, and certainly the size of the position the company had in its own token.
Nice little shot.
Contributed to this problem.
But if a customer were to buy that token at some value that because of its illiquidity could be manipulated, would the customer not effectively be sitting on, for lack of a better word, a Forex risk?
Well, there's certainly, I mean, all the crypto, like any asset, it has a certain volatility.
Trying to catch itself here.
More volatile than others, and FTT was
Oh.
volatile.
Sure, and I'm just, to the extent that the volatility is natural, it's fine. To the extent it's manipulated, let me move on because we're close on time. There's been,
Spies getting flushed.
in a number of the public conversations that Sam Bankman-Fried has had,
Faraday
when asked
Future.
about commingling, he often
A
responds by
California-based
talking
global
about
shared
open
intelligent
margin
electric
positions.
mobility ecosystem company.
I want to just give you a chance to react to the difference between
Okay,
an
so
open
F-
margin position and the commingling that you
What is FF?
I'm not sure exactly, I tried to follow some of what his statements were.
That's
and
saying
it was really
future
hard
fuel.
to really
You mean
understand what
FFIE,
he
I'm
was
assuming,
really
right?
trying to say. I mean, we do know that they had, open margin positions at various times.
568 on
at
AMC.
Alameda. And Alameda was a customer, if you will, of the exchange. And it's through that customer relationship.
Yeah, they
plus
probably
other
did.
arrangements that allowed Alameda to borrow those funds and then take positions on the exchange like anyone, who would hedge, an asset in the market. He had usually large positions, of course, and sometimes they were wrong in those positions and they resulted in big losses. But ultimately, the commingling issue is the same in a different issue. He took the money from FTX to cover those positions. And ultimately, when customers went to get their money back from .com, there was a run on the bank.
Okay. On November 12th,
By the way, Binance paused
second day,
XRP
the first day
withdrawals,
you were
just so
there,
everybody
yes,
knows.
It was a hacker who stole some $477
I think that's a big
million
deal.
worth of tokens from FTX. It was a November 29th interview
Tesla.
with Mr.
159.
Bankman-Fried with Tiffany Fong when he said he's narrowed it down to like 8 people, quote. Have you had any discussions with
Again,
him?
please
Do you
like,
have
sub,
any
hit the bell.
sense of
I'd appreciate
where-
it.
Do you have any more visibility since November 12th on that hack? Have you had conversations with him about who those
2186
people
on
might be?
GME.
Is that, what's your, $477 million?
I have not had any conversations with him. We're relying on forensic and cybersecurity experts who are tracking the crypto. There's an open interface, so you can see. You can ultimately find
Coinbase down to 40.5.
Where the crypto ends up. We've had law enforcement involved, so we're tracking it. I think we've got all the help we need in that front.
Okay. As I get close on the end of my time here, so far
Tesla.
it seems like most of the losses have been within these 4 silos, and I mean 2.7 million customers, whatever that means, is some exposure. Are you worried about any broader contagion? Are there broader contagion issues we should worry about from our perspective here? I mean, certainly other bankruptcies of the scale have spilled into other sectors.
Boyle, 42.30.
Look, I think the industry.
211 on
we
TBLT.
made a number of investments in the crypto sector. If you look at that portfolio of $5 billion, one of our major investments, top 20 investments were in the crypto sector.
BYSI.
So it's very trying
What is
time for the crypto
BYSI?
sector.
BYSI.
What I worry
Beyond
about is the
Spring.
impairment to that portfolio of $5 billion, because obviously that's a recovery pool for our customers.
BYSI.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Zeldin, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Pharmaceuticals.
Mr. Ray, I know you referenced earlier that you had not yet read Sam Bankman-Fried's
I'd be
testimony
chasing.
that was prepared for today. I had a question that I wanted to ask, and I was going to read you something that he had included in his remarks. In late 2021, I believe that Alameda Research likely had a net asset value of substantially over $50 billion market to market. I believe that Alameda was likely leveraged long, perhaps about 1.1 times leverage. That is, it had corresponding assets for roughly 90% of its position, borrowing the remaining 10%.
Good
That
volume
was roughly
on
1/20th
compared to
of the
average.
maximum leverage FT allowed, and roughly 1/3 of the leverage assumed by the average FT margin trader. In early November 2022,
I could've got this 2
over a
days ago,
3-day
54
period,
cents.
the
I'm
market
not gonna
value
chase
of
that.
assets that Alameda Research had held declined dramatically, I believe, by more than 50%. Have you yet seen any evidence of a market value drop in Alameda's assets before November 2022?
Mullen just dropped 21 cents.
We
Heads up on
haven't gone
Mullen.
back to trace, the
Oh, I should do
actual-
that.
To compare his
Yeah.
statements with what actually happened in the marketplace. I mean, clearly there was volatility and a huge market drop in crypto over that 12-month period. So it wouldn't surprise me that, you know, his leverage numbers change, perhaps even dramatically during that time period. I think the problem at the heart of this is that
I just did. Thank you.
his positions, you know, the collateral he had behind that, he didn't have the same auto liquidation provision that a margin account would normally have. You usually can't lose, you know, if it's structured properly, you shouldn't be able to lose more than your collateral. Otherwise, the position closes out and there's no harm. And the brokerage firm, you know, isn't, if it's a brokerage account, for example, they wouldn't be short cash. They wouldn't have to go out to get the money from you and close out the position. None of that existed with the Alameda positions. They had almost a complete ability
Just lost 401 on SPY.
on their collateral.
Are you yet in a position to be able to describe, summarize the assets that Alameda had?
We do have an, you know, an inventory of
BBIG blocks.
investments we made. That's pretty clear. We've got those in the hands of our investment bankers at Perella, and we're trying to understand.
Yeah, and
those
please click the
investments.
like and the sub.
Ultimately,
See
we'll
more and
work
more
at those
people rolling in.
investments. You'll see this week that some of those investments will be put up for sale. The crypto assets a little bit different.
RSI still
What's
low
the
on Tesla.
exchanges we can see there's exchanges.
36.
About 24 exchanges across the world where we know we have crypto assets. They're in our name. We're securing those and are moving those into cold storage. We have, you know, other positions in cold wallets and hot wallets. We've got visibility to that. The question really is, are there wallets that we don't know about?
CVSA's turnover is pretty
Certainly
low.
that is the potential, because the way this
Saw what it
company
did
was
yesterday as well.
organized, there may be wallets that don't have our names. We don't know where they are.
Good volume on it.
And that's going to be, you know, a
Good
difficult
volume,
task
and
ahead of
it's
us. But what
down
we
as
can
much
see,
as it
what we have
is
visibility
with
to,
low turnover. That's
we're grabbing
interesting.
control over.
So we'll learn more this week.
We should learn more in the coming weeks.
Bear with me.
Mr. Ray, you mentioned the documentation that you don't have earlier during your testimony. Can you share what documents you have uncovered with respect to the transfer of funds from FTX to Alameda?
It's voluminous. You know, the record keeping, you know, wasn't very clean in the company, but we should be able to trace the movement of crypto assets. I mean, inherently in the nature of the crypto, you should be able to see the movement and where it started and where it ended up. We'll obviously track, you know, the banking information. We do have bank records.
UVXY up
sometimes
to
we have go right
761.
to the bank to get historical records because they're not, you know, in hand, if you will, at the company. But one way or another, we'll get the banking records and we'll be able to trace the sources of cash, how that cash was utilized to buy assets. Once we can identify the assets,
SPY
we can trace the
trying to hold on to
asset
400.
from either, you know, transfer to other currencies or ultimate, you know, payment outside the company. So it's just a very intense forensic process, but we'll have the records ultimately to do that.
We'd be interested in receiving more detailed explanation of the documents
Drop
that
4.
you have. And one last question, can you describe what documents you identified with respect to internal controls and governance?
RSI's at 24.
Well, there isn't any, you know, to speak of. I mean, the company is virtually void of any internal controls or documentation.
UNG is up
Resolutions
5.
are absent. Authorizations approving massive loans. For example, the loans of the insiders. I haven't seen any resolutions approving those. When Sam Bankman-Fried
SPY
signs on behalf of the company and then he signs his own loan, that should tell you a lot right there.
It's trying to hold it.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, who is also the chair of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
I should have trusted my
Thank
fucking
you, Mr.
chart
Chairman,
there.
and Mr. Ray, it's, thank you for your testimony here today. And, you know, if you've been a member of Congress as long as I have been, and it just seems eerily, it was you that had to take over Enron when I was sitting here at that particular time. And we were looking at that as being one of the biggest scandals that we've ever seen.
Trying to bounce off 4.
I believe in your testimony today, you said this may be even bigger, of which is really concerning to me, particularly since, you know,
81 cents on AGFY.
I believe that blockchain technologies have a role in fostering financial inclusion and facilitates cross-border transactions. But what we didn't have and what we don't have are the real safeguards against misuse by bad actors. And as a result of that, I know I've been intricately involved with New York State. And New York State was one of the First Nations
41.22 on Boyle.
virtual currency
Spy's trying to bounce here, guys.
supervisory framework.
Lidar's at 90 cents.
And so, in your
CNXA,
testimony, you were
word.
very frank about the total lack of internal controls in FTX and critical of their governance structure.
There's a penny.
So, I guess my first question to you is, in your estimation, how much
Not
did
trying to
the
get excited
lack
yet.
of a board of directors attribute to the failure of FTX? And do you believe there would have been an opportunity to change course if this defunct structure were identified early on?
Yes, I do. I think that the lack of an independent board was a critical aspect of the failure.
And also in New York State, there are capitalization requirements for licensee holders to have highly liquid capital to ensure that financial integrity and to protect against outside shocks. Now, in this instance, how would a capital requirement have changed the outcome of the FTX failure?
BBIG just under
I'm not a
58 cents.
regulatory expert. I mean, what I've set forth in my testimony is that I think it's important for customer accounts to be segregated and for there to be transparency in what people can visualize in their account.
Maybe.
And they have some strict rules relative to
I don't know.
customer assets.
I think they're going to try to do
That's the extent
something.
of my views about the
I think that
regulatory
50
scheme.
is baked
I
in.
defer to others, who are obviously more experienced on the regulatory side.
That's one of the issues that we're trying to deal here is how do we get the appropriate and the proper regulation so that we can make sure that individuals are protected. For example, do you know and to what extent were U.S. persons trading on the FTX exchange? And do you believe that the controls were adequate in restricting access for
560
U.S.
on AMC.
persons?
2182
Because,
on GME.
FTX.com was listed in the Chapter 11 bankruptcy. And despite it being publicly reported that the U.S. subsidiary was a stronger position than its parent because of the narrowed offerings and oversights, there still seemed to be this direction toward U.S. persons.
Spy's working its way down.
So, what do you think? Do you think that there should be, or the restricting access for U.S. persons or the controls were adequate?
Well, certainly there was a limited number
Tesla?
of people that invested on the .com, which was not the intended use of that exchange. How that happened, obviously, we'll have to investigate, and where the breakdown was, internally in our controls, that would have allowed that to happen.
So I'd like, at some point, I know you're not a regulatory expert, but, to have a conversation with you about looking at some of the rules and the regulations that we put in place.
Above average
in the state of New
volume
York,
on Tesla
because
as well.
The debate that we have here at times is ceilings and floors and what would be appropriate to make sure that people are protected. You've already stated that FTX's lack of internal controls is unlike anything that you've ever seen in your career, and obviously has had a devastating impact on people who have trusted FTX with their savings and investments. I also chair the House Foreign Affairs Committee, and I'm also concerned that these internal failures could have led to sanction evasion and illegal transactions on FTX's platform at a time when sanctions compliance is critical for supporting countries like Ukraine and slowing down Putin's war machine. Have you and your team investigated these issues since taking the helm at FTX about anyone trying to avoid sanctions?
Yeah, we're certainly investigating all the aspects of the failure, and as the coming weeks, we'll learn more, and I think we'll certainly be.
I'm so tempted to buy fucking AMC ones, like the
understand
7s.
really what happened and share
Or
with
7s,
you
excuse
the
me.
extent possible.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ray, thank you for being here today. Unfortunately, we aren't able to question Sam Bankman-Fried. I was looking forward to
I think that
that.
that's
However,
bullshit.
I was
They arrested
concerned
him
that
right
you
before
were
the
gonna
fucking hearing,
testify
so he can't
first. I
testify.
would have rather have had him testify first so we could qualify some of the statements that he may make with you
Bitcoin,
in
try.
the current position. However, since we've been in here, there's been a leak of what was to be his testimony that has come out, and I'd like to ask you about something that he has related in his testimony.
You're moving
he
on
said if he had not
CNN
been arrested ahead of today's hearings, that he alleges that FTX US has been and remains solvent and could pay off all of its customers tomorrow. Given the evidence you have and what you've gathered, is there any degree of truth to this claim?
We still have a hole in the U.S.
6/10 of a penny?
As we sit here today, it is not solvent. That's just inaccurate. And I'm not sure, how would you even know that, quite honestly? So we're hopeful because the number of customers and the volume of trading on the U.S. exchange was much smaller than .com. Somewhat driven by the number of withdrawals that took place before the bankruptcy on the U.S. silo.
More BBIG blocks.
Right now, we have a few $100 million of value. Again, you have to look at value as of, say, today.
Right.
It's still missing. We haven't ultimately, though, found all the keys to the wallets. As we find and open those wallets, hopefully we'll be able to find more assets. And if we can attribute those to the U.S. silo, certainly there's a pathway to recovery there. And so, really the case isn't closed yet on the U.S. It's just premature, to make a determination such as is.
So there is a potential that what he is claiming is true, but so is I guess that would be the reason why all of the assets in those wallets have been frozen on the U.S. side. My follow-up question would be, if they are solvent, why would we freeze those? And along with that, is there any evidence of commingling of funds between FTX.com, FTX US?
It looks strong there for a second, and it's got a fucking hard shove down.
That's what we have. That's what we're looking at right now. I can't, give you a answer on that today. We're looking when we open up all the wallets. We look where the source is from whence they came. We'll have an answer for you.
I'm worried about this range, but other than that, I kind of agree with you.
Summarizing, there's not evidence right
I don't know if we're going to want to
now
come down
that
and
the
do more
statement would be
volume in
true
here.
that FTX US is
But
completely solvent.
Clearly not.
Okay. And something
it's looking
else
good.
that he did previously, he stated that the Bahamian regulators, he gave the Bahamian regulators a one-day advance warning to allow investors in the Bahamas to withdraw their funds. No one else outside the Bahamas was able to withdraw funds before the bankruptcy was filed. Mr. Freed said that he allowed the withdrawals because, quote, it was critical to the exchange to be able to have a future because that's where I am right now. And you do not want to be in a country with a lot of angry people in it. Is this explanation accurate?
Well, here's what we know.
I think so too, but
I can't speak to his,
I don't want to.
words.
I don't want to go ahead and put a firm guess on something like that.
In the Bahamas.
I just want to be reactionary, I guess.
Effectively 24 hours before Chapter 11 proceeded. During that time period, and we've documented this in our court filings as of last night.
Quite possibly.
The accounts were unfrozen just in the Bahamas. Over
What
$100
up, Mason?
million was released
Yep.
to approximately
Volatile.
1,500 customers in the Bahamas.
Did you say 15 million or 15
100 million.
100 million.
To 1,500 customers approximately. These
There
are
goes
approximate
Opgen.
numbers.
Okay.
And then the door was closed about the time of our Chapter 11 filing. And there were communications between Mr. Bankman-Fried
45
and the
cents is our
Bahamian
target right
government,
there.
specifically related to this leakage of assets.
So Mr. Freed would have known that the bankruptcy filing was imminent when he did this?
Yes, he was certainly in discussions with his counsel.
She wants
He was
to.
in discussions with the debtor's counsel.
All right. I see my time is quickly running out. Thank
Look at that
you
volume.
for what you're doing and trying to recover what assets we can. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, who is also the vice chair of the subcommittee on
Intraday
national
high.
security, national development, and monetary policy, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for convening this hearing. Since 2019, I have raised concern about the Securities and Exchange Commission's approach to digital assets.
Ooh,
SEC Chairman Gensler has repeatedly claimed that most cryptocurrencies are covered by existing securities laws. Despite that, the SEC has not proposed a single rule to create guardrails for digital assets and has done a haphazard job of overseeing the space.
I like this guy
There's
already.
always been a lack of certainty and clear rules of the road, and we are seeing the impact of that front and center today. They failed to do their job, and they failed to protect consumers, in my opinion.
Ooh, LiDAR's at
I've been calling on
888.
with other members on financial regulators to step up and create clear guardrails for digital assets. Nearly a year ago, I drafted the Stablecoin Innovation and Protection Act to create tough
567 on
consumer protections
CONL.
and prevent destabilizing runs
Coinbase
like
at?
we saw with the so-called stablecoin Terra that failed earlier this year.
Coinbase is at
I also
40.
invited Chairman Ross and Bamham to my district to discuss the clear regulatory steps the CFTC could take to better protect consumers and prevent thieves and snake oil salesmen from ripping off Americans with worthless digital assets. I've consistently been engaging with all market participants, associations, and regulators to promote innovation and the responsible development of promising financial technology, all with a clear eye to protect consumers. Instead of writing clear rules and guidelines for digital asset firms, however, the SEC has created a patchwork of ad hoc policies for crypto firms purely through spotty enforcement actions and random
I want to buy
letters.
fucking more
A pattern of
CONL.
enforcement that has missed the worst offenders. You can't regulate through a random patchwork of letters. You have to write clear rules of the road, which is what I've been calling on for years now. Chairman Gensler has told our committee and stated publicly that he has the authority he needs to oversee this industry. Yet the SEC hasn't written rules and has failed to foresee and prevent disasters in the industry and protect consumers from Terra Luna to FTX. It's time for the SEC to
I
step
hate
up
Doge.
and do its job, or another regulator.
I'm definitely not the guy to talk
Mr.
to
Ray,
about Doge.
Thank you for being here. Do you think U.S. financial
Like, I've made
regulators
money on
that
it.
have been satisfied with the accounting
The
and
whole
risk mitigation
Elon
practices
Saturday
were in
Night
place
Live
at
deal.
FTX International to prevent its failure from spilling over to FTX US
But
and American investors?
it's not mine. Not my trade.
You know, as I said,
I look at crypto like an investment.
Speak to what the regulatory fix is here. Obviously, oversight is needed. Obviously, we need to have customers.
Tesla's oversold.
Control over their accounts. And clearly
923 on TSLO.
There's some needs here. I can't really specify what they might be, and I leave that to the committee to obviously work with the agencies to.
FTX's group's U.S.-based crypto derivatives and clearing platform LedgerX that has been overseen by the CFTC since 2017 was not included in FTX's wider bankruptcy filing, and according to your initial review of the situation, LedgerX is still
558
solvent.
on
During his
AMC.
testimony before the Senate Agriculture Committee last week,
I don't even know what SPXU
Chairman Benham
is.
argued that it was the oversight of his agency that
SPXU.
ensured LedgerX was
Oh, yeah, I do.
insulated from the failure of other FTX firms. From what you've seen, what protected LedgerX from the failures of the broader FTX ecosystem, and what could U.S. regulators, including the SEC, have done to protect Americans using FTX US?
Certainly, we believe LedgerX, it is a regulated entity, and it is.
How many times is that short?
The customer accounts are segregated, and obviously that goes a long way to protecting customers.
Do you believe that Mr. Bankman-Fried, when he says that all FTX US users will receive a $1 on the dollar return of funds at the end of these bankruptcy proceedings?
It's very speculative at this point.
What are some of the biggest questions you still have for Mr. Bankman-Fried and his associates, now that you've been through
This is 3 times.
I think the
This
questions
2 times
we
or
have
something?
are not necessarily question for Mr. Fried. The questions we have are, where are the assets? How we locate those assets? It's a mining exercise at this point. Look, at the end of the day,
Watch out for a recovery on this.
we're not going to be able to recover all
It's
the
already
losses
halted like
here.
4 times.
Money was spent that we'll never get back. There will be losses on the international side. We're hopeful on the U.S.
Ooh.
side. He'll answer to others related to what happened here. Our job is just to find
Gold
the
cross as well.
assets and try to get customers their money back as quickly as possible.
Have you looked at SPX? Or no, SPXS? Excuse me.
These bankruptcies take time. The assets will take time.
How many times leverage is
process
you?
will, as I say, will take
Is that 2?
months, not weeks. But we try to do this in the most expeditious way possible.
Thank you for being here. I yield back.
Coinbase just below 40.
Gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Ray, thanks for what you're doing to recover funds that are missing, and for helping us build the evidence trail to find out, what happened. I think a lot of people look at your initial statements and you say, we know the following. First, customer assets from FTX.com were commingled with assets from the Alameda trading platform. Second, Alameda used funds to engage in margin trading, which exposed customer funds to massive losses. Based on your review of the records, is the transfer of customer funds from FTX.com to Alameda Research in conflict
My bad.
with the FTX.com terms of service.
Yes, that's my view.
Right, so they
Spy,
claim
trying
that
to
they
hold
weren't
four again.
supposed to be able to trade those funds, and clearly they traded those funds.
Oh, then maybe they're the same.
I
don't know.
think that, the difference in what you may be hearing is that, unlike generally customer accounts, the Alameda account had no trading limitations. Virtually unlimited positions they could take.
Right, so when customers deposited funds into their FTX accounts, where did the cash go?
Well, sometimes the money wasn't deposited in the FTX account; it was sent to Alameda to begin with. So
it was misdirected from the start, straight to Alameda.
There was certainly some time period where there's no bank account at .com, and then ultimately,
You're saying 398?
As you look at the structure of this, Alameda was essentially a customer on that .com exchange, and effectively, borrowed money from, or just transferred money from FTX customers to take its own positions on the Alameda hedge fund.
Right,
I don't really think
at
that
times
needs
it was just
it.
going straight to
Maybe.
Alameda. At other times, did you uncover a path where there was some sort of settlement, like in
Might
stocks,
come and
where
tap
there's
that
T+2, where the
I really don't think
was
it's going to
settlement
need
back
all that
and
much,
forth
though.
between FTX and
If it's going to go, it might just go. But if it comes
Ultimately, when
back
you look at
down,
this, there's
I'm
going
worried
to
about
be,
this right here.
I'm sure thousands and thousands of trades, right? So we're going to have to go back and do a very detailed analysis about every single.
But they didn't have a structured settlement
Spy.
framework at all in any of their software or accounting
Tesla
systems.
pop,
It
let's
doesn't
go.
appear so now.
Okay, and have you ever
Let's
done
go.
bankruptcies
Good shit.
where
Thank you.
you had to deal with custody of stocks?
Yes.
Yeah, so, obviously there you settle, clearly you own shares or you don't own shares. You take custody of the shares normally after a 2-day settlement period. There's a netting period where firms that trade in these
I
net
hope
out
Tesla
and
carries.
settle the position at the end of the day. It doesn't seem any of this kind of thing existed for FTX.
That's one of the
Market
findings.
doesn't
There's
move
no,
on my hopes and dreams, so.
reconciliation of the ledger on a day-to-day basis.
Again, please like, sub, hit the bell. If you've not already, I'd appreciate it.
Was there anything that you could, have you detected a
562 on
point
AMC.
in time where
Spy trying to make its way
the
back to 401.
assets on hand for this enterprise
Spy's Tesla's getting
matched
fucking buried
the
right
amount
now.
of customer deposits?
We'd have to go back and look at that. We're looking at a timeline. We're going to have to back up from
SBF's parents will no longer
I
teach
guess
next
we'd
year
have
at
to
Stanford
back
Law.
up for more than a year, and then we'll look at, on a day-to-day basis. Again, they didn't reconcile ledger on a day-to-day basis. We've got to now do that to find the answer to your question.
Okay, so custody really seems to be one of the big things here. Clearly, they didn't have a way to reconcile custody on behalf of their customers. But sometimes when people were
Running on
saying, well, I don't know about this.
NWE.
Maybe I'm going to take my funds out. Let's say somebody bought Bitcoin and now they want to exit with custody of Bitcoin
Yeah.
and have self-custody. Is that the point in time when FTX or some combination of these entities acquired the Bitcoin so that they could deliver what the customer was requesting?
Well, there's a certain amount of liquidity at a point in time. I think the problem happened when there was effectively a run on the bank and there was just less assets there than the depositors
80 cents on
effectively
AGFY.
required to be drawn out. Underscoring that is a commingling of those assets even amongst the customers themselves.
SMMT is looking to go. Crossing the MACD as well.
Right. Okay, so no control, no custody. And the only real safeguard the individual consumer had as this was unwinding was the hope that they could somehow be one of the lucky people that decided to say, I'm going to take possession and self-custody my own digital asset.
41 and a half on Boyle.
If they've exited and they have custody of the assets, are their assets now safe?
Well, you're exactly on point. If
We got turnover on NWTN.
Customers who got the money out.
All right, thank you. My time's expired. I yield.
The gentlewoman from
468 on
Massachusetts,
Vaughn.
Ms. Presley, who is also the vice chair of the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Financial Institutions, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and thank you to our chairwoman for making this hearing an absolute priority. Due to the collapse of the cryptocurrency exchange FTX, over 1 million people have not been made whole, including consumers in my district, the Massachusetts 7th. Now, Mr. Ray, in a bankruptcy filing a few weeks ago, you stated,
AM
reversing? Never in my career have I seen such a complete failure of corporate controls and such a complete absence of trustworthy financial information as occurred here, end quote. So that we can continue to get a better sight line into this failure. Can you elaborate on the internal failures and the inadequate policies that occurred at FTX leading to the collapse?
So where is
it? It's virtually, unlimited in terms of the lack of controls. No centralized.
See how they're saying one, but they didn't fix the. There's no standard options. They're all non-standard now, which makes no sense. I have marches.
Where there's no insurance.
Yeah, they're March. Right?
Insurance.
Yeah, March 23.
No independent board. No safeguards that limit who controls an asset. So senior management literally could get access to any of the accounts in any of the silos. No separateness between customer money and other customer money or other assets. It's virtually.
I'd fucking love muln pop right now. It jumped in free market, so I might be able to use that as a top signal if it fucking takes off.
I've never seen anything like it in all 40 years of doing restructuring work and corporate legal work. It's just a dearth of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ray, for enumerating that for the purposes
Microsoft is up 4%
record, to better understand the depth of the incompetence here. And again, really just egregious and really criminal. Can you tell us how customer funds were handled at FTX, including the exact amount that FTX misused?
We don't have
what that number is.
We don't have totals today on the losses. I mean, we do know that
more BBIG
customer
blocks
funds have existed effectively in a pool. We're going to have to do an accounting, a tracing analysis to really determine the number.
Dow is now down 0.16. Right S&P down S&P up 0.2, and Nasdaq is up 0.32 off of the highest
position. They may have opened multiple accounts. We know it's a big number. It's in the millions on the customer accounts, and we know it's several $1 billion in losses. Assigning those losses to customer accounts will be our next challenge.
And I saw one report that was putting it at about $8 billion.
Trying to hold on to 400.
In light of what is FTX's plan to make sure that every single dollar that was misused is returned to the customers, do you have an estimate of the amount of funds that FTX will actually be able to repay?
Not at this stage. I mean, the one thing that
TSLL and CONL
committee is that every day we find more assets.
And I bought more Carvana, I believe, as well.
We find keys that we can then unlock wallets, and then we assign those to the
I'm just DCing my ass off there.
So every day we're more
obviously not financial advice, but I'm answering your question.
Anticipate some massive losses here. We're just too early right now to speculate what that would be. And hopefully, in the coming weeks, we will get a better handle on that and obviously make more information available to the public. The one thing about the bankruptcy process, which should be comforting to the committee.
Oh, I DCA'd on CNXA as well.
And disclosure in that. There's reporting in the bankruptcy process. So everyone will know every step of the way exactly what's happening in this bankruptcy.
Thank you. Without question, this collapse has been devastating to people across the globe, my constituents in the Mass 7th included, which is why it really is essential that we understand the anatomy of this collapse so that we can not only ensure that they are made whole, that we are mitigating the damage caused here, maximizing the value that is returned to customers, but that we ensure with stringent regulations and procedures in place that this does not happen in the future. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Budd, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
So the story of FTX is a story as old as time. What FTX engaged in, it's fraud, plain and simple. Sam Bankman-Fried, he lied to investors. He violated his own terms of service. He knowingly and improperly loaned $10 billion in customer funds to FTX, from FTX to his own hedge fund. This is the stuff that would make Bernie Sanders cringe. Mr. Bankman-Fried is right where he belongs, arrested for fraud. And from where I sit, the number one priority right now is to make each and every investor financially whole. So thank you, Mr. Ray, for being here, for your efforts, and for lending your expertise today. So the bankruptcy filing, it notes several unacceptable practices, like the use of software to conceal the misuse of customer funds and Alameda's secret exemption from certain aspects of FTX.com's auto liquidation protocol. So can you expand on these practices and what more you've learned since the bankruptcy filing?
The basic concept is that Alameda was able to
158.5 on Tesla. Heads up on Tesla.
Yeah, or transfer. I'm not sure I'd call it described.
Stop is going.
Borrowing is almost
43.40. Bet.
So
it's not my trade though.
Of assets, borrowing of assets on an unlimited basis.
I'm trying to keep my FDA exposure low.
Massive positions.
You're about to release something big.
With other people's money.
Is it a video? Is it like a document?
Feature.
Like what is it?
Ultimately, those losses could exceed the value of, of that account. So that's essentially what happened in a nutshell.
Thank you. So another question: if FTX.com were domiciled here in the U.S., do you think the outcome would have been the same?
The extent of the lack of of controls and the way this business was operated, I don't think it would matter where this company was located.
So here's really what I'm getting at. So I've been a longtime supporter of both blockchain technology and the digital asset industry. I view them as uniquely American innovations that have the potential to help and revolutionize financial services. But what happened at FTX was fraud on a massive scale, not unlike other scams throughout our country's history. The head of FTX should be dealt with in the same way that other disgraced leaders of Enron, prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. So what I want to protect is innovation, and we want to see it flourish
here on
our shores under proper regulatory oversight. So it's clear now more than ever that regulatory ambiguity coupled with the practice of regulation by enforcement used by agencies like the SEC, it's led to companies moving offshore, where they're often out of reach of proper American oversight, which puts all investors at risk of another FTX-type scam. So what we need
MMTS
is for Congress to take the
97.5.
lead and establish
on SMMT.
clear
Word.
rules for this industry.
Thank you, sir.
At the very beginning of my time in Congress, I've introduced and supported countless bills that would do just that.
$39.93
It's my
on
hope that
coin.
we can finally work together to establish these rules to protect U.S. investors and the future of American innovation. Thank you. I yield back.
SMMT. There you are.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Matthew Carlson, sorry.
To read the bankruptcy filing, one gets the impression that FTX had the corporate governance of a college fraternity. In the bankruptcy filing, you note that decisions about the disbursement of funds were made via an online chat with personalized emojis. And it seems to me corporate governance by emoji sounds like a recipe for the misuse of funds. During the New York Times Deal Book interview, Sam Bankman-Fried said that FTX and Alameda were, if, quote, if not in intention, in effect, tied together more substantially than I wanted it to be. And Mr. Bankman-Fried speaks as if the conflict of interest came as a shock to him, as if it arose by accident or by mistake rather than by design. But it seems to me that Mr. Bankman-Fried set up a mutually beneficial relationship between Alameda and FTX. He would use Alameda as a market maker to generate liquidity and trading revenues for FTX, and then use FTX as a lender to generate leverage for Alameda. And that incestuous relationship was neither accidental nor incidental. That incestuous relationship was central to the crypto empire that Mr. Bankman-Fried built. Do you agree with that analysis? Or? I can't take any exception to what he said. And so do you think that Mr. Bankman-Fried knew or should have known that the conflict of interest would foreseeably culminate in the commingling of customer funds?
I certainly think he should have known his actions with the circumstances that we now find ourselves in. Absolutely.
NSO.
When FTX was seeking a bailout, FTX circulated to investors a balance sheet.
I'm sorry, I'm having a brain fart.
Its largest
NSO.
assets were tokens that FTX itself had invented. The largest asset on the balance sheet were $2.2 billion in CRM
non-standards?
tokens.
Yeah.
CRM
What is up,
tokens,
Flex? Yeah, Sean, that's because they just made an acquisition.
And needless to say, the value of a serum token depends on the value of FTX as a company. If FTX collapses, the token is worthless. It becomes no different.
Flex, I hope that you're ready for XRP.
Money. Do you agree that there's something fundamentally fraudulent about the practice of counting your own tokens as assets on your balance sheet?
Well, clearly, because of the way the token is created and the liquidity.
TBLT down to 209. 1268 on NWTN.
Very risky position to use your own asset effectively as collateral.
When I think of an asset, I think of something that has.
Watch out on CONL as well.
Company. Just like a corporation would not count its own stock.
399.5 on SPY.
It seems to me no crypto company should count its
own
tokens
codes
as an asset, because if the company collapses,
wait,
so
let me
does the
throw
token.
up another block tree.
Well, in terms of tokens generally, I'm not really making a
They say take a
judgment about,
MMTLP now.
Tokens, they're certainly out there in the marketplace. They trade. Limitations on the use of your own assets as collateral certainly seems inherently risky, and I suspect the customers themselves didn't realize that. So those are. All
right, I just pulled up CNXA on block trade.
FTX reportedly holds $900 million in liquid assets against $9 billion in liabilities. These are based on media reports. And it's been reported of the liquid assets, the largest among them is about $500 million in Robinhood stock. According to the Financial Times, the Robinhood shares are controlled by a
I'm not getting any blocks. I only have it set at 500 too.
The merchant entity, which is said to be personally controlled by Sam Bankman-Fried. So the largest liquid asset, the Robinhood stocks, who controls it? Is it you as the FTX CEO or Sam Bankman-Fried?
And CPL might be coming back for a second round.
That's an asset of the estate.
During the New York Times Dealbook interview, Mr. Bankman-Fried said that he knew that there was a problem.
Starry launched that.
Yet despite knowing what he knew on November 6th, on November 7th, he proceeded to tweet the following statement, quote, FTX has enough to cover all client holdings, leading the public to believe that there was no problem. In your view, was he telling the truth or was he lying?
Yo.
I can't. I don't want to.
A little interesting there.
His comments. He also said that he had $10 billion to invest in the company that day. So.
Well, let me ask the question differently. At that time, when he sent out the tweet, leading the public to believe that we have enough to cover all client holdings, did
SMMT?
FTX actually have enough liquidity, enough assets to cover their liabilities?
They are asking good questions.
So that statement was false.
Yes.
I'm getting no blocks on
And I'll leave it at
block
that.
trade
Thank you.
for CNXA.
The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Gonzalez, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Coming back to 400
Madam
on
Chair,
SPY.
And thank you, Mr. Ray.
At least it's trying to.
I want to start.
Yeah, please like, sub, hit the bell, guys. If you have not already, I'd appreciate it.
Alameda took out loans from various counterparties. Is that correct? Not just FTX.
556 on AMC.
Yes. Okay. To your knowledge, were any of those loans called?
We're going through the corporate history of what was repaid, and some of those loans, in fact, I think were repaid, but they had counterparty positions with a lot of those companies as well.
Double bottom
To
on
your
the
knowledge,
keys.
were customer funds transferred from FTX to Alameda for the purposes of paying off called loans?
That's certainly possible. I mean, we need to investigate that further, but that's certainly one of the paths that we would potentially find.
Thank you. And then in your testimony, you described the use of computer infrastructure that gave individuals in senior management access to systems. That's I'll term this the backdoor.
About 33%, just under.
One of the things
Did he recover out of there?
Sam
Or no?
Bankman-Fried has said is he had no knowledge of commingling of funds. He said that multiple times. That backdoor, which you've said
Heads up on
allowed
this.
for unlimited access of Alameda, essentially unlimited access into the FTX customer accounts to fund their investments. In your eyes, is there any way that Sam Bankman-Fried or senior management wouldn't know about this sort of thing?
No.
Thank you. Now shifting towards the goal of the bankruptcy proceeding, which is to find the assets and return those assets ASAP. I think that's the goal that we all
This
share.
might eat some gamma here in a second.
part of that, of course, is having the data in a paper trail
might need
that
SPY,
will
though.
allow you to recreate transaction
SPY's
histories,
about to
figure
retake
out
4,
where
it
the
looks like.
assets are so you can actually go get them. How would you characterize the quality of the record keeping at FTX and Alameda?
All right, look at my DMs. All right, you got it.
Well, ultimately, we hope, the raw data is there, and through the expertise that we have, we will be able to assemble it. It'll be time consuming because it's raw data. The jump start you normally have in companies, we just don't have. So we're starting at their zero.
Do you have any evidence that suggests that
that's
data
funny.
was willfully destroyed prior to your arrival in the company?
We have imaged the Slack environment that the company had, but we are aware that there were certain forms of communications with disappearing messaging.
Trying to hold on to 1300 on ETH.
There's obviously risk of loss there.
Okay. One of the things
ETH's
in
getting flush right now.
Mr. Bankman-Fried's testimony that has, I guess, leaked, that wasn't submitted, is he spends a considerable amount of time talking about Binance and how Binance effectively created a run on the bank, suggesting that, had that not occurred, FTX was solvent and would have been just fine. Prior to that episode, is your belief
13's
that
trying to go through
FTX
the
was solvent?
48 here on Tesla.
No.
I didn't think so either. That's pretty much all I have for questions. The one final thing I'll note, also in that testimony, there's some accountability, which is of course good, but then there's a lot of excuse making and some complaining. Like, in fact, many of us are still missing access to our own personal data, which is being held hostage by the Chapter 11 team's leadership. I would note that's what happens in life when you perpetrate a massive fraud and steal billions of dollars from your customers. You lose your freedom.
SFT?
And you lose
Hold on
access
one second.
to a whole bunch of things.
I will get that for you in a second. Let
Otherwise,
me
you
go
wish
ahead
you would
and
have.
find SFT here.
So, just a simple reminder for everybody that's what happens. Final question, actually. I do
Ooh,
have
that's tight.
1 minute left. You've mentioned the $100 million that
You want me to look up
was transferred to
WeWork?
1,500 Bahamian accounts prior to the bankruptcy. I'm not going to ask you to say this is exactly what happened, but what does your sort of spidey sense say about what might have gone on
26,
there? Awfully
20-ish, 26-19.
Obviously, it's alarming. In my job, I try to keep focused on one thing.
Here's
follow
FFIE
the
for you, Sean.
So we'll see.
He's still in that
best
position
way
or
to
no?
receive that money and what the circumstances were.
Well, thank you, and thank you again for being here. I wish you luck in tracking down all the customer funds, making sure they're returned to their rightful owners.
BBIG
Thank
blocks.
you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Oh, yeah.
Thank
Calls for
you. The
January. That's right.
gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Talib, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman. Mr. Ray, I really appreciate you coming here. One of the
Looking
things that
for
kind
400?
of stood out for me is the how much FTX spent on celebrity endorsements and arena naming rights, really targeting residents like myself and others, in my community.
34,000
Naming
shares
rights
on
at the Miami
the Ask.
Heat Arena, I think you all spent like what, 135 million. NFT partnerships with the Golden State Warriors and Washington Capitals. I think 210 million sponsorship of the Mercedes. I don't know, it's some little long line here. Endorsements and ads with Tom Brady, Naomi, Stephen Curry, Larry David. It goes on
Go
and on.
ahead.
Do you know the total amount of FTX?
Go ahead.
How much they spent on sport endorsements and arena naming rights?
We don't have a full tally of that because
Spy's trying.
accumulation of data.
48's right here.
Spent more on FTX versus FTX.US?
I don't have a breakdown for you, and I can't tell you how much was paid in crypto versus cash.
When you all ran that TV during the Super Bowl, I think you doubled the number of U.S. users. Is that true?
I don't have data on that.
Do you think it's financially
That's
responsible
really
to be
crossed the
spending
MACD here.
hundreds of millions of dollars on these kinds of sponsorships and quote unquote partnerships while they weren't able to cover the customer
24 is at the 48.
costs?
No.
Personally, it sounds a lot like Houston Astros playing at Enron Park. I represent the third poorest congressional
Tesla.
district, Mr. Ray. This really impacts everyday folks like my residents who were really targeted by a lot of those ads. The crypto industry has spent millions on this marketing.
Come to 160.
And you know, one of the things I read, which was really
No, he got arrested
taken aback, and
yesterday.
I know Madam Chair might have heard, but you know, the Ontario teachers' pension had to write off $95 million. These are teachers.
Go ahead.
And the
Headed towards
consequences
160.
of the crypto
Tesla.
collapse on everyday people is something that's
Tesla.
not
Watch out on
discussed
TSLL,
enough.
guys, if this goes.
And understanding why accountability and oversight is important. That's why I really appreciate the chairwoman doing this hearing.
RSI is a little
the
hot.
idea that
68
cryptocurrency
and
can be a
change.
solution for financial inclusion is not only laughable, it's dangerous, Mr. Ray. These get quick rich kind of ads and targeting my residents, it is predatory.
Spy
And
is
quote my
400.
friend Senator Warren, it's bullshit. And let me talk about that BS a little bit. The role of exchange tokens in the crypto industry's business model, it's reported that Media held billions in, you know, liquid FTT, and then FTTX's own exchange token. Meanwhile, FTX's own website stated
Spy
that
coming up to the
FTT was
48.
the backbone of FTX's ecosystem. I know, you're rolling your eyes. I don't know if anybody can see it. But the price of FTT
Broke the
traded
downtrend,
in the
obviously.
high 70s over the summer.
Looks like it wants to.
But by the start of November, it hovered, I think, around $20. And then the collapse in value triggered a so-called a bank run-like situation. And then right now, FTT is, I think, valued at just over $1 per token. Is that correct?
Go ahead.
That's correct.
Clearly, FTX had an interest in inflating the value of their own token and it seems in hindsight that FTX was being propped up by monopoly money. Is that correct?
Yes.
There may be a pattern there, yes.
Mr. Ray, have you discussed in length how FTX.com is siloed from FTX.us
Spy.
and FTX.us users?
Here we go.
Well, structurally, they are. They do share a common environment, the AWS system.
Can FTX.us, users though, could they trade with FTT? Is that?
On their particular exchange, which would be the FTX
Spy.
exchange, yes.
Got fucking brick walled
Can you
there.
describe how FTT's
Comms is really
collapse
tight.
in value
Word.
has affected FTX.us silo and how it's affected U.S. customers' residents' ability to recover their funds?
We don't have a full accounting of what crypto assets are within each silo that back up those customer
TSLL
accounts.
is over the MACD as well.
We need to accumulate the full value of the collateral, and then we'll, obviously look at
Pound looks like it
what
wants to
type of
move
crypto is
up.
there, and
Sorry,
that'll
about
be
to cross the
an
100.
exercise we'll have to go through.
Can you explain this whole thing around FTX's overall reliance on digital
MACD
token
looks
that
nice.
they control, mint, and have vested interest in manipulating the value of? That's something that I hope we dig deeper into.
I've seen stories about that and I've read quite a bit about it. We have not done a full investigation into what was going on in the marketplace relative to the various tokens. I know that's of particular interest to the regulatory community. Some of this may have played into what happened in terms of the downfall of FTX and other crypto companies. So it's certainly something we're going to investigate.
Thank you.
FFIE, here you go.
Thank you very much. The gentleman
It's
from
53%
Tennessee,
approximately.
Mr. Rose, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters, and I want to also thank Ranking Member McHenry for holding this hearing.
Look how tight
And thank
SFT
you to
is.
our witness, Mr. John Ray, for lending his expertise to this committee to examine the collapse of FTX. Mismanagement of funds, the use of complex margin, and collateralization of certain digital assets, and of course, alleged fraud. The timing of the events of the last 12 hours is certainly interesting. As a recovering attorney, it makes me wonder why a
What is short
prosecutor
score on
wouldn't want to
SFT?
potentially add lying
Yep.
to Congress
You wanted
to
Vaughn, I'll
accompany
pull it
the
up real
list of
quick.
charges against Mr.
CVNA.
Bankman-Fried. It also makes me wonder why the SEC waited until today to file its own charges. Frankly,
52.8.
Chair Gensler has failed at his job, and
Ooh.
worst of all, he has failed to protect investors, which is one of the key components of the SEC's tripartite mission. Similarly, while he has been asleep at the wheel, the Democratic majority has failed to have him to testify before this committee for over 14 months, which I believe is a
Is Matt doing
disservice to
something here?
investors. I hope that in a few weeks that we in the new Republican majority will finally start to hold the Biden administration accountable for their failures. Now, I see my time is limited, so I will dive right into my questions.
Ooh.
Mr. Ray, it is my understanding that FTX
Spicy.
and Alameda hold a number of digital assets, including more than 30 billion of Tether USDT.
Fuck Tether.
Can you describe
Just saying.
the efforts that you are taking to ensure that unwinding FTX in the bankruptcy proceeding won't cause unnecessary negative impacts to these digital asset markets?
At this stage, what we're
TBLT,
doing is sequestering those assets and
low volume,
and securing those.
low turnover,
we
of
have
course,
not
but
embarked on
love a nice
any
little
sort of
push right there.
liquidation process.
Vana 481.
Crypto assets.
Heads up on Carvana.
And you know, when it comes time to look at the ultimate distribution of those
No,
assets,
Tether.
whether it's in cash or in kind, obviously will be.
So they say that there's reserves for Tether, but they could basically mint more Tether whenever the fuck they feel like.
There's no depreciation of value.
So
of what we're
basically,
distributing.
that's like a
Our goal
license
is
to go ahead and
maximize
inflate the
value
economy,
to customers.
which is what pisses me off.
Thank you. Mr. Ray, you have said that, among other things, Alameda and FTX used customer funds to make investments in a variety of businesses.
735 on
and
GoCo.
ventures. Have you seen any documents suggesting that the
Sav is at
recipients of
43.43.
those investments did any due diligence as to the source of funds being used by FTX and Alameda?
I've not personally seen any documentation.
Spy trying.
Due diligence. I'm not sure
Set
we
on
would
the
necessarily
MACD.
be privy to that. But
Still hasn't
certainly
crashed yet on the
haven't found
MACD.
anything to date.
Just under the 48.
On the flip side, have you seen any indication as to whether adequate due diligence by FTX's institutional investors would have raised red flags?
You know, I don't know what work they did. I mean, obviously, they found themselves in a fairly grave position. I don't know what due diligence they may have done. It's hard for me to answer that.
A lot of day left still. A lot
Is
of
there
day.
any indication as to whether any potential investors before the events in November took a pass on investing after taking a hard look at FTX?
Again, I'm not really privy to what due diligence people may have done.
Tesla trying for
It's
160.
just not something that I've got visibility to.
So I from owning a company myself and both responding to due diligence requests and making them as we looked at companies, we kept significant records of the due diligence both that we requested and that we responded to. Are you seeing evidence that any such records were being kept by FTX?
It's like fucking turning cement 400.
Not that I'm aware. Again, you know, part of my testimony is that the company's record keeping was very minimal.
57.7 on
even as
big.
to some of the investments, we don't even have the
Somebody
complete
just bought another
transactional
34,000
documents,
shares.
that govern the investment itself. So I think that speaks somewhat for your question.
And again, just to give you a chance to reiterate, you, from all of your experience throughout your career, you find that to be remarkable. I would take it.
Yeah, truly remarkable.
This is like the 5th time that
Thank
NLGO
you
was
again
halted.
for being with us today. And Chairman, thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from North Carolina.
FFIE
Ms.
going through
Adams, is
200.
now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member McHenry, for hosting the hearing today. And to you, Mr. Ray, thank you for being here. Mr. Ray, judging by the reaction of my colleagues, it's clear how frustrated we are, especially given
So
your
fucking tight on
testimony
this
where you
FT.
state that you had never seen such an utter failure of corporate controls at every level of an organization. So, Mr. Ray, my question, my colleagues and I have asked repeatedly about your efforts to recover customers' assets, and you've told us today it'll take some time. But you're the expert here. Do you genuinely believe that these customers are ever going to get their money back?
Well, certainly, we're working hard to cover all of the assets.
Probably not.
And sequester those for ultimate return to customers. It's obviously a challenge. It's a massive loss. It's very speculative right now what that recovery will be. It's too early to tell what the ultimate recovery will be to each particular customer. At some point, we'll obviously know that, and we hope
Vana
obviously to
477.
maximize that.
Well, okay. That doesn't sound like you really think they're
554 on
But let me
Coinbase.
do you think that some of the losses suffered by these investors are simply a result of the nature of investment and risk-taking in the market, or was this fraud?
Well, certainly, I think the way the company operated lended itself to
We need to follow it up, though.
materially risky losses, positions. Clearly, a better-run company would have had controls and procedures in place to avoid losses.
Boils down to 41.
Okay, thank you, sir. Let me revisit the quote from your testimony. I want you to touch on the quality of FTX's bookkeeping. Was there a discrepancy between what it disclosed to its investors versus what was going on in the company
Novavax
internally? And can you provide an update on your efforts to fill those gaps?
More BBIG blocks.
Well, the quality of the record keeping was very poor in the company. We still don't have complete financial statements for every one of the entities. We're going back and rebuilding those right now. Our process is to have a
Super trend on
entry
AMC
with our assets and cash and our liabilities, and we'll do that on an entity by entity basis. In the coming months, through the bankruptcy process, there'll be disclosures about the financial status of every one of the entities. But that's a
2180 on
process that
GME
we'll
as
build
well.
out over the next 4 months.
So in your testimony, you discussed the existence of a computer infrastructure that gave senior management personal access to customer funds and lacked security controls. So can you describe examples of the misuse of customer funds that took place as a result of these vulnerabilities?
Well, the main misuse is just simply taking customer
Trying to
funds
pound
and
volume
using
above the
it
48 here.
for other purposes. I mean, obviously there's investments
Close to a
made,
cross.
payments made, expenditures that were made with customer funds, and then obviously trading that occurred that caused losses that ultimately harmed the customer.
Tesla.
All right, thank you, sir. Madam Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
Heads up on TSLL. If
The
this
gentleman from Wisconsin,
keeps going here.
Mr. Stile, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ray, for being here. There's a lot of questions about early stage due diligence, about why the indictment and the timing of that indictment by justice. But I think as policymakers, we're here to understand the FTX collapse and what can be done to prevent
84
a
cents
future
on
fraud
LiDAR.
like this
Might have
from
to hop
ever
on that.
occurring again, where individuals lost their money. It's complicated by the fact that FTX is domiciled in a foreign jurisdiction, and by all indications, Mr. Bankman-Fried is also in a foreign jurisdiction at this time. And so we should ask ourselves tough questions as to why a company like FTX would choose to set itself up in the Bahamas rather than the United States in the first place. I think that's a question for Congress. And also, we can't lose sight of the fact that millions of Americans lost money in this. I'm outraged. I think you're outraged. The American people should be outraged. Let me dive in. A day after FTX filed for bankruptcy, multiple outlets reported that there was a hack or potential theft. You have stated unauthorized access to certain assets occurred and that the company was in touch with law enforcement officials and regulators. Have you determined whether, in fact, assets were moved out after the bankruptcy?
Yes, clearly there was assets moved out after the bankruptcy.
And do you know whether or not that was an actual hack, or was this done, as has been reported, at the direction of the Bahamian authorities?
It was both.
It was both. And so some was done as a result of a hack, some was done as a result of the request of the Bahamian authorities.
Yes, that's right.
And do you have indication as to why the Bahamian authorities made that request?
Come on,
Well,
Tesla.
it wasn't a request.
She's leading us.
They just took it.
Yeah, I saw that.
The Bahamian
CNXA
authorities took
Super
the
Trend?
funds that were at FTX
Overtrend.
through their own action. Was no action required by FTX employees? Maybe you could provide just a little color.
They were aided by the ex-employees, yes.
They were aided by former employees
Yes,
of
Mr.
FTX.
Yes, Mr. Wang and Mr. Fried.
Tesla, go ahead. Right up.
Is it in the eyes of the Bahamian authorities did this to protect clients and creditors? What was the do you have insight into the motivation behind this action?
Unlike the Chapter 11 process, there's no transparency in the process in the Bahamians, and we've repeatedly asked them for clarity about what they've been doing, and we've been shut down on that.
SMMT
So from
18.26
you've
up.
requested insight as to why
960
this
on
was done
TSLL.
from the Bahamian authorities. And the Bahamian authorities, their reply to you was that they did not reply, or they
MMat,
replied
low
and it was
turnover.
unsatisfactory.
They put out statements that it was in the interest of Bahamian creditors, although, our view is that it violated the automatic stay in bankruptcy.
And so you have questions that still remain unanswered by the Bahamian authorities that would shed additional light into your investigation if that information was provided?
Yes.
Do you believe that at that time Mr. Bankman-Fried was attempting to undermine Chapter 11 cases by expanding the scope, by moving assets to accounts under the control of the Bahamian authorities?
It appears so.
Spy.
It appears that he
Still
may be
sub
working to
401 here, but it
undermine
looks like she's trying
the
again.
scope of federal bankruptcy,
13's on the
US
48 right
federal
now.
bankruptcy law.
That's what it appears, yes.
And so then do you still believe that the Chapter 15 case should be consolidated in the Delaware Bankruptcy Court?
No, I do not think so.
What do you think should be, what do you think would be the best
Go
course
ahead.
of action?
They have a liquidation proceeding relative to FTX Digital Markets. They filed that proceeding there. That is their proceeding. We think the Chapter 11 process is the only open, transparent process that gives visibility to customers of what happened and when they're going to get their money and how they're going to get their money. The process in the Bahamian Islands is not a transparent process. We have opened up the ability to share everything that we have with the Bahamian government, similar to how we share with other liquidators around the world. Not only in this case, in other cases, it's meant to be a very cooperative situation. The pushback that we've got,
I really wouldn't be surprised if we
is
saw a
sort
cup
of
and handle here.
extraordinary in the context of bankruptcy. It raises questions. It seems irregular to me.
Makes me hesitant
There's lots
to
of questions on our part.
play some
Obviously,
options
we're
on it.
investigating.
I appreciate your candor on that point. I think that's a really important point that we look at. And again, one of my concerns is we look at
161.5
overall
on
crypto
Tesla.
policy, shifting away from this specific bankruptcy.
Coming out
is
towards
that
it
we
too.
have a large number of crypto companies that have chosen to domicile outside the United States rather than inside the United States, and a lack of a regulatory framework inside the United States.
101
My
on
concern is
MMTS.
that's moving people to be offshore. And when they're offshore, when a fraud like this occurs, it's to the detriment of Americans who place their
Supertron,
money in
bet.
trust of a company like FTX. I appreciate you being
one
here,
second.
cognizant of my time. I yield back.
Crossover on the 48, 13 through, 24's at it.
The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, who is also the chair of the Task Force on Financial Technology, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ray. I appreciate your patience with us today and your testimony. Recently, we received a leaked
SoFi
copy
down.
of Mr.
SMMT still,
intended
cranking.
testimony,
Just lost
leaked
19%
to
up though.
Forbes. Basically, he continues to allege that this was all an accident, that was unintentional on his part, that he was unaware of his company's, various companies'
Dollar strength is a
activities.
son of a bitch.
However, as my colleagues have pointed out previously, this structuring, as you have said, of these 4 silos of companies, the location in
Pound strength,
Bahamas,
or through the 200.
indicates a deliberate attempt to avoid U.S. jurisdiction and U.S. security laws. So in our conversations with Mr. Gensler of the SEC last week, he indicated that
Comms volume and pivot.
there are laws in place that would have protected investors and customers had Mr. Bankman-Fried decided to register his offshore operations here in the United States. Is that your understanding?
I'm not familiar with the regulations he's speaking to. Obviously there was an absence of regulation relative to these operations, so clearly
Lost
any
17 on
regulation
Novavax.
would have helped.
The Southern District of New York also unsealed its criminal indictment this morning, which alleges that Mr. Bankman-Fried lied to investors. He now faces about 8
Vaughn
counts,
through the 200.
including wire fraud on customers and lenders and conspiring to defraud the U.S. and violate campaign finance laws. Do you have any information that would countervail those those.
I wonder if the people that he
charges.
gave money to, I wonder if they're
Is there
going
anything that you've
to,
seen
face
in
any
the
election
way
fraud.
that Mr. Bankman-Fried structured this company, or in any way that he tried to comply with U.S. securities law in your
Spy.
investigation so far?
Rate hike will be 0.
We've certainly made our.
I respect that.
To the regulators.
I expect it being lower,
agencies,
but
and obviously
I don't
we're
want
seeing
to.
what we're seeing.
I don't want to put
What
all
I'm
my
trying to
eggs in
get
that
at
basket.
is that while Mr. Bankman-Fried continues to say this was an accident, it appears to me at every step of the way that that his acts were intentional. They were
I mean, I hope
willful,
that you're right,
and
but
these were conscious decisions made by him
we'll see.
in structuring his company as he did.
Spy.
I don't know what his intent was. I certainly know what the results were, and they're disastrous, obviously, for customers.
I realize that only, well, at least so far, the reports say that only about 2%
Tesla?
of the people defrauded
Coming up to the 2.
in this, in the FTX collapse were from the United States. Is that correct?
You know, I don't know how they're calculating that number. Is that on a customer basis, a value basis? It's hard to comment on it. We do know that the U.S. investors were on the U.S. exchange, and the relative losses there are a fraction. But it's too early to tell exactly how much those losses are on either silo. There is a general truth to the statement that the U.S. will suffer. that particular
ZVSA.
exchange will suffer less
Ouch.
than the .com exchange, purely because of the siphoning off of
Tesla trying for the 2.
cash and assets from .com over to Alameda.
There also seem to be, despite the structural differences between these different operations, FTX.com, FTX US, there is without a doubt a
18.8 up on
barrage
SMMT.
of advertisements, endorsements, especially
MMat
in minority
138.
communities where Bankman-Fried
162 just tapped on
admitted
Tesla.
that he was trying to supposedly bank the unbanked with access to FTX. Is that how the U.S. citizens were sort of swept up into this? Do you have any indication
Boyle
that
just
that
lost
was the
41.
process? They do heavily. There's a lot of hype around crypto.
Hype.
There were, hundreds of millions of dollars were spent on advertising to U.S. citizens on FTX. I'm just wondering if that was what drew some of these victims into this disaster.
I don't
Trying to
know.
reclaim the,
I have a professional
2.
view of that. I think your own observations will guide
RSI is a little bit hot at 76.5.
Well, my time has expired. Madam Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the ranking member for hosting this important hearing at an extraordinary time in the cause of this case. So, Mr. Ray, I want to just make sure we set the stage, which is that no matter what, the failure, the fraud, the infliction of pain on people is extraordinarily real. As intriguing, as disastrous
I
as
honestly
the
forget
events
what that
leading
is.
up to the filings of bankruptcy
Social
are.
enterprise.
And of course, you have the task of trying to recapture the assets and protect them and transparently convey them back to folks as best as possible. So all that is outrageous. I'd like to focus my time a little bit on what happened on the 11th and the 12th of November. You say in your testimony, I'm going to cite both your testimony and the declaration of the filing yesterday.
103
in court,
FVRM still.
that you accepted the position of
Almost at
Chief
402 on
Executive
SPY.
Officer for FTX Group in the early morning hours of November the 11th, and quickly realized
Crossing 200 on
bankruptcy filing was
SWN, word.
necessary, which began that day. You also say that as the cases were filed, debtors and their representatives worked tirelessly through the night to secure assets. You then go on in this yesterday's pleading, trying to
SWN,
block
SWN.
what the other liquidator was trying to do, to say that during this period, on the 11th and the 12th, as best I can build this, information emerged that debtor systems and assets
Tape's
were
still showing
accessed
green.
from at least 2 sources. What are those 2 sources?
There was two situations going on. One is there was a hacking by a third party.
Low turnover as well.
We
Low
are
volume though.
tracing that hacking, using our own cyber teams, plus we're being assisted by the government in tracking the ultimate
location of those crypto assets. And the
Low
other thing that
turnover.
happened at the same
I like kind
time
of like Briggs look
was
right
that
now more than
aided
SWN.
with the resources of our former management, the Bahamian government took control of certain crypto assets.
Bahamian Commission
Yes.
4132 on Boyle.
instructed Misters Bankman-Fried and Wang to mint.
Cons is in a wedge.
What does that mean, to mint a substantial number of new tokens and transfer hundreds of millions
A
of
little bit of a gap
dollars
right there.
worth of these new tokens to cold storage for their benefit?
So what that refers to is that it's mentioning the FTT, which is a coin created by the company. It could literally be minted. You could create new money with it. And so in that process, FTT was transferred
God, that sounds so bad.
to the Bahamian authorities.
To the tune of how much money?
Approximately
1704 on Novavax.
I read here
less than, about 300 million.
300 million. And you
$300
said
million
that would be
he fucking
Mr.
minted.
Bankman-Fried and Mr. Wang who did that minting and transferring. And it's
I know we have information that they were both involved, whether Mr. Wang did it or Mr. Fried. Obviously they were cooperating with the government in doing so.
and this is post-bankruptcy filings.
Post bankruptcy, when the automatic stay was in effect.
Holy shit. That's bad.
That kind of wrongdoing, for somebody of your expertise.
That's bad.
How is it that the walls were not secure? That someone was able, in this case, one unknown and the other known, likely known, was able to go in,
Spy.
mint, manufacture tokens, and transfer them to a foreign government?
It really goes back to the control of the company and its assets in the hands of a few people. In this case, wrongdoers.
I'm ready. Come on,
They
Tesla.
held the keys.
Shy
They
162.
knew where the wallets were, and there's just a lack of documentation, internal controls of separateness between the company's assets.
VIX is at 23 and a
who held
half.
the keys, and they were able to take those assets.
57.8 on
purely
big.
by the way the company was established.
And
162.
post the 11th or 12th, has that kind of access to the keys, minting, transferring, stopped?
Shy
We haven't seen any
402
evidence
on
of
Spy.
hacking. We've certainly have isolated any involvement of the former founders from the company, whether that's cash or other assets. What we don't know, right, is whether or not the founders could have taken crypto and put it in a cold wallet that we just don't have an awareness of. And if they did, hopefully we can trace that. We may find in the billions of data that we have a trail there, but it's possible that assets would have escaped
what
the
is up?
system and maybe exist in a thumb drive that we just don't have knowledge or possession of.
I thank you, Mr. Ray, and thank you for your team's work.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from New York, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming here
Oh,
to
I hate this
testify today,
bitch.
Mr. Ray. A lot to get through, so
They
we'll
need
try
as
to
much
get
money as
these
they can
answers as
get.
quickly as
They're going to go
possible.
ahead and try to scalp as
I want
much
to put
as
together a
possible.
little bit of a timeline of
That
this
could be a
collapse
cause.
between November 12th and yesterday.
I'm chilling though. I mean,
On
that's why I
November
keep
2nd, we
DCAing
have
law.
CoinDesk leaking these balance sheets. On
No, this
the
is
8th,
AOC.
Binance signs a non-binding letter to acquire FTX, and Bankman-Fried freezes or pauses withdrawals from FTX. I would like to submit to the record your declaration to the U.S. Bankruptcy Court, or FTX's declaration to the U.S. Bankruptcy Court that was filed yesterday. Now, on November
over this
9th,
shit.
the day after those assets were frozen, Binance announced it would not go through with the purchase, and according to this filing, the same day, Bankman-Fried emailed the Bahamian Attorney General with an offer. That offer stated that he would offer to unfreeze withdrawals just for Bahamian customers on FTX, quote, so they can tomorrow fully withdraw all their assets. Correct. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, on November 10th, FTX DM, the next day, was placed into a foreign provisional liquidation in the Bahamas, correct?
Yeah, all of
The
them are.
next morning. Now, after that, Bankman-Fried then made good on his offer on his previous day's offer in that email to the Bahamian
Dot on
AG,
market continued
opening
this uptrend in Friday.
withdrawals just in
It
the
depends what
Bahamas
is said
for a
tomorrow.
period of
I mean,
25.5
I'm not
hours.
arguing
Is
that all of these
correct?
data points are important.
Now, during that period, $100 million was withdrawn in the Bahamas
SPY
from
coming up
FTX
there too.
by 1,500 individuals.
SHPH
correct?
is launching.
And this was before. This was the
Again,
day
please
before
like,
you were
sub,
set
hit the
to
bell
take
if you've
over.
not already.
So
I'd
he was
appreciate
still
that.
in control. This was like right before he was supposed to hand this off.
I can't look at SHPH right this second. I want to see what happens here.
I think what we have here is that, or rather afterwards, on November 12th, we have what Congresswoman Dean was just asking about with this additional minting.
Back to 40 on
these questions
Coinbase.
around this additional minting. And then
And that 140
on
word.
November 16th, the Bahamanian appointed joint provisional liquidators did something very interesting. They came here to the United States Bankruptcy Court and sought
79
an
cents on
entry
AGFY.
to recognize the Bahamanian liquidation as the main foreign proceeding. Would that additional control be of any potential value to Mr. Bankman-Fried for that Bahamanian proceeding to be the main one?
Well, clearly, there seemed to be an effort by the Bahamian Commission to get control of the bankruptcy process.
Still shy of 41 now.
By their filing, which, by the way, was made up in New York, not Delaware.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that correction. Now, did you uncover any evidence that demonstrates that this window, that
Vana.
25.5 hour window, opened in exchange for any
Fuck.
consideration offered to Mr.
My
Bankman-Fried
bad.
by the Bahamanian Attorney General or any state official, including a promise to initiate liquidation proceedings which might offer a path towards Mr. Bankman-Fried retaining some control or
Novavax
influence over
1725.
FTX.com?
Novavax looking strong right here.
Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to dig into a little bit of the timeline of yesterday. Yesterday,
It's
you
huge.
filed that same declaration that revealed some of this explosive
What do you mean keep
information.
you straight there? I don't know
What
what you
time
mean.
did you file this?
That was late.
Around what time?
Yeah, 3 or 4 o'clock.
Around 3 or 4 o'clock. Now, when you file this information, that requires, that essentially discloses that you are sharing this information, and it discloses that to
58
opposing
cents on
counsel, correct?
BBIG.
Yes, we docket it, and the world knows about it.
Now, if opposing counsel essentially becomes notified of this,
He did.
that would mean that Bankman-Fried and potentially Bahamanian officials would have been potentially privy to that
Spy.
information starting around 3 or 4 p.m., correct?
Correct.
What time was Mr. Bankman-Fried arrested yesterday?
I believe
Tom's
it was
really tight.
in the early evening hours after 4 o'clock.
It might
So,
bust if this
I
goes.
think, I believe it was
7
around,
o'clock,
it
perhaps.
was in the evening.
I don't think it
after
runs
that
without SPY,
filing.
though.
7 o'clock, yes.
I would like to submit to the record the statement from the Attorney General of the Bahamas issued yesterday on the arrest of Mr. Samuel Bankman-Fried. And after submitting that to the record, I would like to note that in this statement, they stated at such time as a formal request for extradition is made, presumably by the Southern District of New York, but they do not state when
Reg 407.5.
that request for extradition was made. Do you believe that information is important for us to understand in order to piece together a timeline, Mr. Ray?
Yes, sir. I certainly don't have that full timeline. And
You have the gold cross here on comms.
look forward to learning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, who is also the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee on Diversity and Inclusion, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you,
49
Madam
on
Chair, and
Vana still.
thank you, Mr. Ray.
BBIG
Thank you
blocks.
for your patience today as we come towards the end of this hearing. Let me just say that I was one city controller of Houston, and under me was the city auditor, so I've done a lot of audits, overseen a lot of audits, and this has got to be one of the most ridiculous.
Your itchy anus tells you this gives them cause to push CBDC.
I wouldn't be surprised if you come back and tell us you
Um,
found money under somebody's mattress.
I think that if they don't
Because
adopt,
it
they're
seems
gonna
like there was
lose a lot of
total lack
business
of
and miss out on a lot of
total
tax
lack of
money, and I think that they know
transparency,
that.
total lack of any accountability.
Heads up on Bitcoin.
It's much like an onion that every time you peel a layer, it gets a little smellier and uglier. So I know we need to stay tuned.
Ooh,
wanted
going for
to
the cross
also
here on
go
E.
over a little quick timeline.
Nice recovery.
Following up on my colleagues' questions, and FTX International was founded before FTX US, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
FTX International was put together before
Diversity and inclusion
FTX
expert
US.
talking.
Yes.
Of course, they
So
belong in a
before
meeting
FTX
revolving around
US,
scams and crypto
US
space.
customers were not.
Yeah.
didn't
They
have
also
a
hammered
forum
Gary
or a
Gensler, though.
platform, to participate in, because as I understand it, FTX International was for non-USA.
You have it muted.
That's correct.
So do
It's
you
almost
happen
over.
to know how many
I mean, at least that's what she
FTX
said.
US customers
So
there
that
really
we were
is?
nearing the end.
We don't have an accurate customer count. We do have a user number, which is about 2.7 million. But customers did have multiple accounts. and Some of
Tesla.
those accounts have zero balances.
So
We need to get to the bottom.
Show me the way.
Right.
We were told that I saw some information that said that it was about, I think it was 2% of the total picture of FTX.
564 on AMC.
customers.
2174
I
on
don't know how
GME.
they're calculating that. I mean, on a relative basis, though.
Raises your
the
blood
US number of
pressure.
U.S. users.
I get it.
The value at the petition date, is relatively small compared to DECOM.
Well, I've been curious to find out, and I've asked
VIX
this
is at
question
2334.
of the White House Working Group and another number of people that have appeared before us just about this whole crypto space. Who is the consumer here? Who are the people being harmed? I'm not talking about hedge fund managers. I'm not talking about investors. I'm not talking about entities. How many real people are being hurt?
Well, we haven't.
That was a
we
really
don't have
fucking
a
dumb phrase.
breakdown by, say, institution versus individual. Clearly, there's a lot of individuals harmed by this. A lot of individual accounts. Crypto accounts are certainly something that it's available to consumers. So I would expect that the population will include a large amount of consumers.
So when you say that, are you telling me you have no consumer data, you just have account numbers right now?
We have account numbers. We can ultimately figure out the names associated with those accounts. What we don't know, of course, necessarily is what the identity necessarily is behind some of those account names.
7.6
So
up.
you don't have any information on their demographics or states? You can't tell me if I
Not
have
at-
any
not
from
at my
my
fi-
district?
Yeah, not at my
You can't
fingers.
tell Mr. Agricolas if there's any from his district?
Carvana 49 still. Snap is at
We certainly
967.
could accumulate that and break that down.
Well, I would be really interested because obviously for many of us, it is our constituents that we want to make whole. While we have a concern for the entire crypto
724
space and all
on
of the,
Novavax.
people who participated in any of these trades on their platforms, we have a deeper concern, if you will, for our own constituents. And we need to make sure that we do
Getting
make
snubbed
them
at
whole. And I know
402.
in response to a previous question, you said you weren't sure when you'd be able to make everyone whole. Is that answer the same for the people for just the U.S., or is that also the same for the people in the FTX International?
It's same for all.
Crypto looks
for
like it
all
wants
the
to break
customers.
up.
Obviously, the extent of the harm appears greater on the international side. So, we're hopeful again on the U.S. side.
Did they bring up Citadel? No, but they
The dissipated assets.
they
are
basically
not
talked about
and
them being like their own market maker in essence. And they kind of made it seem just
Well,
like
thank you. And
Citadel.
when you do the demographics.
That's about it, though.
The consumer data, keep in
21
mind
cents
that,
on Mullen.
Morning Consult study
On the
showed
200
that
right now
about
on
a quarter of
Mullen?
Black and Latino respondents own the cryptocurrencies. It's a quarter compared to 17% of white respondents. We need to make sure that when we talk about making everybody whole, we're talking about everybody.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ray. Let's go back to Enron. That trial was from January 30th, 2006 until May 25th, 2006. Pretty lengthy trial. I imagine that the federal prosecutors presented ample evidence. There were all kind of witnesses. Would it have been helpful to have the defendant testify before Congress for like 6 hours and answer a whole bunch of questions under oath prior to that trial? Would that have been helpful to federal prosecutors?
Tesla, come on.
Well, by that time, the company had been confirmed out of bankruptcy. We had
Before he was arrested, would it have been helpful for him to come before Congress and testify for hours on end and answer every question that we could come up with?
Oh,
Under
absolutely,
oath.
absolutely. Yes.
So it would be really helpful.
Yeah, oh, yes.
Okay, okay.
Tesla wants to. 162 and a half-ish.
Why?
Turnover's only
36
4%.
hours
Well above
before he
average
was
volume as well.
scheduled to testify before this committee for hours on end. Did the
Mullen
Southern
signed.
District of
Yeah,
New York
saw that. Thank you.
send a provisional arrest warrant to the Bohemian government
Thank you.
to facilitate his arrest, to preclude his testimony, which would have been incredibly helpful in the prosecution of Sam Bankman-Fried.
What do you laugh? I don't know what you're laughing about.
Obviously can't speak for the, for the
That's like the third time it was in chat,
It's
so
kind
yeah.
of bizarre. I mean, I was a prosecutor for a number of years. I prosecuted complex white-collar cases. The thought of getting 6 hours of congressional grilling for a target of investigation or a defendant,
Just dropped 40 on Coinbase.
that would be great for my case. So I just don't understand. I guess the grand jury returned the indictment
AGFY
on the
79
9th.
cents.
Technically, you can delay
Still chilling at
weeks if you
23 cents
want
on
to.
SFT.
So this was a decision made by
HNRC.
somebody at DOJ to prevent Sam Bankman-Fried from coming here in a couple hours and testifying
OTC.
before Congress, answering questions in front of the American people. I've read his alleged testimony that he was going to give.
I mean, good
He's
call, bro.
basically saying that he lacks the
Good
criminal
call.
intent. He lacks mens rea. He's saying that his attorneys pressured him into filing Chapter 11. that
SMT,
he immediately,
21
after
up.
doing a DocuSign
22.
to sign away everything, said, I don't want to do that, told his attorneys, again, this is all what he says, told his attorneys that undo it, I do not want to do that. And it seems that he's been taking steps ever since that to try to wrangle control of his companies back. Is that fair to say?
You know, I can only read what you read in the press. I haven't talked to Mr. Fried.
Coming up towards 163.
So, my friend
SMMT
from
is moving.
Wisconsin was talking about Chapter 15 versus Chapter 11. And that's basically the Bohemian government or outside
Tesla's going.
joint provisional liquidators are trying to wrangle control of this bankruptcy. Is that fair to say?
It seems that way, yes.
And arguably,
Okay.
you're going to be going after the $100
Tesla
million
might go right
that
now.
was allowed by
1, 2,
1,500
3,
Bohemian citizens to
25 -ish?
take out that was allegedly owed. You're still going to get to the bottom of that. So you plan on going after that money,
163 and a
correct?
quarter. We might see some
Investigate
movement.
every potential cause of action.
That would put it
And
over
if
this.
1,500 people in the Bahamas were allowed 25 and a half hours to withdraw $100 million, do you plan on trying to get that back and distribute it appropriately?
We will certainly pursue every course of action to recover.
They basically said that
Okay,
SBF went ahead and minted $300 million.
So
After
where do
he
you go
filed
from
for
here? You're
bankruptcy.
obviously going to do everything you can to maintain control of it and keep it
Like, that's
Chapter
fucked.
11. Is that fair to say?
It is fair to say, I mean, you know, we think the bankruptcy process here is the one place that has transparency and has the greatest ability to maximize value for creditors. These things aren't usually mutually exclusive.
IGC it down.
Liquidators all the time on a cooperative basis.
I think about it like,
this is a
fucking
little bit
like 2 or 3
unprecedented.
times.
I think that's fair to say. This is going to be
They're
a
not
law school
refunding no
exam for
one.
many students in years to come.
Anyone. They're not refunding
I'll end with
anyone.
this. I
So what's the
really look
point
forward
of this
to
discussion?
figuring out why the Department
I think
of
it's
Justice,
kind of like unraveling
issued
how
a
fucked up
provisional arrest warrant
FTX was.
to preclude
That's what
Sam
I'm
Bankman-Fried
gathering.
from testifying before us this afternoon. I do not understand it.
Tesla.
As a former prosecutor, the thought of him going on the record for 3, 4, 5 hours and answering every question to try
568 on AMC, 2175 on GME, 5836 on Big, just under 21 cents on Mullen.
figuring out why they did that.
VRM
Madam Chair, I
103.
yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman
Pushing
from
402
Illinois,
on
Mr.
SPY.
Garcia, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
NASDAQ futures are up 1.2, S&P up 0.8, and Dow up 0.4.
And thank you, Mr. John Ray, for joining us today. I want to start by zooming out a bit because FTX isn't an anomaly. It's a collapse. Is just the case of isn't just a case of one corrupt guy stealing money. It's about an entire industry that refuses to comply with existing regulation that thinks it's above the law. it is not.
Back in the 40s for
As we
Coinbase.
speak, Binance is being investigated by the Department of Justice. Tether is being investigated by DOJ as well. The SEC is investigating the co-founder of Terra Luna, which collapsed earlier this year, and Digital Currency Group has many of the same conflicts of interest present in the FTX case.
SMMT
the crypto industry is in
23 up.
crisis because crypto assets have no inherent value. These companies are making money using one thing, hype. And when the hype runs out, these businesses fail, and ordinary investors, especially latecomers who are disproportionately low-income Black and Latino,
Oh my God.
lose. Mr. Ray,
Why are you making it about
November
race?
17
God
filing,
damn.
You noted that your team had detected
How is fucking
unauthorized
cryptocurrency
minting
race?
of approximately 300 million in FTT tokens by an unauthorized source after the bankruptcy petition date. Your December 12th filing notes that while one source of this unauthorized minting remains under investigation, a second source has been confirmed without doubt. Who was
570 on
the source
AMC.
of this unauthorized minting that your team has confirmed without a doubt?
The second source I think you're referring to is the Bahamian Commission.
And Mr. Ray, one of the unacceptable management practices
That's
at
hate this is.
FTX that you identified was the absence of independent governance throughout the FTX
No price
group.
action.
People from the same group were leading various companies.
Just shy of
and
140
there were
on,
potential
MMT.
conflicts of interest because of this. Could you tell us more about the lack of independent governance, and what risks were created as a result?
I don't know, kid. I don't know.
We had no independent board of directors, and with the lack of oversight by an independent board, it leaves the company in the hands of a small group of individuals, and
40.36 on Boyle.
effectively sort of naked when it comes to
NWTN now down. That's only 9 cents, but still.
That was certainly the case here, and it's
491 on
something
Vana.
that is atypical of companies of this size.
Above average volume, going for a little cross right here.
Report, and you've confirmed during the hearing that FTX was asking customers to send money to Alameda instead of FTX. Mr. Bankman-Fried claims this is because in the
1734 on
early days
Novavax.
of FTX, the company did not have a bank account. On a Twitter space yesterday, Mr. Bankman-Fried said he does not know if assets were moved over
Look at
from
this
the
15 minute.
Alameda to FTX
Vana.
after those early days. To your knowledge, how long were customers instructed to send funds to Alameda that were meant for FTX?
We don't have a precise timeline of that circumstance. That's one of our investigations. We'll certainly look to what kind of communications were given to customers. Did they know? Did they actually have knowledge of that direction? Those are all questions.
Give me 1 second, kid. I'll read that.
And
44.19 on
were the assets
Saba.
ever moved over to FTX, or were they allowed to stay with Alameda?
There were certainly certain assets were stayed with the exchange, effectively in a pot, if you will. But clearly, assets moved to Alameda, or those assets were there continuously. So, clearly there was an allocation to Alameda of customer funds.
Trying to
that were
engulf
utilized
back
for
on
other
SPY.
purposes.
Thank you, sir. Madam Chair, I yield back
Cancel
the balance
culture?
of
Yeah.
my time.
Fuck
Thank
that.
you so very much. The gentleman from Massachusetts.
566
Mr.
on AMC,
Upperclaws,
2171 on
who is also
GME.
the vice chair of the full committee, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ray, I appreciate your patience and
PBTS
diligence
you're telling me
this
about.
afternoon in answering these long questions. You've addressed everything with care and thought. You haven't played any video games while you're talking to us, so it's terrific.
That's sarcastic. Like,
Mr. Bankman-Fried
that was a
leaked
weird
his
comment.
written testimony to Forbes today. Just one more link in a long chain of dissembling and lies from Mr. Bankman-Fried. So I think it's important to allow you to respond to anything he put in there on the record here with us. He really makes two pointed assertions. One is that you haven't engaged with him and haven't allowed him access to his passwords and accounts. Can you explain to the committee now why that is the appropriate course of action?
He'd rather play video games than
Well,
attend.
for a couple of reasons. I mean, first of all, we wanted an independent, examination. We didn't want to rely on people who were potentially.
They have extradition in the Bahamas,
right?
right?
Here today, we know that was a wise decision. Right? Yes. Second of all, what he was asking for fundamentally was to allow access to a system that we know just hours after the bankruptcy filing, he had dissipated assets from the estate.
I think those two are sufficiently good reasons. I'll reclaim. The second broad point he makes is that were he allowed to restart FTX, he could raise the financing and make customers whole. That's, I think, a fair paraphrasing of what he's asserting. Again, can you respond to that and whether that's true and credible?
In my history of doing corporate restructurings, I don't find that remotely believable, because the first thing an investor would have to do is pay several $1 billion just to have the company, back to the position it was
SMMT,
in. So it's
almost at 350.
Fantastic idea.
It would be throwing good money after bad in the biggest sense of the word, right?
Correct.
Good, thank you. I just wanted to give you that opportunity. And I also want to associate myself with the very thoughtful line of questioning from both Ms. Ocasio-Cortez and Mr. Timmons, actually, from both sides of the aisle on the timeline here, and I'll just reiterate the timeline quickly. On November 6th, FTX Group was facing a liquidity crisis.
Cosm,
On November
what do we got
8th,
here?
FTX withdrawals were halted. On November 9th, Mr. Bankman-Fried sent an email to the Attorney General of the Bahamas saying the Bahamian customers could make withdrawals as they had, quote, segregated funds for all
It is above the
Bahamian
MACD as well.
customers, end quote, despite his awareness of FTX's withdrawal halt. And then on November 10th, 2 days after withdrawals were halted,
Vana,
nearly
492.
$100 million in cryptocurrency was withdrawn by those, quote, asserting to be Bahamian customers. And then, quite conveniently for Mr. Bankman-Fried's counsel, he is arrested right before he was due to provide hours worth of sworn testimony to Congress. Mr. Ray, do we have your commitment that as you continue to unravel this ball of yarn and pull on these relative threads here,
Drop
that if you
162 on
find
Tesla,
any
we're at
evidence of
161.
improper collusion
Super trend down as well.
Mr. Bankman-Fried and any authorities in the Bahamas or elsewhere,
That's
that you
a
will
cop.
make that known to us?
Handle would be great.
Absolutely. Thank you. And I want to close
VIX is
really
at
with
a
comments
2337.
directly to the
Spy
broader industry
trying to
here.
hold 4.
And I've long said that I'm neither a crypto bull nor a bear. My job as a policymaker is not to deliver new products or technology, but rather to advance laws and regulations that protect consumers, that preserve market integrity, and advance the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency. And I maintain this market and tech agnostic position. I think it's the appropriate one. We need strong and clear regulations here from Washington. But I do want to say that my patience with the crypto bulls is wearing thin. It's been 14 years, and the American public has heard lots of promises, but it has seen lots of Ponzi schemes.
That's because we don't have
For
fucking
crypto, it's
regulation,
time to
you
put up or shut
jackass.
up. It's worth noting that ARK, the innovation investor, several years ago identified 5 general-purpose technologies of the future: DNA sequencing, artificial intelligence, robotics, energy storage, and blockchain. And yet those first 4 disruptive technologies have already delivered game-changing innovation that affects my constituents in daily life. Blockchain has thus far delivered white papers and podcasts about Bitcoin and DAOs and NFTs, DeFi, and more. And it's all interesting, it's exciting even, but none of it has achieved product market fit at scale. And
This
it's
guy's
time
kind of
for
an
the
asshole.
blockchain investors and entrepreneurs to build things that matter or to lose more credibility.
Little does he know that it's like
Chair, I yield
their
back.
fault.
Thank you very much. Without objection, I would like to enter into the record the closing statements from Ranking Member McHenry and myself. And I'd like to thank you, Mr. John Ray III.
Chairwoman Waters.
Presence here today.
Chairwoman Waters, I've not had an opportunity to testify or to question the witness.
I'd like to thank you for your presence.
Chairwoman Waters,
And for the
parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
Are all members entitled to question witnesses?
You are, and if you would like to miss the
Oh,
votes on the
shit.
floor for everybody.
Hey, it's
just
the
one
chairwoman's
moment.
prerogative to call a
Just
recess.
one
Whoa.
That's your decision, not mine.
Just one moment, please.
Whoa.
And have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're certainly welcome, sir.
Mr.
Whoa.
Ray, earlier today you said FTX was one of the worst bankruptcies you have handled in your 40 years of legal and restructuring experience.
Mole is moving.
Under Mr. Bankman-Fried, FTX had almost no record keeping, risk management, or accounting. In fact, FTX had 0 accountants on their payroll.
What the fuck is this?
Mr. Bankman-Fried explained to Bloomberg Businessweek that FTX's
Mr. Gooden?
accounting was done by him, and in his head, quote, "I was real lazy about the mental math. The complete lack of any basic record keeping makes it difficult to track down assets and untangle this mess. Are you aware of any additional wallets the co-founders potentially have access to that contain debtor assets?"
No, we're not.
There's also been very little attention to
Texas.
the banks that FTX had a relationship with. I don't know that I've heard about any questions today, but the ties between FTX and Farmington State Bank began in March when Alameda Research invested $11.5 million.
Tesla,
The bank's parent company,
just under 161.
FBH. Do you have any
Mullen?
insight or additional information
13
as to
to
why
2.
a small agricultural lending bank with really no footprint in fintech or crypto has a relationship with FTX?
No, that's the subject of our inquiry, and we do know, obviously, we made that investment.
We need to crawl on that
Thank you.
MACD.
I appreciate that. You've also stated that Alameda's business model as a market maker
VIX at
required
2340.
deploying funds to various third-party
Bitcoin
exchanges, which were
sliding.
inherently
Just
unsafe
lost,
and further
17.7.
exacerbated by the limited protections offered in certain foreign jurisdictions. To your knowledge, are any of the FTX co-founder or their family members affiliated with third-party exchanges that receive funds from Alameda?
We're certainly investigating that. It's going to take some time to dig through that, but that's clearly a part of our focus.
Thank you. I appreciate you coming here today, and I'd like to yield the balance of my time to the ranking member, Mr. McHenry.
I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. As I was saying before, without objection, I would like to enter into the record the closing statements from Ranking Member McHenry and myself. I would like to thank you so very much, Mr. John Ray, for the time that you have spent here today in the way that
The old
you
Prague is up 3.5.
With that, I would recognize the Ranking Member for a minute.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And first, I want to say thank you to you, Madam Chair, and your team. Over the last 4 years as ranking member and chair of this committee,
Got rejected off the
there are times
200.
we work together. There are times we
Come back
haven't.
up though.
There are times where we've agreed in public and disagreed in private, and then other times we've done the opposite. But I want to thank you
39.69
for
on
how
Coinbase.
we have attempted with one another to treat digital assets and the bipartisan work we have here. Mr. Ray, thank you for you and your team, your willingness to participate today, and the forthright nature by which you handled
tight here.
a hearing like this. We know there will be ongoing conversations in the new year. The title of this hearing was Part 1. Part 2 will be next year. And as chair of the committee, it's my intention to continue the work of Chairwoman Waters when it comes to this matter. We know more because of your testimony. You had somebody who's a
Awesome.
crypto genius, but behind closed doors was using QuickBooks. We know somebody who was a pretender to the
Dropped
technology,
40 on
who
Boyle.
was doing everything possible to obscure something that is innately a transparent product.
84 cents on
Now we
LiDAR.
understand why. A lot more of the why.
492 on Bonner.
We wish you well in resolving these matters and look forward to continuing the
Yeah, they did.
conversation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional written
I shut that off.
questions for the witnesses to the chair, which will be forwarded to.
Okay, that was enough. I like how they went after Gensler though, like a little bit, talking about lack of regulation. I think we need to do a lot more of that. We need to put pressure on them. Novavax at 1730, 1729. GoCo 1680. 4429 on Sava. IoT and AI slightly green now. Where is SPY? SPY 40164. Trying to curl back over the MACD. I see a yup. And is that my handle? Honestly, I wish that they didn't fucking arrest him until after today. I think it's really shitty that they arrested him and we weren't able to get a testimony from him. And I know that it was leaked, but it's not the same. I would love to see him lie under oath. $0.79 on AGFY. 3.2 up on Ape. SMMT up 22.7-ish. TSLL chilling at 962. DXY is 104. Anyone look at ZVSA? Yeah, I know. I have warrants on them. I don't know. I just picked up warrants. I'm happy that I don't use serious money when I'm like playing these momentum plays. But I grabbed a few bucks worth of ZVSAW. The warrant exercise is $11.50. SPY coming up towards 402. SFT dropped 23 cents. SMMT 25%-ish. Tops 142. Where's Tesla? Tesla. 161 on Tesla. Let me pull that up though, now that you say it. Yeah, that was a nice little slide. $75. Right into a nosedive. I did DCA these a little bit, but I'm still a smidge high. PGY is at 70 cents. AGFY down to 78 cents. SFT just off 23 cents. Ape. Look at the RSI on this. Getting aggressively bought right now. Just had a crossover. And 48's trying to come through the VWAP right now. You're saying comms? Okay. What the fuck is it? Still light on volume. Cosm down 12.6. Boyle has 40.25. Fauna 4.93. $5.58 on CONL. $17.25 on Novavax. $4.02 on SPY. Trying to confirm and push this 200. Nice little cup and handle setup. PBLA, another pharma coming out of the penny grave. See, the problem is like, if we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna like hammer these penny stocks and just keep doing this, we gotta, before we fucking like really look at them, we gotta look into like the deficiencies. Excuse me. We have to make sure that they don't have any like 10-cent deficiencies. We have to make sure that you know, they're not close to their $1 deficiency. Tesla holding on to 160. I said the same to Antics. They are risk plays. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. High risk, high reward. Coming down to the 48 on SPY. For 150 at the 48. We have 21 cents on muln. BBIG is 58. AMC 561. GME 2171. Kinda wanna enter MNMD. Someone just bought 24,000 shares of BBIG. TNXP already back down. Yeah, good call, man. Very good call. VRM, light on volume. Low turnover, but still light. muln is feeling good on volume and not that high of a turnover for that, you know, for 220 in volume. Going for a gold cross though. For 120-ish on SPY. I really wouldn't be surprised if like some kind of event happened and we just kind of like dropped the whole SBF thing. And he like disappeared. You know what I mean? Like it just got kind of like swept under the rug. I would not be surprised about that. The one, is it a Congress member? Whatever the fuck it is. The one person bitching about Gary Gensler. That was pretty fucking prime. We need more people in government to do that. And point out that it's due to our lack of regulatory framework that shit like that could go on. And Matt 144. Bet. If I could find it here, that'd be dope. Back to 23 cents on SFT. mmat, yep. Still low turnover, 2.2. Little double bottom action. DXY holding over 104. That could actually account for some of the retracing. $141 on tops. Hard down on mmat. tblt 213. NWTN down a penny. Vana 493. 492. AMD 71.5. Novavax 1717. Another fucking sideways day for me. Don't like that. Better than down, but still. 401.16 on SPY. 401.10. Microsoft 255.22, Amazon 1.6 up, Google 2.5 up, Netflix 2.2 up, Facebook is still 4% up. So the large caps are still hanging. Tesla holding on to 160. Watch out for like this level. 20 more cents. Very, very low turnover on ADN. Light volume as well. For 150. Trying to push up here. Yeah, please like, sub, hit the bell if you have not. I'd greatly appreciate it. Q's 288. OPGN. She is curling. Ooh. Coinbase is at 39.51. Might have to take a look at CONL. Remember, CONL is 1.5 times Coinbase. 558 right now. Bear with me a sec. 401.5 on SPY. Beautiful. And what am I selling? Bear with me, almost done, guys. Hurry up. $9.8. Could have done better. CONL. Obviously not financial advice. Getting very, very tight here on ETH as well. That's pretty similar to fucking what SPY was just doing, eh? Alright, taking a fucking mental image of that and pulling up ETH. Yeah. You have something for me in after hours. Okay. How'd whatever you were planning go? All good? $558 on AMC, 2170 on GME. Big has 5722. Mullen just shy of 21 cents. Wait, what? What's going on? Bitcoin just dropped 17.7. 161 on Tesla. Tesla's trying to break the 48. Meta has 120. Just dropped it. Pushing the 200 off the 48. Go ahead. Get up there. Blackstone sub 83. Tesla 161.34. ZVSA is all the way down to 773 after hitting 75 in pre-market. Blocks on BBIG at 58 cents. SMMT 27.5. Heads up on SMMT. 27.7 up. Alan, do you still have SMMT or no? Tops 145. Cosm is 13.2 down. Boyle dropped 40. SMMT. Trying to push the intraday high. Novavax 1730. I have an insane recording. I'm going to make it an audio. Dope. Wait, your EMAs are 13.24.48 and then 200. 13.24.48 200 VWAP. New intraday high. AGFY is about twice the average volume, low turnover. It's a therapeutics company, though. I don't even know why it's on my fucking list. $401.30 on SPY. Rate hike guess. If I were to guess, 25. No, word. SPY's getting nice and tight. I want to see if ETH is still following it. Although, I don't know if that's baked in already or not. That's my one thing. Like, I just don't know if it's fucking baked in or not. This is getting way too tight. Where's Vana? Novavax 1724 still. MVIS is down at 282. Vana 487. 951 on Snap. $0.95 on APCX. Wow, I didn't know this dipped all the way down to 40 cents. APCX is about to like have a crossover here on the 200 for the daily. Wait, that's what he... I don't know what you're saying that's what he said about. I have no idea. You lost me. Alan, who's your recording of? Did you call like FINRA direct? Did you talk to TD or... Like, what's the deal there? Q's just under 288. VIX is a 2340-ish. BBIG blocks at 58 cents again. I feel like here at some point there's gonna be some fucking really, really nice snipes. Somewhere. Oh, getting really, really tight. Yeah, word. You got me. Above average volume, about 3 times average, give or take. Remember, this is a micro float, micro cap. AGFY is all the way down to 79 cents. APE is just under 88 cents. SMMT rolling. Ripping. Let's see. 34 up. 33.6 up. 33.33. Finger. Vana 488. Snaps has 954. SMMT is looking nice. SPY. SPY 401.5. Tesla 161.75. More blocks on BBIG. Just shy of 58 cents. Look how fucking identical those are. SPY, ETH. Tesla, 161.5. On the 200. Much higher than average volume. There's so many fucking nice buying opportunities out there. $39.13 on Coinbase. RSI is at 32.9 on Coin. CNXA 21.9. Tops with a nice gap. Let me find tops here. mmat 140. Tops 144. A gap on what, a daily? Oh, right there. $4.16 on SPY. Just consolidating right here underneath the fucking 200. $161.5 on Tesla. Q's at 288.3 ish. Let me get back on top of the MACD here. SPY. You gonna do it or nah? They're just fucking burning time right now. VIX is at 23.3. UVXY 748. I'm thinking about fucking grabbing some 8 calls on UVXY. Just as a hedge. $29. I could buy a lot of LiDAR for that. $161.5 on Tesla. Nice and tight. Nice and tight here on Tesla. Chillin', chillin', chillin'. VRM 103. ETH 1314. Bitcoin has 17.7 back. VIX chilling at 23.34. Q's 288.30. Let's do the top down. BBIG, another block at 57. BBBY, recovery? Nope. Coinbase 39.15. Sideways movement there. 70 cents on PGY, 22 cents on CNXA, AGFY all the way down to 79 cents. APE 4.4 up, SMMT still on its way up. Wild. MMAT 138. Tops 144. Comms 4% up. Cosm 13.5 down. 41.22 on Boyle. NWTN, it's up 2 cents. All the way down to 85 cents with LiDAR. FFIE is at 200. Word. Still have an hour and a half left. Halt on MLGO again. FFIE, about 17% up. 16 and change. $5.56 on AMC. Just more consolidating on SPY. Look at this shit. EMAs are starting to spread a little bit, it looks like. And we are getting closer to the 2. SPY. Labu's moving. Word. Hold on 1 second here. SPY's trying to make a push. Go ahead. Up and out, please. Moving on Bitcoin. Tesla 402 almost. Trying. Tesla 161.66. Trying again. At the 2. Above the MACD as well. Coinbase 39.40 off of its lows. 17% up on FFIE. AVXL 863 off of its lows. APE 87.5 cents. SMMT about 36% up. TSLL 965. SMMT word. Let me go ahead and pull her back up. Where are you, bitch? There you are. 36%. Look at all the 5s. Jesus. How much gamma was that giving? That's rough. Caspian's up 30%. What was that? KSPN? Right? I think. Yeah, KSPN. Word. Okay. Their earnings are today. $0.21 on muln. At the 200 right now. Again, please like, sub, hit the bell if you have not already. Sorry to sound like a broken record. Gotta do it though. 402 just tapped on SPY. I think we're good there. We'll see. $161.5 on Tesla. Pushing the 2. $402.20-ish. $402.30. Super trend up on SPY. $21.10 on muln. $557 on AMC. $21.62 on GME. $57.16 on BIG. $103.5 on VRM. VIX is at 23.30. KSPN. Oh no, you actually had that up there already. My bad. $777 on ZVSA. It's a far cry from $75. Hit me. Village Farms looks ready. What's your question, kid? I'll do my best. Yeah. Chill out with that shit. $407.5 on rig. A lot of sideways action on some of these stocks. 41.33 on Boyle. Trying to confirm the 2. tblt 213.5. VGFC though. Let's pull her up. VGFC. I'm not taking this, by the way. I'm just gonna go ahead and pull it up. Where the fuck did it go? VGFC. It's getting close. Just shy of 58 cents on big. Mullen's definitely trying here. Definitely trying. We have the 13 over the 200 and the 24 is just under. CNXA? Yeah, I did. It was down like 20-some% though when I hopped in. I don't know what it said or what it's down now. It was like 22% down or something shit like that. SPY with the super trend for 2.5. 13 is on the 200. What's the deal with them? They just actually made an acquisition. Yeah, just look them up, man. I don't want to sit here and try to explain it and then be wrong about the way that I explain it. I mean, we could look at it in after hours as well. Doesn't matter. But I don't want to sit here in open hours and like do like a whole breakdown. $17,744 on Bitcoin. What is up, Mark? How you doing, man? Tesla just under 163. I wish that I sold some options as soon as it opened. But I mean, like, I'm sideways. It is what it is. Yeah, let me see my other account real quick. I'm sideways. Eating a little bit of theta, but I'm chilling. Yeah, SMMT's turning up. She's looking good. SPY is about to bust VWAP. At least it looks like it's trying to. Got to confirm 403. Mullen Green Day, yeah. It looked pretty exciting in like pre-market, and then things just kind of grinded sideways. You're drunk. We got 100% on your Ministry of Environment inspection of your drinking water system. So the boss took you water compliance and your coworker water quality for beer. Nice. First time ever drinking during work hours. Yeah. I used to get smoked at work. So there was a like there's a city like maybe like I don't know like 20 minutes away, 15 minutes down the highway. And I was a lead salesman. So as a salesman, as long as you're putting up sales, your bosses could never really say shit to you. So I would go and I'd basically run the office. And I would just go and get hammered on fucking lunch because we had an hour lunch. I just slammed as many fucking, like, cherry bombs and grape bombs as I could. Because they were like a special over at that place. They were like $2 a pop, or like $2.50 a pop. I'm not proud of what I did. Boyle. Trying to push VWAP maybe? You work for a beer nice. And quality control shifts only. I mean, I used to get hammered and fucking and be like trying to sell shit to people. That was fun. EMAs are in line other than the 200. The 48's on the 200 right now. Going for a gold cross. Drinking makes you work better. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm actually gonna say maybe as a salesman. It kind of like makes you not give a fuck like a little bit more. So I would just kind of throw shit at people and they'd be like kind of confused as to why I would say it. I think that's the way that I took it. And next thing you know, I was hitting them for their card. 145. Yep. Mullen's actually looking pretty nice right now. Going for a gold cross right this second. 24's already through. We just saying in university, alcohol +1, charisma -1 intelligence. I mean, it worked. 560 on AMC, 2160-ish on GME, 5750 on Big, 104 on VRM, just shy of 403 on SPY. What's up with ETH? Okay. During market hours is better. Makes me less careful. Alright, fuck it. 1 second. Alright, I'm giving in to peer pressure. Okay. You got paid better. It would be... I'm the sign shop guy? Word. Mullen. We have the gold cross. Need to carry it through. You make half of your predecessor. Wait, why do you make half of what your predecessor did? With inflation, you would be like, I'd be like asking for more. That's me though. Mullen. Oh, he was there for 40 years. I mean, that makes sense. The Justice Department is charging FTX CEO SBF with 8 different counts of wire fraud, securities fraud, and conspiracy. Whoever said money doesn't buy happiness hasn't ever ridden a ski-doo. Yeah. I honestly need to take my jet skis out more. Bitcoin. SPY to 430 tomorrow. That may be a little bit unrealistic, but I mean, we'll see. You never know. Shit's fucking wild in this market. Like, We'll see. Again, my goal is just to do better than 70% of people. And at that rate, I should be fine. SPY got shot down as soon as it fucking got up to VWAP. Tesla. Above the MACD. Came down to the 200 for some support, it looks like. Give me some lift. You guys make... glad I could help. Glad I could help. Prior to like 10 minutes ago, nobody was talking because it was just fucking sideways day. You don't even need to be rich at this point. I just want to live without worrying. Yeah. Obviously the goal is to make as much as I can. Dudes on Wall Street watch. Wait, whoa, kid. What are you thinking about right now, dude? If muln hits $1, I'll probably stop trading for a long time. I don't know if I'd be able to. I'd probably just cut down a little bit. Or trade to my... No, I'm probably going to just fucking trade a totally different strategy. I'd probably just go ahead and have like a really defensive type contract or what's it called, portfolio, and then just buy contracts that are like jacked with IV and just flip contracts. I think that's what I might do. 97.50 on KSPN. They are reverse splitting, from what I know. At least that's what I think I know. AGFY is at 81 cents. Replace if and put when. When you have money. Like, don't make it a question. When you have the money. Not if. Fuck if. We just dropped 104 on dollar strength. $41.34 on Boyle. Lloyd Art's at 85 cents. CONL is down to 540. 1734 on Novavax. $555 on AMC. muln 2121. VRM 102.5. 401.5 on SPY. Rambo. Yeah, a lot of people don't like sideways days. It is what it is. I don't really care. I'm chilling with who wants to be here. I'm not really worried about it. I ain't worried. Significantly less likes than I had yesterday as well. But like I noticed that when like shit is sideways or like trending down, people are miserable. Like on average, people will be miserable. Nothing I can do about that, you know? Labu? Fuck. Obviously not financial advice. When this comes down to the 200 and the VWAP, in that ballpark, you like might be half decent entry. I'm sitting here trying to like think if I want to take it or not. If it comes down, of course. SMMT keeps pushing, you say? I can't believe that this keeps halting as much as it does. It's like that fucking AM the other day. 81 cents on AGFY still. SFT sub 23 cents. SMMT. Not that high of a turnover either for $4. Not bad at all. Still under 104 here on dollar strength. 140 on mmat. Just lost it. 139. Tops 142. Boyle 41.16. 12.47 on NWTN. Vana 483. Novavax 1738. 21.30 on muln. SPY still fucking around there at 401.5. MNTS is still sub $1. Backing out gasoline and food prices. Inflation in the U.S. slowed again last month. I don't know. Even though it was a good report technically, I don't think that we're getting fucking realistic prices. Like I don't think that we're getting, you know, on point data. KSPN is trying to take the VWAP. So many fucking double tops. So many double tops happening lately. Down to 39.17 on Coinbase. AGFY just dropped 80. 403 on SMMT. $41.12 on Boyle. tblt 211. $538 on Coinbase. Well, I'm sorry, CONL. NASDAQ futures are up 1.36, S&P are up 0.96, and Dow is up 0.48. GoCo up to 1715. It's 6.8%. Yes, shout out. It is fucking flex hour. It is flex hour. SHFS down to 204. Party and what is CR or CYRN? CYRN. Yes, please like, sub, hit the bell. CYRN. I have no idea what they do, and it's extremely low on volume. Low turnover, obviously, but... You said PRTY? I hate this trade. I'll pull it up, but I'm not a fan. Yeah, I just don't like the business model. Wow, Coinbase just dropped 39, 38.92 right now. Surprise. They work with Microsoft and Zoom. Word. Okay. See, that's more up my alley than Party City. Like, for sure. Muln. They do have the gold cross. AMC 556, 2130 on GME. VRM is 103.5. SPY's trying to hold 400. VIX is at a 23. Tesla just over 160. $52.78 on Carvana short interest. It's CYRN. Ooh. Very low cap. They don't have any deficiencies, do they? 202 cost borrow. They probably do. Coming down to revenue as well. Elon Musk has confirmed that Twitter users paying $8 monthly premium for Twitter Blue and still getting annoyed with ads will have the option to choose an ad-free experience next year. Is he going to try to charge more, though? I guess that would be my question. SPY is sliding down to 400. Looking for some support off this stuff. The whoa. The Bahamas liquidators are seeking to exclude over $200 million worth of luxury properties in the country from the state of FTX. That's kind of fucked up. As a failed crypto exchange seeks to wind, I'm assuming, and repay creditors in the U.S. court documents filed. So, upon listening to that, that hearing, right? It's really, really fucked up how they basically said that he minted $300 million Just out of the fucking, like, thin air. Like, that's fucked. FFIE has 17%. SMMT 402. TSLL 953. $142 on tops. LIDAR has 85 cents. Vana 41. Novavax 1723. Sava 44 even. AI's unch. IoT's down on the day, about 1%. What is up? How you doing? Yeah. Today's kind of like a sideways drag day. Like, I don't know. We had some highs in pre-market, and because it's kind of like dragging, people don't get talkative. So I mean, I'm just kind of chilling. I am chilling. PBLA. PBLA. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mark. Yes, please like, sub, hit the bell. I'd appreciate it. About 20 times average volume. 18 times. Not looking at your BBIG till the end of December. I mean, we were getting some good blocks on it before. Like, the last block to come through was for 14,000 shares. 14,410 at 57 cents. We just need those fucking earnings reports already. That's what needs to happen. PBLA is up 36.26. They're bringing it down. I don't know why Ross is quiet. Yeah. I don't know. I just really hope that they don't fucking miss with Lemotive. Like, they have to get the earnings reports done so we could, you know, anchor that deal. Because if we pass on that deal, a lot of people are going to fucking freak out. Like, a lot of people are going to freak the fuck out. And then, like, that might just make it worse. Which I obviously don't want, you know? Therapeutics. Ugh. Well, I would argue that Finman is kind of saying what we all want to say. Like, I don't have a side. I don't have a side. I have BBIG firm. Like, it just, I don't care what happens. Just give me somebody that could, you know, get shit done. Like, instead of worrying about, you know, this person's side, that person's side, like, I think that we should just, you know, more so focus on actually getting the job done. If BBIG passes on Zash, there's no fundamentals. Exactly. Thank you. Yeah, we are. They're. Well, I mean, they're doing their best that they could to try to divide us, in my opinion. SMMT still has 40% up, but if they go ahead and they do pass on that merger, then as Sean said, my reason for being in it is that like it's gone. 84 cents on LIDR. No, it's just getting the fucking report done. Like that's like the bare bones minimum that you have to do when you're a public company. You just have to file your shit. Well, they have a lot of potential, which is why I'm as deep as I am into them. But whether or not they're going to go ahead and anchor it down, that's up to them. And so far, it's a lot of ignoring like the holders. Didn't retail make up for like 70% of holders? Something like that. I'm pretty sure it did. But anyways, with that, like, as many holders as BBIG has, like they're doing wrong by us by dragging it out as far as they are. Trying to hold on to 400 here on SPY. Ted and Clucci messed up, so maybe that's why they're not publishing this. They have to. Like, they have to. Now, I don't know if there's any kind of, like, fucking, like, under-the-table deal that they've, worked out or talked about. Obviously nobody knows that. But I have a feeling that they're going to fucking miss the opportunity if they keep dragging like this. PBLA still has 35.5. SPY trying to grab some support at 400. I mean, they do own several other businesses, but I don't think that justifies like a much higher price tag than what it's trading at. Now, if they get the merger done, I think it does. Coinbase at 38.6. CNXA down to 22 cents. Sub 80 cents on AGFY. APE has 4.4 up. $141 on mmat. Boyle chilling at 41, excuse me. 212 on tblt. And WTN 8 cents up. Sideways, sideways, sideways. With some of the blocks that were coming in on BBIG, I feel like somebody knows something. Like there were some nice blocks coming through. Although that's pretty speculative. I really hope they give us some big news. Yeah. I definitely second that. When was the last time that they gave us news? Last news release was November 28th. Everyone's confused. Absolutely everyone's confused. I'm trying to be a little bit less speculative with like the remainder of my plays. Just because of shit like that. It's like BBIG and muln, like, those hurt. I'm not afraid to admit that. Like, those hurt. So now I'm just like DCing where I can. Not trying to do it like be overboard about it though, because I just don't want to keep throwing money at it. I'd rather spread myself out and, you know, I guess like play other things like that. I've been doing pretty well hitting TSLL and CL1L, so I'm obviously doing that. I have some other things that are like working out for me. Carvana, I've made money on it. Right now it's dipping. I just kept DCAing and DCAing. Vroom, I do like that. I mean, there's a handful where I like Novavax, for instance. I really like the chart, but I'm not playing it for like the old highs. I'm playing it for the gap. IoT, AI. I mean, like, they're pretty much on today. Mullen's getting tighter. SPY 40140. SPY curling. We've waited long enough. Yeah, absolutely. SPY is curling. Very good. Mullen. Yeah. Yep. I know. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very, very much for that. That was posted several times in here. You weren't in here, though. Oh, see, nobody else fucking included the 4 to 6. Thank you very much for that. I only saw the 1 to 3. I think. PBLA. 1 second. What's Tesla doing? 160. Are we gonna push or no? Holy God! What are you doing? We're excited to bring on such a tremendous dealer partner that is so well respected and recognized throughout the commercial industry. Word. Thank you very much. And again, please like, sub, hit the bell if you have not already. Coinbase is still sub 39, 38.82. What's Tesla doing? 41.5, or 401.5, excuse me. Losing steam as we're coming up to the 2. Tesla just off 161. Advisor. I mean, I think so, but it's getting the shit kicked out of it, man. I don't know. I think so, personally. And then they also do have several other businesses. But it's like a fucking jigsaw puzzle that they just need to, you know, lock together. Q's just off 288. VIX 23.29. I mean, if you go ahead and you look at Zash's, like, if you put them into the picture, Like, it should be a hell of a lot more expensive than what it's at. Like, a hell of a lot more expensive. But I don't know why they're not, you know, publishing the earnings. It almost makes me think, like, what's wrong with them? You know what I mean? Like, what's going on behind the curtains that we're not seeing? Is there anything, or is it just, you know, like, preference that they're not fucking doing it? Well, no checks and balances. I mean, like, that makes me think about the current fucking government, but there should be checks and balances in everything. You know, actually, we just won the seats in the House, so there will be balances now. But still, look at PBLA. God damn. Sean, did you throw anything on this or no? If you did, good hit, man. You know, you actually don't even need to tell me, but yeah. Yeah, PBLA is doing its thing. What is up, Brett? Resting that FTX guy, not doing anything at all. I mean, that hearing was just pretty fucking wild. It kind of pisses me off that they arrested him right before the fucking hearing. Kathy Wood says the U.S. is in a recession. Yeah, thank God somebody else is fucking saying it. Expects energy stocks to drop. Interesting. I expect tech stocks to do the best. And small and mid caps to, you know, take charge. That's me guessing, though. And the only reason I feel that way is just because they've been suppressed for so long. At least I believe that they've been suppressed for quite a while. Tesla just off 161. But during that hearing, they literally just said that he was printing like $300 million worth out of thin air while they had a while he was waiting on the bankruptcy court. What the fuck? I don't know. Like, if you file for bankruptcy, like, I'm pretty sure that you can't do that, especially. I mean, you're not supposed to do that regardless, but, like, that just makes it worse. PBLA wall, 60,000 shares at 16. Word. RSI is at 77. 25 times average volume, approximately. Turnover is sub 84. $38.71 on coin. Insanity. %40 back on SMMT. TSLL 960. $41.08 on Boyle. Warrants on TBLT are back up. NWTN 1249. 488 on Vana. 71.5 on AMD. PBLA. 530 on Coinbase. Novavax 1724. I do like how the one person, like from, or I don't even know who it was. The one person was saying something about Gensler and talking shit basically because there's no like clear framework. I thought that was pretty important. So I mean, like, hopefully some good comes out of it. I definitely don't want to get my hopes on that though. 401.5 on SPY. 161 and change on Tesla. DSS. Whoa, alright. Bet. I kind of like threw in the towel with my DSS. I didn't throw it in. I mean, it's still there, but I just like really haven't been paying attention to it. Yo, volume spike as well. Low turnover. Cool. The best part is I actually know what fucking DSS does. FFIE is just off 20% as well. SPY 401.52, 54. Tesla is tight. Tight, 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 tight. PGY still under 70 cents. CNXA sub 22. About $4 on SMMT. MMT under 140. Pound has 104 back. Or no, I'm sorry, dollar strength has 104 back. I apologize. Pound is at 123.73. Rig is 409. Boyle 41.11. GoCo 17.15. Holding trend on PBL. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Wait, filled pop? Wait. What? What filled pop? I don't know what you're talking about. 401.65 on SPY. 161.14 on Tesla. Moving up or what? It tested down to that pop from a few months outward. Go ahead. Let's SPY up to at the 200 right now. It's SPY. Thank you very much, Mark. Yes, 30-minute PDT. Go ahead. We have some life here in SPY. SPY. Thank you very much, Mark. Yes. Please like, sub, hit the bell. If you have not already, I'd appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mark. I've been getting much better with reminding myself to do that. SPY 402. Volume of the 200. Spy calls yesterday would have been fucking killer. I talked myself out of getting Netflix puts. It is what it is. Just because of the way that Spy was moving. I don't know. Totally talked myself out of it, though. PBLA? What is PBLA doing? $13.85. Where's Tesla? I threw a little bit into TSLL, so pretty intrigued by what Tesla does here. VIX down to 23. $402.5 on Spy. Tesla 162. VWAP isn't until 163.75 ish. Excuse me. $567 on AMC. CNXA has to pop after hours. Those fiat. What? Those fiat tops? Flat tops, word. GWH 267, word. $104 on VRM, 21.17 on muln, 57.27 on BBIG. I don't know. Gotta keep you guessing, I guess. What are we doing here, Bitcoin? Yeah. It kind of makes me want to buy fucking CONL again. Spy. 13s through the 2. Coming up on VWAP. Cosm 2851. Thank you, Mark. Alan's going to have to go on tour if he isn't testifying before Congress. Wait, what? Why? Why? Now you got me curious. Alan, what did you do? I don't know if he's watching or not. I could only fucking imagine, like, watching him do that. I hope it doesn't happen, but it'd be pretty fucking wild if he, like, actually had to do that. Why? What happened? Like, I feel like something happened today, and I have no idea what the fuck it is. No idea. 162 on Tesla, excuse me. We need a nice SPY push to push this VWAP. KSPN still under $1. CNXA still under 23, chilling at 21 cents. AGFY under 80 cents. Tops 140, SPY down to the 200. T2 143. Vana 489. CONL is all the way down to 530. Novavax 1736. In between the 200 and the 48 on SPY. Sava $44. Mullen has 10% up. 105 on VRM. Alright. What is this? Alright, Sean. What's good? What? No, really? And I already checked to make sure that they weren't, never mind. Because you said don't read out loud. Got it. I kind of want to see your conclusion, where you said to BAM. Just out of curiosity. They didn't Whoa. What? Really? That's fucked. That's fucked. That's really fucked up. Mullen. 13 needs to get back above the 24 right there. Thank you. Really? That's wild. That's wild as shit. That'd be a nice little bombshell. Ooh, CNXA is sliding. SPY is trading in a nice and tight range in between the 40 and the 2. TSLL 968. tblt 210. Snap chilling at 950. 487 on Vana. Anyone planning to hold SMMT over? I'm not. I don't even have it. $564 on AMC. $20.91 on GME. You did fantastic. Fan-fucking-tastic. Just shy of 57 cents on big. Looking for a nice candle to push this to. VIX is 20 or under 23 here. Finally dropped that. Tesla 161.5. This zone's getting tighter. SPY. Pushing the 2. 401.70. MNTS is still under a buck, chilling at 97 cents. SPY, just under 402. $22.77 on VIX. 402.10 on SPY. Just under 289 on the Qs. Just under 162 on Tesla. NASDAQ futures are up 1.2. S&P are up 0.9. And Dow is up 0.46. PBLA? Yep, let me look. 0 rate hike. I mean, we'll see. We shall see. Ooh, PBLA, yeah. I'm looking at like 25. That's me guessing. Blocks on BBIG. 28,000 shares. Get some solid volume on PBLA. $21.21 on muln. AMC is down to 563. GME is down to 2089. I was trying. Yeah, CNXA was not looking too good. It's alright. I only have a couple bucks on there. Oh, loading. Yeah. Is it moving? Is it just fucking moving sideways? Because before, I mean, there's like no price action to even look at. Yeah, it's sideways movement. 15-minute PDT. Thank you very much, Mark. Yeah, like I don't have much money on that. It is what it is. Coinbase 38.85. Thank you very much, Mark. Yes, please like, sub, hit the bell. $402.25. Look at time and sales. I honestly never even do that. For what? CNXA? Word. SPY looks like it wants to push right here real quick. Let me look. Let me look. Nice little candle here on SPY. We want to push this VWAP though. No, follow it up. $0.19. Whew. Yeah, it did. That's why today's just been like, you know, sideways and grinding. $4.14. $4.14, yeah. Yeah, DSS. $4.14.10, I think it said. Kid, I know. Yeah, $4.14.10. See another yup right here, though. Kid, I know. I understand that. It's right here. 38.89 on Coinbase. Boyle 41.26. TBLT down to 210. NWTN 16.25. Snap 950. 48.99 on Vana. Novavax 17.38. Sava 44.26. BBAI is down to 91 cents. VRM 103.5. Mullen 21.25. Q's just under 289. Tesla coming up on 161. JZXN. All right, JZXN. How far am I zooming out? Well, fuck. So pre-market high, this hit 42. I don't know. I have no fucking idea. On the 4 hour, it hit the 200 on JZXN. Still under 39 on Coinbase. $135 on mmat. Boyle 41.33. T2 143. Vana 490. What's Vana doing? I have a pretty penny there. Gold Cross. Mullen 21.44, coming up to VWAP. 402.5 on SPY. Ooh, the EMAs are getting in line. Going for the gold cross right here on SPY. 8 minutes left if you're dealing with PDT. $289 on the Qs. 289.5, I should say. SPY up to VWAP. $161 on Tesla. BBIG blocks. Still sub 57. Here we go. Go ahead. SPY 403. 17,771, or sorry, 17,771 on Bitcoin. 1319 on ETH. SOXL up 6%. PBLA is up 60%. Good shit. Coinbase just under 39. I might buy fucking more CONL. Bear with me. SPY's pushing that VWAP. $403. What's VRM doing? Looks like my VRMs are getting like a little bit of like IV juice or something. Interesting. My bad. 21.5 on muln. Shanghai Showdown. Wait, what? PBTS looks just like JZXN. They also had, what was it? It was JZXN. It had similar stats to CNXA. Like as far as float and cap. The U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York said during the FTX hearing today, we are not done charging individuals for FTX. Well, then the reason why I actually liked what was going on might actually get those people out of jail. Because the one guy was talking shit on Gary Gensler, and those people could go ahead and basically say that it's their fault for not regulating it. Like, how can we be breaking the law if you're not regulating it? Wait, everyone gets away with what, kid? BBIG blocks? I mean, when he went ahead and he started going on about that, I mean, if I was a lawyer, that's exactly what I'd target. If I was a lawyer for one of the defendants, I'd be like, well, I mean, as the one person even asked, how the hell can they be breaking the law when there's no regulation? It's like a fucking get out of jail free card. Yeah, please like, sub, hit the bell. I'd appreciate it. Absolutely free. He'll get off and they'll take Gary's balls instead. I wouldn't doubt it. See, I think that this is pretty bad to the point where it's going to take multiple fall people. Like, there's going to be more than one. So he might still get, like, in trouble. I think Gary's fucked no matter what, though, at this point. Mullen's pushing the VWAP. $402 on SPY. You have about 2.5 minutes left if you're dealing with PGT. You saw it here. Robinhood does it. Citadel doesn't. So go for the top. The retail trader videos were the icing on the cake for you. I don't know. I'm chilling. It is what it is. We'll see what happens. I'm going to enjoy the mayhem while it's happening. Ooh, mullen hard down. 38.78 on Coinbase. They're fighting pretty hard right now. How much is it up? That was a good call by you yesterday, by the way. I just don't really, you know, cover too many OTC stocks. Okay, but Massive doesn't give me like a percentage. What's the percentage? No, no problem. I have no problem giving people credit where credit's due. Absolutely no problem. Some big orders there. 49,000 shares. Dollar strength's at 104. No, I haven't, cruising. What is it? Do we know? I'll flip onto it in 30 seconds here. I'll look at it, but 481 on Vana. Ouch. I like WONDF and NRPI and BRGC. 402 on SPY. 10 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1. Good shit, guys. Good shit. Up 33%. Good for you, man. I'm happy for you. Good shit, though. Good shit. A little bit anticlimactic today, but it's alright. No big deal. Either way, I will catch you guys who are leaving right now at about 7:45 tomorrow. I'll probably be on for a little bit, though. And yes, please like, sub, hit the bell. I'd appreciate that. Thank you, RP, for hanging out. Even though, you know, today was kind of like a sideways grind. Thanks for toughing it out. I appreciate that. Ooh, somebody just fucking threw a 60,000 share order on BBIG through. What the fuck? 60,000, 6,400, 12,482, 12,100, 11,000, 13,000. I mean, there's some decent blocks here. Anyways, you too, Mark. You too. Alright, which one did you say? Oh, it's an app creator? Word, I was actually literally just about to look. What's the cap on it? LOGIQ. Digital advertising. A little overhead there with that. Who the fuck is the cat? You'd think that they'd tell you about the market cap of the company. I don't know. HNRC. 18 mil. What's the float? HNRC. Interesting. I do like that sector just because it's low overhead. They don't have a fucking investor relations page? IR. Alright, no, they don't have an investor relations page. Sideways Bitcoin day. And we do have a gold cross on ETH. Tesla down after hours as well. Right up to the MACD. All these emails need to get in line. Cosm. Talk about a flush down fucking 15.5. AMD over 71.5. CONL made it down to fucking 529. Wow. Novavax down to 715. Sava 44.75. Very nice, whoever's in that. The U.S. Attorney for the Southern District. Yeah, somebody else said that. JAGX, word. Lucid's at fucking 801. I mean, JAGX is only up 1.86 and 2.4 in after hours. Vlon suspended. Why is that suspended? Interesting. Tesla 160.5 after hours. SPY 402.10. Has a gold cross. Barely. Man, oh man. Mullen strong. Isn't the reverse split day coming up though? I mean, I could be mistaken. Yup. Where's my handle? About to pop like last hour, after hours, you think? The Biden administration is facing new roadblocks in its effort to address the national security concerns around TikTok. What kind of roadblocks? Does it say or no? Snap to moon soon. I only have calls on it right now. I had to move my straight stock elsewhere so I could do CA. So I dropped some options to kind of cover my ass. Yeah, but see, the thing is, there's some gaps to the upside on it. Like, there's some fucking nasty gaps up. Like, nasty, nasty. Now, I know that some of these gaps are going to be high. I agree. I think that they're high, too. But I feel like it's worth noting as soon as I get to it. So we have a gap here from about 1650 to 2150. There's also a little gap right in here, but let's see. Little baby gap. From about 1310 up. And then there's a fucking massive gap up here too. There's a gap. Now I think that this is too high as well, but you gotta note it. 60.8 to approximately 73.17. I mean, I don't think it's going to get that high, but I think that it could get this high, up to this gap. You know what I mean? Again, please like, sub, hit the bell if you have not already. Vana. You know what? I wonder what the short interest was on this. CVNA. $52.9 short on Carvana. I don't think it'll get all the way up here, but a little bit higher than where it's at, I could definitely see. I don't know. I just think that that's way oversold. Like, way oversold. Novavax also has a lot of gaps, actually. But I'm in that, too. Here are the gaps on fucking Novavax. There's a gap right here from approximately 43.72 to $50, 55. That's what I'm playing. I'm playing that first gap. And then if it goes, I mean, we'll see. You know what I mean? But there's gaps up here, and I don't know if they're gonna, like, you know, come close. AMC up 0.17. BBIG's up 2.6. 57.5. Oh, I have blocks coming through on BBIG. Someone just bought 60,000.5 shares, so 60,504 actually. And then just under 16,000, I have 15,967. Another one here for 12,482. SPY 40183. SPY's tight. SPY's real tight. Ooh, ETH is going. Let's see. Relative high, like 20 cents away. To avoid Bitcoin. Just fucking going sideways all day today. Yeah, please like, sub, hit the bell. I'd appreciate it. SPY 0.01 down. Down 3 cents. Down a penny. Unch. Let's see, what are you doing, ETH? $21.24 on muln. 402 on SPY. I've been dealing with leakage from the apartment above me for the last 4 hours. Better not be waste. Oh, bro. I wouldn't even ask. Because what if it is? What if it is? That's something where I wouldn't even fucking waste my time asking. SPY. Coinbase, still sub 39. Tops 141 in after hours. Boyle 41.58. $402.10 on SPY. Novavax up to 14.25. Alright, guys. I'm gonna dip. I hear Bella upstairs crying and I kind of feel bad. But, as always, good hangs. I will catch you guys tomorrow, 7:45-ish, you guys know. But, later, guys. Appreciate you.